Welcome to the 2021 holiday party and Ring-a-Thon. There's no place like Ring-a-Thon for the holidays. We're glad you're back. Last year was an amazing success, so we're doing it again. We've got 6 hours of music, we've got games, we have interviews, holiday fun, and tonight you'll be introduced to our new executive director. And that's one of our interviews coming up later today. Last year, the Ring-a-Thon fundraiser, the goal was $10,000. And amazingly, we surpassed that and got all the way to $15,000. And the question is, can we surpass that this year? We'll shoot for 10, but we'll hope for 20. How's that work? Today, helping us with our production is Derek Nance. He is amazing, and we're grateful to him. We've got numerous volunteers in the back room answering phones, possibly checking in on PayPal accounts, that kind of stuff. And tonight we've got holiday gifts. We have amazing holiday gifts. We've got two commissions, one from Brenda Austin, one from Kathy Mokobus. We've got from Jeffers Handbell Supply, a 3-octave refurbishment. That's amazing. From Schulmerich, a mallet set, 24 mallets. It's going to be incredible. We have much, much more, all kinds of coupons. We'll be spinning the wheel almost every half hour. Probably the first hour we'll wait, but who knows? And there's a few ways that you can get your name on the Wheel of Fortune, so to speak. We'll have some trivia questions popping up during the broadcast every now and again. And the first 5 people to answer those questions correctly will get their name placed on the wheel. And then for every donation up to $100, you get your name on the wheel. For every donation between $101 and $500, you get 2 times on the wheel. And here's a better option. Over $500, you get 3 chances to win. And we've got some really great prizes. So we're grateful today for all those volunteers, for our staff, JR, Marie, Maya, and the behind the scenes. And we've got our very own super talented and most fun MCs of all time. Michael Glasgow and Michèle Sharik are back for Ring-a-Thon 2. So let's have some fun. I'm going to throw it over to JR, and he's going to make some announcements.
Hey, so this is going to be a lot of fun for me because I have the pleasure of giving away all those wonderful things that Ed just told you about. So as you see, we've got this lovely prize wheel over here, which looks very empty, and we want to get a lot of names on there. So how do you get your name on there? Well, Ed already kind of explained a little bit, but be sure to keep an eye out. Trivia questions are going to pop up randomly throughout the broadcast. So as soon as you see one pop up, you'll have very little time to answer the question correctly, because the first 5 people who answer the question correctly get their name added to this prize wheel. So be looking for those to pop up. You're not going to get any warning. They're just going to suddenly be there. And then, as Ed said, you can also get your name on by donating. Anything up to $100 will put your name on once. Anything over 101 will put your name on twice, and anything over 501 we'll put it on 3 times. And I can't wait to get started with it. So we'll send you back to Ed.
Just a reminder, you can make those donations through PayPal tonight. And look at enter into PayPal, make a great donation, and we'll be able to keep track of that. So thank you all. So in this first half hour, we're going to kind of relive the past. Last summer, we had an amazing seminar experience, and our final concert was 2 choirs put together, conducted by Matt Compton and Alex Giebert, and especially a wonderful way to wrap up an event where we finally got back together. And so our first guest tonight is Matt Compton, and he's going to talk a little bit about the Bells of the Cascades. He's going to talk about that concert, and Michèle and Michael will jump in and we'll start this process. Good to have you.
Hey.
Hello.
Wow, we're here.
We are.
Well, you're there. I'm here.
And I'm here.
Oh, you
You're
can't both
always
be
there.
here if we're on here too.
But Matt's
At any rate.
there. He's like way over there.
Oh.
Of course,
You and I
both
are
of you.
actually closer.
Because you're on the
I
West
was
Coast.
gonna say, I feel like Michael, you're the way over there because Michèle and I are literally closer.
Right here.
That's
Right.
true. That's true. Well, we'll argue about that later. This is the unscripted part. Good times.
Yay!
Wow.
Matt, your
So,
tree looks fantastic.
Oh, thanks. I didn't do it. It's from the church where I'm in the middle of my work day today. But I was really excited to be asked to be here and chat with you both a little bit this afternoon. So it's good to see you both.
Ditto.
Good to see you too. We're glad that you're here, and I'm excited that we're going to talk about National Seminar apparently and your concert. That concert was fabulous. So, tell me a little bit about Lumen Fide. Is that it?
Yes. Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about that.
So that piece was kind of one of those, I think this might work ideas, because in a lot of choral music, you can have parts of pieces where you get what's called an aleatoric effect, where an alto can sing a musical line and then another alto can sing that exact same one, but at a different time. And they eventually start to overlap. And then you build the sections. Usually the tenors and basses have this sort of grounded, repeated chord under it. But it creates the sound cloud effect. And so with that piece in particular, I was like, can we replicate that idea with bells? Well, bells are a weird anomaly to where you kind of know if things aren't quite right. And so the timing of things, if bells aren't quite lined up, you can tell. So I was like, how do we mimic this idea of almost by chance ringing, but still have it sound like it's together? And so we came up with these, I came up with these 4 patterns for the bells, and 3 patterns for bells, and then 2 for the violins. And just one by one, you can kind of just have people ring that. And as Alex and I were kind of envisioning this concert, we landed on the idea of how cool would it be to have both groups surrounding the audience, but then also how cool would it be to get our friends to jump in as well. And so I was like, I'm just gonna make a list of people, and we reached out to 15 people, and I was like, and both of you being included in that. And I was like, can we get as many people as we can? And it's one of those where I was like, let's get as many friends. So it was really cool to see this idea actually come together to where creating this moment of unity in the handbell world and having all these people. And it was a really cool moment to go, wow, it actually worked. It's one that was really, really special to see kind of the execution come to its fullest form.
And I have to say that I was overwhelmed at the end when I was, I stood up to play, and I had a 4-hand part, and tears were streaming down my face, and my hands were full, so I couldn't wipe my eyes or anything. I mean, I was literally weeping, and I could see and hear other people crying as well. It was really so this whole past 2 years has been very emotional anyway, because the world is crazy right now. And to have that moment in time where we could all actually be together physically for this conference, and then to have that piece where we're all standing up and joining in this community to participate together. And it was just so emotional and well done, Matt. That was really, really well done. It was incredible.
And I think it embodied really the spirit of the
goosebumps.
That's because you don't have any heat going on over there.
I don't have any electricity today.
Living in a rural middle of California. I found it if you recall, Matt, I actually wasn't able to play on that because I was teaching when you guys were
That's right.
But I was aware something was going on, but obviously didn't have all the information. When that whole, and for the people at home that weren't at seminar that don't know quite what we're discussing, this was the final piece of the final concert that ended National Seminar, with all of these ringers just sort of standing up around the room, ringing these ostinato parts, all this aleatoric chants music happening. And it just to me, was the embodiment of our statement about the fact that this organization is to unite people through our musical art. And that, I think, hits on what Michèle was saying. It, after all of the emotion running so high as it has been anyways, it just felt like we were all sharing this moment of serenity that kind of bound us together. And so here's me getting a little emotional. And then I see one friend who was sitting in front of me stood up, and I didn't realize she had bells in her hands. And I was like, oh, are we gonna have like a standing in silence thing we're trying to do? Because that could be powerful, but it could be cheesy. Then she started ringing her bells. And then I'm looking around, I'm like, oh Lord, I see what's happening. And I started getting all verklempt. And I glanced back at this woman who was sitting kind of behind me over my shoulder, and she's just bawling. And I'm like, all right, well, she's opened the floodgates, I'm gonna do it too. And we, you know, just to have something very different to end that program and end that conference, that seminar was really fantastic. And I think it gives us a chance to really reflect upon kind of, you know, elevating the art to a place of artistic maturity that that we can really reach people with something that isn't all flash and lasers and lights and smoke and mirrors.
Although
So
that's
I'm
cool too.
very excited with that.
Yes, it is very, because they both operate very differently, because we had a totally different theme originally when we applied for it. It was going to be called Soundscapes, and we were going to do all these pieces that had big flashy numbers that used bells in a unique way and unique timbres and combinations of sounds or whatever. But as we were getting closer, our timeline for rehearsal kept getting shorter. And so we're like, okay, so almost out of necessity, we're like, we need to change the rep. It's a little too hard for the timeline that we have. We could do it if we had 6 months a year to rehearse it, but we're like, okay, we're going to shift it. And so we just kind of quickly shifted to, let's do this Voyages in Search of Peace theme. But in retrospect, it was by far, I think, one of the best things we could have done for a musical experience, because so many concerts, like you said, it's great because you can have these big moments of flash, and it's phenomenal because I've seen many seminars close with those big numbers, and it's great. You're like, what if we shifted that narrative just a little bit and did the idea of kind of a big warm hug for everyone and kind of bringing everyone together?
We've got
That's
a clip
exactly what it
queued up.
was.
We've got a clip queued up to show some people kind of how this all folded. Not anywhere as cool. Derek's got that ready. If we can take a minute and check that out. Let's see some of this.
Yeah, I was crying from that.
Thanks, Linus. My Charlie Brown tree.
Oh,
It was a stunning moment. It really was.
Thank you. Yeah, it was one of those where it's such an interesting thing with bells, because as we started rehearsing it, the group, this happened where we would push through that section rather quickly, and it was very easy to rush it. But it was one of those where we landed in that concert moment. It felt like time literally stopped. Yeah. Where
yes.
there was this whole idea that we can just kind of keep going, and like we were 15 minutes over time in the concert by
Nobody
accident.
cared.
We did.
No one cared.
We didn't realize that, and I was like, "Oh crap!"
But living in that moment, you just want to bask in it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And when things like that end, it's so important for that moment to hang in the air and not get immediately to the ovations and the applause, and just let us live there for a bit longer.
The way I think of it is that it was liminal space. It was a moment between time when, life was here. We just had the conference, life, we're going to go back to regular life over here. And this was a moment between when time stopped, as Matt said.
Have you already started drinking your champagne? Because I haven't opened mine yet.
No.
Well, thank you. It was such a cool moment. And the whole thing was like, Greg Urban was one of the ringers, and he had a short time to come rehearse with us between class times. And so he talked to me after, and he's like, I was playing for the rehearsal, but then he's like, I had to go. So he never got to hear the resolution of the final chord where it finally lands, because we go between this inverted D major chord to a G major chord and just keep going back and forth between those two chords. And then finally at the end, you get to have that final resolution of that D major chord. And it was just such a cool moment to land on that. And one of my favorite moments is when people will let the piece breathe and exist, where the chord, we just let the sound completely die. My hands completely went down and there was still no movement. Mm-hmm. And like, I made eyes. I should not look people directly in the eyes when I was conducting that, but I did. And during the concert, I almost lost it because I was like, nope, you're crying. Oh, you're crying. Oh God. All right, so I'm just gonna look up slightly. But we're repeating the piece for our Christmas concert actually. But how we're shaping it this time is because our whole seminar theme was this idea of peace. For BOC's Christmas concert, we're putting it as the closer for our first half as opposed to the closer for the concert, because it doesn't quite make sense for that. But we're shaping it in a way where, especially as we move towards like the holiday season, there's this commercialized and almost forced, everyone's happy and the holidays are the best time of year for everyone, which is simply not true. It is not, right. It is not the happiest time of year for quite a few people. So we're using the piece this time for our Christmas concerts as a way to hopefully give people where if this time of year is not great for you, hopefully this moment in time can give you some sense of just your own personal peace and comfort, even in that, to where, and I have a couple ringers from my church ensemble playing at our Sunday concert where they're going to stand up and ring from the audience too. But it's this idea of even if this time of year is not great for you, hopefully you can find people around you that can give you that love and support that you still need.
That's fantastic. Great vision.
Thanks.
I have been informed that I need to interrupt our sentiment moment for just a quick PSA for all the people at home. Just to clarify about what JR was saying on the random trivia questions that are going to be popping up on the screen at unannounced intervals. He said the first 5 people who correctly answer those will be put on the prize wheel for the big spinner drawings. The way you answer a trivia question is in the chat on YouTube. So if you're just watching on YouTube and you're not signed into your YouTube or Google account, do that so that you can participate in the chat if you would like to be able to jump on those trivia questions and answer them. We'll take the first 5 that are correct in the chat. So get yourself on logged into your Gmail or YouTube account. Should be the same thing. If you don't have one, have fun setting that up. If you don't know how to do that, find a 12-year-old and they will show you.
And just to add to that, the link that JR talked about just to donate is underneath the video in the description.
tinyurl.com/HMA Ring-a-Thon, all spelled out, no punctuation.
Awesome.
I looked at it the first time and went, what's HMA Ring-a-Thon? And then I realized,
Yes.
Even
So,
we
Matt,
don't know.
how many concerts do you guys have going on this season?
Just 2. So because we have not performed in the Pacific Northwest in 2 years now, this is our first concerts back. So we have concerts this weekend in the Portland, Vancouver area. We will be live streaming our Sunday concert. We don't know if it's on Facebook or YouTube yet. So go to the Bells of the Cascades page and we'll have something posted of where we will live stream officially. But yeah, it's exciting to be back in regular performance mode now, actually rehearsing since beginning of September. We have a great lineup of music for this concert. So I'm really, really excited. The group is so strong. We have 17 ringers this year, which is astounding. We had, so we have three new ringers to the ensemble, which is really exciting. So a lot of wonderful talent, and just looking ahead to the next year. And our spring concerts are going to be called High Impact, and they're all going to be pieces that have impact in various ways, whether it's literal impact in music or societal impact, commentary on things like that. So some really cool things that we're looking ahead to. And then Alex and I are communicating and trying to find a time where we can do another collaborative concert between the groups again. Hopefully get Cathedral Bells up to the Portland area sometime. But yeah, so just some cool stuff coming up.
So bellsofthecascades.org is the site, and you guys can jump over there and check out whether the concerts will be live streamed on YouTube and or Facebook. Just jump on over on the www and they will be able to give you the information you need once they have it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Matt.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It was so good to chat with you both. So good to see you. And I hope the rest of the evening goes well. We actually have rehearsal tonight. So
you're not taking rehearsal off to have a party and watch this?
See, I offered to bring cameras to rehearsal and have you guys in on a little bit of rehearsal, but it's at the end of the Ring-a-Thon, and that's too late apparently for the East Coast.
That's because you're over there.
Yes, we are over here.
It ends at 7 here.
See, that's exactly when rehearsal begins.
We're gonna need extra champagne tonight. I can feel it.
All right. Well, love you both very much. So good to see you. And have a great day, everyone.
You too. Have a good rehearsal. Good night, Matt.
Merry Christmas.
Bye.
Established in 1954, Handbell Musicians of America has been educating and promoting handbell and hand chime ringing for over 60 years. The organization encourages and sponsors handbell events across the United States, many organized by hardworking volunteers in one of the 12 areas Handbell Musicians of America is broken into. In addition, HMA provides resources to ringers and directors and grants to deserving organizations. Your donation today helps Handbell Musicians of America continue their tradition of supporting handbell musicians, regardless of where they ring or what level they ring at. So sit back, enjoy the music and special interviews, and donate to a great organization.
Hi, everybody.
Hey!
There's Ben and Barb. Yeah.
Look who's here.
That is awesome.
We're moving ever so slightly more easterly as we go from the Pacific Northwest toward Reno, just a little bit more toward this direction.
Reno is west of Los Angeles.
Yes, it is.
But it's not west of Portland, is it?
No, it is not. It's east.
I realize I might be going out on a limb there. I just figured but I think Portland's kind of up in the corner pretty far. So, hey, Barb and Ben from Tintabulation's Handbell Ensemble in Reno. How are you guys?
Hi.
Doing great.
Good to see you both.
Middle of our concert set.
Yes, we are. We're right in the middle of it. And Snowed last night, so we're hoping we've got a concert up in the mountains on Friday, so we're hoping we'll be able to get there.
Yeah,
Well,
we had
for the people. Go ahead, Michèle.
the mountains here are snowy. At least I'm assuming they're snowy because I can't see them because of the rain clouds between us and the mountains. And by the way, I have no electricity, so it's been a fun morning.
Oh my gosh.
We're all making it work as best we can, and we need to take a minute and thank Derek and JR and all the technical wizardry that they're doing behind the scenes to make this fly. It blows my mind. We just get to show up and say things, and drink and try to look as attractive as possible. But for the people at home that don't know, Tintabulation's Handbell Ensemble, colloquially known as Tintab. Barb is their director. Tell us a little bit about your group. We have a few questions we want to ask everybody tonight or today.
Well, it's a group that started way back in actually elementary school, and they wouldn't go away. They kept coming back in middle school and high school. And once they hit high school, they wanted to have their own name. And we came up with Tintabulations, and Ben's happens to be from that nearly original group, maybe just a couple years after that. So we've been around quite a while, and we're a community group now, and we love to ring bells.
That's a good thing since you're a group that rings bells. Okay, that's
lukewarm.
Moving on.
So Ben, Barb said that you've been with it since the beginning. Were you like in what, kindergarten when the group started, or what?
When Tintabulations actually started, I was in 7th grade. So back then it was at a high school group. So I was I had to wait 2 years until I could actually play with Tintabulations. So 2 years off.
I'm sorry. I know I asked you that question, but I can't hear any answers. Did I mention I have no electricity? So I'm on my phone here with a battery pack, and I haven't been able to shut off all of the notifications yet. So sorry about that.
No worries. We got it. So
okay.
We'll let Michèle keep juggling all of her stuff. And I think she's muted herself now. So anyway, cut to me. Hey.
Hey, Michael.
Please,
wow.
I'm sorry.
I'm usually the one with the technical difficulties. So speaking of technical difficulties, as Michèle figures hers out, we, as you know, we're not going to dwell. Michèle and I made this pact. We're not going to dwell on pandemic stuff tonight. We're very all well aware that we're dealing with it, and we're tired of dealing with it, and there it is, and we move on. But something that is a question we're interested in asking different groups is how, especially during these crazy times, how do you guys approach recruitment of new members? Because Tintab is an audition group, correct? How do that's always the question on everybody's mind with a group is, how do you recruit and retain new members? What's your process? How do you guys do it? Because everyone does it a little differently.
A lot of prayers.
Yeah, we don't have a real big pool of bell ringers to draw from, but most of us are involved in other music groups, in particular orchestra around here. So we tend to go to our friends in orchestra that we think might fit in and might enjoy the whole Tintab experience and enjoy the challenge of ringing bells. And we invite people to come in. We have open rehearsals, and we see if it's a good fit.
And
so you have some people that you invite that aren't necessarily even handbell folks yet.
Correct.
Musicians, but not necessarily even ringers.
Correct.
Auditioning for a group like yours. That's bold.
We find that it's almost because we're not really church musicians per se. It's almost easier to have a musician that has no expectations or previous experience. And then that way they don't have to figure out things differently. It's like a clean slate.
Yeah. So you're evangelizing them not just to your group, but to the instrument overall, which is fantastic. I think that's amazing.
That is great.
You're back, Michèle.
Awesome. So I am back. I don't know what happened, but I can hear you now. I couldn't hear you, but now I can. So, and I heard that answer, and that is a great answer. So tell us what is TINTAB doing that's awesome? Ben, we heard from Barb. Let's hear what Ben thinks.
So what are we doing that's awesome? This is kind of a return to normalcy for our set. We're doing our fill concerts. We had actual people in the audience. We're doing live concerts again. We are still doing some live streams though, so we're still kind of experimenting, and we're really looking forward. People seem to be really interested in just getting out there and doing things. We've had a lot of interest in playing with us our next set. People coming out of the audience going, "Ooh, how do I get involved?" Which is not normal for most sets. So I think people have been inside for so long, they just want to get out there, and bells are shiny, so they want to come play with us.
Yes, they are.
It's hard for ADD people, which is so many of us. All the shiny things. What about, now you guys have a very unique sort of brand, I'd say. You are well known among the handbell community for your green Converse bell sneakers, and your black and green color scheme, the scarves and the ties and whatnot. Yeah, it's a great look. And it's the kind of thing that, you guys are definitely a group that is a crowd pleasing kind of group. And we have the struggle constantly, I think, in selecting repertoire. As you've said, Barb, you guys aren't a church group, you're not a school group. How do you balance when you're approaching repertoire selection, your crowd pleaser pieces with your pet interest pieces? A favorite piece that you might love that isn't going to program well, or you have 7,000 arrangements of that particular tune. What's your approach to selecting rep and programming a concert?
Well, there's several things that go into it. One of the things is that I'm still a teacher at heart, so I tend to pick pieces that are going to be that the group will be successful at, but also challenged. And so that's really important to me. And I feel like we have to be very engaged in the music. So maybe we don't necessarily love the piece of music, but we have a strong emotional reaction to it somehow. So there's a lot of buy-in. I also, I understand this might be a little bit unusual, but the first couple of open rehearsals, I bring a whole bunch of rep and we play through it. We just sight read through it and rotate. And if they're not in love with it, we don't keep it because it'll be a struggle.
That emotional connection or that heart connection to it, like you said, it brings buy-in to the group. And when people are passionate about a piece, it gels so much faster.
Yes. Michael, are we going to watch a couple of videos from TINTAB?
Yeah, I think the first one we're looking at having queued up is Alex Giebert's Bound for South Australia, correct?
Yes.
And tell us just a touch about this, and then for those who don't know it, this fantastic, super exciting piece. Tell us the background on this, and then we'll watch a little of this.
Ben, you go.
Oh, great. Something I'm completely prepared for. I forget why we first got this one, but we first incorporated it into our set the summer before last because we wanted something exuberant. We wanted something with some percussion. We wanted something where we could do it with our 6-foot spacing. And somehow this fit all of those. So it just kind of fit the bill. It was fun and it was kind of wacky without being too much for the set.
Yeah.
And this particular performance, all of our restrictions had been lifted. This was last summer, so we're back to our normal spacing and no masks in this particular one. We had 12 ringers, so we kind of had to adapt the arrangement a little bit. And of course, we had to always put our little tintabicizing twist onto it a little bit, so.
We're about to find out what that means, boys and girls. Here we go.
But I can't get to them without dropping out of Zoom. So it's been a day.
We're going to get it. It's fine.
Where are we? What's going on?
I was going to ask Derek where we are on time. We're still not sure Derek can. Sorry?
It looks like we're live.
Are we live? Are we live? Are we still talking?
What's going on?
Here we are. We're back. I guess that we're there.
Okay.
So that answers my question. Can Derek hear us and tell us when we're coming back? The answer is no.
No.
Right now.
Surprise.
Oh my gosh. It's such a cool piece. It's so much fun. We've got another one as well. But Barb and Michèle, give us the lowdown on that one for the people who don't know about Bound for South Australia.
You go first, Barb.
Okay. Well, I believe Alex wrote it for his Concordia group because they did a tour to Australia. I believe that's how the piece was arranged.
Yeah, that was my understanding too. They were going down to South Australia, and he found this basically a shanty, a work song for the boats, and for the people who were bound for South Australia to go work. And it's such a cool song, as you saw, and as you know, it's so fun. Everybody loves this piece when you play it. It is definitely very, very popular. It's been used for at least 10 different festivals across the country since it first came out, and it's really, really cool and fun.
Yeah, it just makes you happy. I mean, it's just a fun piece that you can be in a sour mood and turn that on, and it just kind of lifts your spirits. Now, Tin Tab's also got a little bit of sass in their repertoire, it seems. There's always a little edgy something going on. And what I love about watching the group play and what captivated me when I first saw you guys is that you just all seem to connect with each other so well and have so much fun ringing, not just in a vacuum ringing, but interacting with each other while you ring, which Michèle introduced me to that concept, kicking and screaming at Distinctly Bronze East a number of years ago, when she kept like getting in my area. Like
I was handing the melody to you, the musical line, I was handing it to you.
But see, I was still living back in the days of, no, these are my bells. This is my little shaft of line in space, and I just need to play it. And when Michèle kind of like made me realize she wasn't trying to like accost me, well, in her way, she's always accosting. I love you, Michèle. But it opened up so many more doors to realize how much more fun I could have ringing. That it wasn't just about the technical precision and the accuracy and executing techniques well, but literally connecting with one another to connect the musical line, because we're sharing that composite melody or whatever the accompaniment figure is. So I just was taken with Tin Tab having that in spades, all up and down the table. Everybody's looking at each other, they're playing, and they're having a ball. And I think that Nick Hanson's arrangement of "And All That Jazz" from Chicago kind of embodies that as well. And I know Derek has that handy. Do you guys want to say something about it before we jump over there?
No, that's okay. Ben, did you want to say anything?
We'll let it be a surprise.
Okay.
No build up.
Tell us tell us when this was shot. What concert is this from? Do you remember?
Yeah, this was from June 2019.
Okay.
So.
All right. And All That Jazz.
Me neither.
Oh, we're back.
We're back.
Hello. How perfect was that? Well, just, I mean, if people watch that and think that this is a stodgy group, they've got a humongous problem with their interpretation.
Right.
So, thank you for sharing those with us. We are going to move into what Michèle and I are calling, oh so creatively, the lightning round. And we're going to ask you guys 5 questions. We're going to ask these of all of our guests today. So since you're our first official guests, no shade to Matt. He was kind of here to gossip and chit chat with us, but he didn't get subjected to an interview. We're going to ask everybody these. So if our other guests are already on, they'll get a heads up. But we want you to just, first thing that pops in your head, these are meant to be quick as per the lightning round moniker, and see what you think. And hopefully these are questions you haven't gotten asked very often. So the first one is, what is the one question that you wish people would stop asking you about handbells?
Why do you wear gloves?
All right. Which brings us to our second question. Not for your group necessarily, but for you as a ringer, each of you, gloves or no gloves?
Gloves.
Gloves.
Padding.
And why?
It protects my hands.
Padding for big forehand.
You guys have heard my rants. Okay. Go on.
Which instrument do you feel is the best complement to handbells? What's a good pairing with handbells?
Cello. Not just because I play it.
That's my favorite too. Michèle and I talked these yesterday.
I like cello. I also like viola.
Oh, yes.
Anything I think with a rich kind of
Why not
sonorous.
both?
Yes.
Well, strings in
Full
general
orchestra.
go so beautifully. String quartet or quintet with handbells, it's a great thing. You have so much of a difference in range thing that makes a big deal on that. Wonderful.
Okay. So the next on the lightning round is whether it's more bells, new mallets, special extra instruments or equipment, we all have our wish list. What's the next thing you'd like to be able to get for your group?
Oh, Barb, did you see that face?
No, I can't. I only see you.
Oh, she just went like,
So much stuff.
Well, I have 2 things one would be the 6th and even perhaps 7th octave of bass chimes. But I suppose we really should own our own 5th octave of bells. We're borrowing them. So I suppose we should really get that first.
Yeah, I feel for you.
I think we needed roadies.
I want roadies under my tree, Santa.
Me too. So Nosa said that what we need is a big rotating stage where you have a set up here and somebody backstage setting up the other one, and then it comes around and you're ready. That would be
so
wonderful.
We need the stage. We need our own theaters, concert halls.
That's right.
This is a question about a question. Our last guest of the evening is going to be Linda, our new executive director of Handbell Musicians of America. And while Michèle and I were chatting about what we wanted to ask her, we came up with the concept that we were going to ask all of our other guests for one question each that you would like us to ask her. Because a lot of people don't know her yet. And so we're gonna go there from anything related to bells or otherwise. What question would you like us to be sure to ask our new executive director who starts in January?
I have really no idea other than I am kind of curious to know, again, falling back on that whole teacher thing, the things maybe that she is planning on doing or heading in education direction. And if there are things that she would like help with, I would, just kind of curious and might be able to help out or something like that.
Okay.
So it's a question and a volunteerism.
Sort of.
Nice.
Sort of.
Ben, do you have a particular one or?
Not anything specific, except my understanding is she wasn't kind of a native handbell ringer. So why handbells?
Why handbells?
Uh-huh.
That's a good question. Why not? Yeah. All right.
That's the question that you ask once you know the answer to the first one.
I see.
Once you figured out your why handbells, then your question to the rest of the world is why not handbells, of course, because that's what we love. Tell us, before we wrap up, just a last, slowly and with grand articulation, your group's website, social media, connections, etc. How can people find you guys?
You can do that, Ben.
Okay, so the first place to check would be tintabulations.com. You'll find all of our social media links there. But if you do want to look for Bo specifically, we are on Facebook, we are on Twitter, and we are on Instagram. You can also find our music on things like Spotify or Amazon. So look for Tintabulations and look for the green shoes.
Yay!
Yay!
Love it, love it. Well, you guys, thank you so much for being with us today from way over there.
They are west of me.
The faraway lands.
You guys have a fantastic holiday.
Thank you.
We're gonna jump over to JR because he is gonna JR Swagman Smith, as I started calling him, and I don't know if he knows that, but that's what I'm going to go with until he tells me to stop. The Swagman has some prizes to give away and a wheel to spin, possibly. So we're going to jump over to JR in a sec. But Barb and Ben, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care.
Bye.
Yes, Michael, I know that. Okay, so as you can see, our prize wheel's starting to fill up with a lot of wonderful donations and some pretty competitive trivia answers. We hope you enjoyed the interview and music with Tintabulations, and our first two prizes are a $25 gift certificate to Tintabulations Redbubble merchandise store. So that first one is going to go to Jessica Westgard Larson. And we'll get with you on how we're going to get that to you. Okay, we have one more of those, and let's see who's going to get that one. And that one goes to Merica Davis. Congratulations, you two, and keep watching for trivia questions, and there are always opportunities to give. So in just a few moments, we've got, I believe, Nikki Evans coming up.
Established in 1954, Handbell Musicians of America has been educating and promoting handbell and hand chime ringing for over 60 years. The organization encourages and sponsors handbell events across the United States, many organized by hardworking volunteers in one of the 12 areas Handbell Musicians of America is broken into. In addition, HMA provides resources to ringers and directors and grants to deserving organizations. Your donation today helps Handbell Musicians of America continue their tradition of supporting handbell musicians, regardless of where they ring or what level they ring at. So sit back, enjoy the music and special interviews, and donate to a great organization.
Well, we're glad you're going strong with us. In an hour, we've got $1,200. We're well on our way, and I think we can do it. Things are going to start heating up. The phone lines are ready. I do want to say that we have contributions from at least 7 states so far, and they're from all over the country. We've got Florida and Virginia and California and Washington and North Dakota, and then my state, Missouri. But we also have Puerto Rico has chimed in. So keep those, as I said, keep those cards and letters and donations coming. We've had a great first hour and appreciate all the work that went into that. Don't forget, go to PayPal, make a donation. we would appreciate it. We're well on our way to the $10,000 goal. Our next guest, and this is going to be fun, another kind of blast from the past. Just a few years ago, Nikki Evans started doing solo ringing and was one of our featured artists this last summer at Seminar, and her concert was incredible, and just everybody was in awe, and she went up there and just nailed it. And so we thought, well, let's get Nikki to participate in our ring-a-thon. And so she comes from down there in Texas near Tyler, worked, grew up, I think, in Arnold Sherman's group. And now she's doing great work in solo ringing. So my friends, here is Nikki Evans.
I can say something about having watched. And there we are.
We're live. Hello.
We got back to live because we don't know when that's going to happen exactly because we can't see what you all are seeing. So if we're chatting about our Christmas cookie recipes or our to-do list or something, don't hold it against us. Welcome back. We are here with Nikki Evans from Texas,
Yay.
Who is an amazing handbell solo artist. And I, not being a handbell solo artist of any real worth or renown of any kind at all, but Michèle being one, I want to pop it over to the two of you to just chat. And I was blown away this past summer at National Seminar seeing Nikki's incredible, not just incredible technical ability, but the ease with which everything seemed to come together. There was nothing frantic. There was nothing frenetic. It just flowed like gorgeous, beautiful, perfect things. And I just would love to hear from another solo artist, your impressions, Michèle, and welcome, Nikki.
You're welcome, Nikki. Yeah. Okay. So since Michael has handed the microphone to me, basically, I wanted to say thank you. I wanted to say, Nikki, that Michael's right. I mean, I remember, I started playing handbells in '91, and I think I did my first solo in '92. And of course, things were very different then. But I remember always, you felt like you really accomplished something when you played something right because you didn't drop anything. All your bells stayed in order because it was all weaving all the time. And I know that I had really arrived when people stopped saying, "Oh, I sat on the edge of my seat and I was afraid you were going to drop a bell." But Nikki, I never had that feeling with you. You were in control, you were smooth. And didn't you say you've only been soloing like a little while, not very long?
At the time, it was just under 4 years.
Okay, I can't hear.
Blows my mind.
Yeah, that what you've accomplished in that time is just amazing. Really, really. I'm excited to see how far you go because it was really amazing.
Thank you. I had a pretty good flute player with me in Phoenix.
Thank you. Welcome. That was me.
There we go.
So how did you
feel?
Nikki, how did you feel when they asked you to, because we all put in our thing saying, "Hey, I'd like to play," or this or whatever. When you go to National Seminar, they put out a call for performers. How did you feel when they called you and said, "Nikki, we want you to play"?
See, I turned in an application to get used to the process because I wanted to do that one day. I didn't think they were going to say yes. So my initial response was,
That's great.
I was very excited. My initial response was terrified.
Yeah, but it's like a roller coaster terror. It's a good kind of terror.
Yeah, that summarizes it.
I mean, you just kind of cut right to the chase. You said you did it for the application experience for one day, but one day came immediately. And now, because you're the kind of person who I assume is like always pushing herself to go to the next level of excellence, you can now set your sights on the next one day and not have that terror this time. It'll just be this quiet, wonderful confidence. And I think given that we had, a lot of kids there for distinctly teen, many of whom were newer ringers that really pushed themselves. You being someone that is younger that they can identify with also really, I think, inspired a lot of those kids that it would not surprise me that you've started getting some more people into solo ringing just from watching that one concert. it was amazing.
It really was.
I would love that. And for that matter, if I've inspired anybody, I would love to help.
So how do people get in touch with you? Tell us about your presence on social media, or if you have a website or something you'd like to share.
I'm still new to this. I don't have a website or anything. I have Facebook. I have email, nevans96@gmail.com. Like, shoot me an email. I usually check it a lot.
All right.
So Nikki, where do you see yourself as a solo ringer in 5 years, for example?
I don't have the faintest idea.
She's honest.
What do you want to do next? Let's say that. What do you want to do? What if you could do anything as a soloist, what would you do? I mean, whether it's playing somewhere or with someone or some particular piece, what would you do?
That is an excellent question. I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm still new. I'm still kind of figuring out who I am as a handbell person in general. Recently, I've kind of fallen in love with small ensemble ringing. I don't have the faintest idea what to do with that, but I've fallen in love with a new thing.
Well, that is fun. Yeah. That's a good answer. That's a good answer.
I don't know.
What's your, you know, a lot of times one of our interview questions that we want to hear from everybody is, tell us about your group. And you're the unique individual in that you are an individual and you don't have a group, you are your group. So just tell us about what's your day job? What's your day-to-day? What do you do when you're not ringing?
I finished college not that long ago, so I'm also still kind of figuring that out, which is very interesting during COVID. So, I mean, I've done some tutoring kids in math, and I'm still figuring out what my life is.
What's your degree in, just out of curiosity?
Math.
Math. Which
Cool.
goes very, very
Math.
nicely with music, kind of in general.
I brought handbells for math projects on more than one occasion. That was fun.
I remember there was an article in Overtones that you wrote about that one time. That was cool.
I'm realizing also that one of the other things that we like to hear from people is how they go about recruiting new members to their groups. But once again, voila. It's like, well, I get up in the morning and I say, I feel like I'm going to ring bells today. And there we go. How often do you, and I hate this question when they ask it of groups, but I'm always fascinated of it by solo artists. How often do you have a routine that you practice X number of, you know, every other Friday or every day that ends in Y, you have, you know, that would be all of them. You have like an hour that you set aside to practice or to call new rep, or, you know, what's your process? Or do you just kind of like leave it be, and then when you've got a show coming up, do you kind of pull it all together for that? Or what's your sort of routine?
I more or less just do whatever I want whenever I want. In the absence of something wild and crazy happening, I practice every day. Sometimes it's for 2 hours, sometimes it's for 2 minutes. It's very random. If I'm not feeling it that day, I won't make myself do anything unless I have a really good reason to. Like, I have a concert tomorrow and I still don't remember how long that rest is. Not that I've ever done that.
Never. When people ask me, you know, how often do you practice, or how, hang on, decline. That was the electric company calling me to tell me that my power's been restored when it hasn't. So that's
just getting darker and darker.
I know, I'll be turning the light on soon. When people ask me how much do you practice? Here, this is, I'm giving you this answer now. The answer is never enough.
There's that.
So those of you out there in YouTube land who may not know, I have no electricity. I haven't had any electricity since 9:30 this morning, and the electric company keeps calling me to tell me that my power has been restored, and no, it hasn't.
But
It's very sad.
you can think of Michèle and her lack of power while you give power to the Guild by going to tinyurl.com/HMA Ring-a-Thon, no punctuation other than the dot and the slash, to donate and watch for trivia questions coming as well. So Nikki, I know you said it's kind of like you're in a transition phase right now, figuring out what the next steps are and stuff, but one question we do definitely want to hear an answer from everybody is, what are you working on right now that's awesome?
I'm playing with a group. I'm subbing for a group for their concert tomorrow, so I'm playing their pieces, but I have a solo for that, and we're playing a quartet piece, which will be my first time performing with a quartet.
Oh,
I'm
that's
really
fun.
excited for that. And then the next thing after that is I have a concert coming up January 23rd. That's, you know, more routine, but have another concert coming up in Houston.
Where and what time?
And what stuff? What rep?
What city? Yeah.
How much does it cost? Will it be live streamed? Tell us the things.
All of
Tell
the
us, tell us.
The afternoon of January 23rd at Kinsman Lutheran in Houston, Texas. Admissions free. I think they're live streaming it. So I'll post details at some point later.
Cool. Thank you, Nikki. So are we ready to watch a video of her?
Yes, we've got, we know this is a Christmas party, but we thought that, you know, since we started talking with Matt about things that evoke some deep sentimentality, that doesn't always have to be just around the holidays. Nikki's got a gorgeous performance of Via Dolorosa. So we're jumping ahead to Lent. We figure since people do Christmas bells all year round, we could do Lenten bells during the holiday season.
They do Christmas in July. We're doing Lent in December.
Exactly. So there you go. Nikki, you want to say anything about this clip before we play it?
I mean, I played that back in August, like 2 weeks after National. I do love irony, so I love the timing on this. There we go.
All right.
Thanks, Nikki.
So nice. What does it feel like when you watch yourself as a solo artist in video review? Because it's I imagine very different versus a group where you're just one of 14 people or so.
It's interesting because if it's a pretty recent video, usually I find it comforting because it's never as bad as I thought it was at the moment. But then when I'm looking back at older videos, I always cringe because I've learned something since then.
Sure.
So if it's more than 2 weeks old, all bets are off whether I still like it. If it's more than 2 months old, I probably don't. So I had a very interesting time choosing videos for that reason.
That's a narrow window of timing for things that are considered recent. Like if it's more than 2 weeks old, it's probably too old. You just need to have more videos more often.
I'm trying. I have no idea what I'm doing.
Well, there's the one thing that this one of a few things good, I guess, that has come out of this pandemic is that we have learned a lot more about doing live streaming and video editing and all kinds of stuff more than ever before. Michèle will be back with us at some point. She's experiencing some technical difficulties because, as we've mentioned, she does not have electricity at her home. So she's running her devices off of charging packs that are powered by AA batteries and her cell signal. So sorry for the interruptions there. She'll be back. In the meantime, since I stopped to say that, I will remind you again, tinyurl.com/HMA Ring-a-Thon, all strung together, no punctuation other than the dot and the slash on either side of com. tinyurl.com/HMA Ring-a-Thon to donate to help us out for this. And we are currently $1,300 towards our goal of 10,000. Michèle
Excellent.
is back. Welcome. Hello. Hello,
Hi.
Bree. Goodbye, Bree. Okay. Yes, we're live now.
Hello.
No worries. We also have a video that we want to watch of Hymn to Joy. But before that, I do have to ask Nikki another common question that we're asking everybody. And it's, I'm sure, very different with a solo artist versus a full group where you have numerous ringers to get to buy in and appeal to them on your repertoire selections. What's your approach, Nikki, to choosing rep? How do you balance your program? How do you decide what you're going to ring? And how long do you keep something sort of in your repertoire before you cycle through to some new stuff?
I don't know if I have answers for all of that. Sometimes I'll actually actively go look for music. A lot of the time, if somebody posts a video, I'll see that and I'm like, oh, wow, I love that piece. I have to play that. If I'm just choosing music for a concert or something, I'll usually think about what is the overall story I want to tell? How do things fit into that? How can I put things in an order to create this emotional moment that I'm going for? Sometimes I'll build a whole concert around 1 or 2 pieces that I really want to play. That's kind of what I'm working on at the moment. I don't know
how
about
your flow as far as creating a program. And I know you're saying you're new to this, so you're not like creating them over and over and over again, but you know, do you have the favorite that's going to like be there in every program until Kingdom Come, or do you totally switch things out every new show, or keep a third of your stuff, or kind of what's the process there?
I'm still working on that. I'm still figuring that out for myself, honestly. I have a favorite, A Million Dreams that I played in Phoenix is so by far my favorite thing I've played so far. Unfortunately, it's a little bit of a copyright headache, so I can only use that so much, but I do have a favorite.
That would be fun.
Michèle, you've got a lot more in your rearview mirror as far as having done solo ringing for a long time. What would you say to Nikki as far as advice or input to help her have answers to these questions as she's developing her craft?
Well, this is something PL told me when I was first working on programming concerts, and that was always leave them wanting more. So, you know, if you do halves, if you have an intermission, you want to end the first half either with something really exuberant or something very contemplative. No middle of the road stuff. You know, you want, and when you end the concert, do the opposite of what you did at the intermission. So that would be my advice as far as that goes. But yes, if you've got a favorite, I had a favorite for a very long time as well. And it was nice because I was living up near San Francisco, and I left my heart in San Francisco. Kathy Fink's arrangement, which is really, really cool. But obviously then I've been in Southern California for 10 years, so I can't really do that one anymore, whatever. But Nikki, so that reminds me, how long is your concert? How long are you playing? Do you do like 45 minutes? Do you all one set? Do you do set, intermission, and then another set and encore? What do you do?
I have so far never had one with an intermission. Of course, I've only done 6 concerts so far. They're usually just a little under an hour.
Mm-hmm. How did you choose what to play at National?
Well, the first one I chose was A Million, because it was like, this has been my dream since St. Louis. That had been my dream more than anything else. I knew that everybody was dreaming of finally getting to be together. So the first one was like, I have to do this one. I wanted to do a Beltry piece. My favorite Beltry piece I've done was How Can I Keep From Singing? It's like, well, that's a nice kind of regal way to open that up.
Mm-hmm. Thought that was very effective.
So I kind of built everything else around those two. Saber Dance is a fun, flashy way to end things. And then I just kind of chose the other two to fill in. Yeah.
Yeah, well, something out of the drawer.
We do have, they just put up, I see, a new prize wheel trivia question. So people are going over to answer that. You have to do that through the chat in YouTube, which you need to sign in for. But Michèle did say something about Leaf people wanting more, and that certainly will happen, but I want more now. So we do have another clip of Nikki playing Hymn to Joy, which is a tune that all of us know probably pretty well, arranged by Pseudo Luttrell and Brad Green. So let's hear some Beethoven. Yay! From your first concert ever, right?
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah,
that was cool.
Again, how long ago?
That was in September of 2020. That was
Yeah.
actually, I used that concert as my audition video for Phoenix. So
Well, we
Good
have a couple minutes and like literally like 2. So we're going to subject you to our lightning round questions, Nikki. These are
my.
just off the cuff, first thing that comes into your head. Doesn't have to be a long poetic answer. What is the one question that you wish people would stop asking you about handbells?
I cannot think of anything in the slightest.
Okay.
You haven't been doing it as
So-
long as some of us.
I don't have any annoying questions. I don't know.
All right.
All right. So for you, gloves or no gloves?
No gloves.
Why?
But why?
I just don't like how my grip feels with them. I learned without gloves, and I can ring with gloves, but I'd prefer not to.
Agree.
I agree with you.
Same.
Michael.
I'd be naked too. So you obviously as a soloist do a lot with piano accompaniment. What do you think is the instrument that best complements handbells? What's a good pairing?
I mean, piano, obviously. I love the sound of a cello with bells. Depending on the piece, a flute can be nice. I feel obligated to say this.
I don't feel obligated. I don't like flute with bells.
Neither.
Just
Too close in
joking about it.
texture and range.
Exactly. Too close in texture, too close in range.
So far, we're clean sweeping on cello, so I'm digging that.
Yeah, it's a good one.
We already know so much about you, but Michèle, talk about what's on Nikki's Santa list.
Okay, so whether it's more bells, new mallets, special extra instruments, or what, we all have a wish list. So what is on your wish list? What's the next thing you want to get?
I have a set of chimes that I've been borrowing from my church for like a year, and they're so amazing to let me do that, but I would really love to have my own set of chimes. So that.
Okay.
Nice.
That's a good answer.
And then-
Good answer. Michael.
The last question is a question about a question to get an answer to a question that we'll have answered when we ask the question later. We are going to close our evening tonight with interviewing Linda, our new executive director of Handbell Musicians of America. And we are wanting our guests to offer us a question that you would like for us to ask her, since nobody knows her yet. So it can be a businessy, belly kind of thing, or it can be a personal getting to know you kind of thing. What would you like us to ask Linda?
Has anybody already asked how she got into handbells?
Yes, why handbells? Second question.
I just what is her favorite animal and why?
Alrighty then.
Okay.
This is going to be so much fun. It's going to be like one of those cheesy job interviews. If you could be a color, what would it be?
And why is it blue?
But Michèle was already getting very cerebral and philosophical earlier, so we'll just carry on with that. Nikki, thank you so much for being with us. Nikki Evans, ladies and gentlemen, we are so honored to have had you spend some time with us and so impressed and inspired by all of the work you're doing. Can't wait to see what comes next.
Right. Well done, Nikki. Can't wait to see.
Thank you.
And I think we're jumping over to JR, the guru of the prize wheel, the swag man, JR Smith, for some more prizes. So thank you, Nikki.
Okay, we've got a lot more donations and some correct trivia questions and more names on the wheel. So right now we've got for you a $15 towards merchandise at our friends from Third Bell on the right. If you don't know Third Bell, they've got all kinds of wonderful handbell and other music related merchandise. They do a lot of custom work, so you'll want to check those out. So the first one Sharon Gilliams. And we'll give another one of those away. To Mary Kay Davis. Okay, we've got a lot more really great prizes coming up, so keep answering those trivia questions. Make sure you donate at tinyurl.com/HMA Ring-a-Thon. We've got some music commissions coming up, memberships to HMA, some registration to virtual winter workshop, and a lot of other really wonderful things. So keep answering those trivia questions. And back to you all.
Thank you, JR. And he's right. There are some amazing prizes coming up as we keep going. And we made a little jump here up to $2,700. Keep donating, folks. This is Handbell Musicians of America is a great organization, and this helps us to do all kinds of amazing things. And it would be a great way to kick off our new executive director's tenure. So keep the donations coming. One of the more creative and fascinating groups out there is the Houston Chamber Ringers. And part of that reason is because of Stevie Berriman, who is one of the most creative people you'll ever find. Her family has created Truly Horrible Things games, which everybody just loves. But when you hear her choir, they stretch our imagination. They do things that maybe we haven't heard before, and they help us to think about new ways to view handbells. And Stevie's a great gal. She's helped us with our silent auction. She's done so much for us, and we are delighted to welcome Stevie back to talk about Houston Chamber Ringers and to hear some of their music.
Hello, hello.
Hey, hello.
Hi.
Welcome.
Welcome
Stevie,
to
would
the
you
show.
introduce us to Suzanne?
I will introduce Suzanne. Ed gave Houston Chamber Ringers such a fantastic introduction, but I got to tell you, it doesn't work without everybody in the group. One of those people it does not work without is Suzanne Krakowiak. Suzanne is HCR president, which is not a small or easy job, and involves lots of texting, lots and lots of texting, especially like if I have an idea, I'm like, hey, can we do this? She's the one that gets those texts. So I'm glad that she can join us today.
Welcome,
Sharon. Suzanne.
Michèle, you've got
Okay,
a handful of things.
I've got.
Or you don't.
I do. Okay.
You do.
So.
Okay.
Okay. Oh gosh, today has just been a really crazy day. So I'm just gonna start with this question. So for both Suzanne and Stevie, tell us about your group. I mean, Ed gave a good introduction that says, you guys are kind of like the wild and crazy guys of handbells, but maybe there's people out here watching who you don't know anything about Houston Chamber Ringers. What do you want our audience to know?
Oh, I think Suzanne should answer this one first.
Oh, goodness. Okay. So HCR, Houston Chamber Ringers, is it's an exciting group to be in. I've been in a few different handbell choirs in my experience, and this one I would say by far is the most fun and most entertaining. The rehearsals, there's usually lots of laughter, usually some Tex-Mex and margaritas beforehand for a few of us.
Moving to Houston.
Yes. And then for concerts, it's just a fun-filled day with a ton of snacks that we all get to have and just prepare
I'm sensing
for.
a theme of food here.
We're
It's very important.
We really like cheese
Who
and
doesn't?
wine and margarita.
Queso figures
Queso
prominently.
wins. Yeah, if you want to bribe us into anything, just bring queso and snacks.
If you come to a show and end up in a green room, and you borrow somebody's water bottle, don't expect it to be water.
So we're just fun and it's We don't take ourselves too serious. We want to have fun and engage the audience. We're not there to put on a recital and just, do that. We want to engage the audience. We want to have fun with the audience. We want to interact with them. We really want them to leave our concert going, wow, that's a concert I never expected, and I can't wait for the next one.
That's a really interesting thing. When I first saw you guys play, I mean, the thing that caught my attention the first time I saw HCR at a national seminar, and forgive me, I don't recall the year, was there was a piece on the program that Stevie was actually playing fiddle on instead of conducting. And she came out and she picked up her fiddle without a word and played an A. And all of the ringers tuned. And she looked at the audience who was in stitches and went, I told them that would kill. And then it was like, oh, she's immediately gone off book. And I've learned that with Stevie, you never know what's going to happen once she goes off book and does not stick with the script. So we know well, and we had a ball. I mean, we left that concert dancing. We finished that concert dancing and had so much fun and talked about it long after. So I think one of the things that's really unique about Houston Chamber Ringers is the ability that you all have to create a lasting impression with people. And we talk a lot about, we were talking with Matt earlier about, the sublime way that they tag team ended the final concert of National Seminar this year.
Absolutely.
And we know that, there can be all kinds of pyrotechnics and stuff to start or finish a show, but we tend, I think, to focus a lot on the opening of the show more than the ending. And you guys seem to really embody the whole package. So can you just talk to us a little bit about that and what goes into those kinds of repertoire and programming decisions?
That is definitely.
I'd love to. Yeah. I really, really believe that we don't spend enough time thinking about our last impression. Like, first impressions are important, they're great, but we have so much power and control over people's last impression of us. And honestly, that's what they're going to take away. It's not the opening number. Hopefully, if you peaked at your opening number, your concert has way more problems with it. Like, that should not be the high point. But how we end is really important. That is how you make a lasting impression. I love the example that you were talking about Matt and Alex earlier, because if they had played that same piece in the middle of the concert and ended with a more traditional closing number, like, I don't know, Wizards in Winter, like, something that
flashy.
Not that there's a problem with Wizards in Winter, but lots of people end with Wizards in Winter. Like, it's closed out, I don't know how many Christmas concerts. We wouldn't have had that same emotional experience all collectively as a group. And what they did that worked so well is they created the conversation that happened at the close of the concert. And I call that the car conversation. Now, at National Seminar, obviously we weren't getting into cars, but I have in mind when I'm programming a concert, what is the car conversation afterwards going to be? When people are in the car and they're on their way home from the show, what do I want them to be talking about, and how do I make that happen? And so we tend to have very different closing numbers than I think is what is traditional for other groups. And like you mentioned, Pinnacle, that's one of them. That was 2015, by the way, that concert. Our actual closing number on that was a sing-along version of Happy Trails.
Yes.
It was super simple. We memorized it. We came out from the tables and just rang this dopey little Happy Trails and just sang along because we were like, we love everybody and yay, isn't this fun? And because people clapped so much, all we did is repeated Cotton Eye Joe, which we had done earlier in the show. We didn't bring out a new piece for an encore. We don't do encores. That's just not something
what encore means. Encore means again. Play it again. So
that's what we did with Cotton Eye Joe, and we just invited people to come have fun with us. And I think that's why people talk about it. It's because they got to participate. They got to have fun. So yes, I brought videos of different ways we close a show, creating that last impression.
So the first video we've got queued up here is a setting of Gabriel's oboe. And you were talking about sort of ending on that more sublime note. You want to say anything about that before we air the video, or you want to wait till after?
Sure. No, we can let me set it up, because the reason I've got Gabriel's oboe here is we just had a concert in November. The concert's called Timeless, and it had lots of big numbers on it. It had American Carol on, which is a huge piece, right? It had the audience loves Stairway to Heaven. We had that, like, there were a lot. This wonderful setting of Queen of the Night by Michael Glasgow was on it. So there's lots of big audience pleasing pieces. But we chose to end with Gabriel's oboe. And that is because I really think that even though we have a reputation for being crazy and doing wild things in the show, I would rather send people off with a goodnight kiss than with like a punch in the face. I think a lot of times we do the punch in the face for our last piece. I've done that before. Sometimes it works, but I really think people seem to enjoy and linger longer and talk to us more with the goodnight kiss send off. So that's why we close with Gabriel's oboe. This recording was just on an iPad in the audience. You can hear some kids by it. They're like singing along with us. So, it is what it is.
So Gabriel's oboe from the Mission. Here we go. And that
Here we
that
are.
ended the show. That was
Yeah.
a good night kiss.
A good night kiss, and then we invite people to come on stage, do the handbell petting zoo thing where we talk to people about our instruments. So I just feel strongly that the longer people stick around after the show, the more we get to interact with them individually, the more likely they are to come back, the more likely they are to tell friends, the more likely they are to try out handbells on their own. So it's only good things when you encourage people to stay around and have some interaction.
And undoubtedly that flows into the question we've been asking folks about, what's your process about getting new members, especially these days with all the craziness of the world?
People just ask to join us.
Yeah.
You don't want to hear that, do you?
No, that's great. That's fantastic. Barbara.
Do you then audition them? Do you make them play stuff? What do you make them do before you say yes?
Yeah, there's an audition, but it's not a real formal, believe it or not, we're not real formal about our audition process. There is an extensive interview where I try very hard to explain why they don't want to join Houston Chamber.
She's very scary during that interview.
I'm very protective of the culture that we have in HCR. I love my ringers. I love every single one of them. You know what we don't have in HCR? Personnel problems.
Good.
We don't have any. And so that's why I'm very protective. We have people who stay around a long time to ring, years and years and years. So to me, the culture fit is incredibly important, and I get more out of an interview process.
Yeah.
If they're not comfortable working in chaos, we're not a good fit, and that's a no harm, no foul. There are other great places to ring in Houston, a lot of other great places to ring. So we help them find a place if it's not a fit. But then we just have them sight read several different spots, and I'm very upfront with don't worry if you make a mistake. I will keep moving you to more difficult positions until you make a mistake because I need to see how you recover.
Love it.
We play a lot of music and we don't there is times we don't play with a lot of rehearsal. We go through music very quickly. We play a lot of gigs with small ensembles, which may not have a rehearsal ahead of time. I need to know how well they sight read and how fast they recover from us. That's how we audition.
And your thing about you said if you can't thrive in chaos, sort of the ever-changing scenery that is Houston Chamber Ringers, it's not the right group for you. I started thinking about you're very unique also in that you guys don't have this one church or this one recital hall or something that you do your concerts at. You have played in tons of different venues. Just share with us a few of your highlighted ones, and if you want to sneak peek anything that's coming up, feel free.
Suzanne, do you have any favorites?
Yeah. So I think I have a couple favorite ones. One is where we played at Airport Hangar with the B-17 bomber as our backdrop. We also had a slushie machine there for the guests to have slushies during the concert. We had was she a world-class baton thrower?
Yeah, world ranked.
Stevie wanted to have her light her baton with fire, but we were in an airport hangar with a lot of gas machines, so we told her no. But it was a patriotic concert, so it was really cool. Everyone got to walk through the B-17 bomber afterwards,
Cool.
which was really awesome.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
That was a really great patriotic concert we put on. We also did one, I think 2 years ago at St. Arnold's Brewery, which is Texas' oldest craft brewery. And we did it in their beer hall. Guests got free beer, so did the ringers. And it was a Christmas concert. We had a lot of sing-alongs that the audience got to participate in, and it was just a really overall fun concert. There were people who were just coming to the beer hall and didn't know there was a concert, and they just kind of stumbled upon us, and they were just so impressed and had such a fun time with us and loved every moment. So I think we had a couple followers that day.
Good.
Yeah, That was a fun show.
And speaking of followers, real quick, tell us how people find you guys, your website, your social media presence.
Yeah, our website gives all the information, HoustonChamberRingers.com. We're on Facebook, we're on Instagram, we're everywhere. Houston Chamber Ringers, we're easy to find.
Got it. Michèle, are we going to dive into another video before the lightning round? I think we have a short one.
I think we do. Which one are we doing? Oh, is it that one? The Deep in the Heart of Texas?
Well, yes, you may do Deep in the Heart of Texas. So
Nick,
let me set this up by saying, when you're closing a concert, it doesn't have to be a slow piece. I don't want to make it sound like that. Deep in the Heart of Texas is short, it's fast. There are some virtuosic moments in it, but it's not the showstopper, and it's not intended to be. It's intended to be fun, and in Texas, it's intended to be engaging. You can't play Deep in the Heart of Texas or sing Deep in the Heart of Texas without clapping along. That's part of it.
I was just going to ask, do you do the Pee Wee Herman thing? Lean out of the phone booth.
Absolutely. That movie was a documentary. Like, that's exactly how it works.
Basement of the Alamo.
We should have a concert in the basement of the Alamo.
You totally should.
Okay, I'll check that out. I'm there in February, so I'll see what it takes.
So we're going to cut to Deep in the Heart of Texas and get ready to clap along at home.
Yay!
While you're looking at...
Was awesome. That was fun.
I can't help when you get to the clap, 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 but remember, growing up Italian, going to weddings, the chicken dance, of course. And I'm thinking, can we mash that up, as per like deep in the hearts of chickens or something? I don't know.
If only we knew a composer.
If only.
Fresh out.
Damn. I'm gonna work on that. We have
okay.
We have some lightning round questions.
Let's hear it.
We're gonna ask both. Go.
Okay. This is right off the top of your head. No time to think about it. Just give us the first thing that you think about. What is the one question you wish people would stop asking you about handbells?
Are the big ones heavy?
Ah, yes. Yes.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Don't
Excellent.
they look heavy? Like, they're metal and they're huge. Yeah, they're heavy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So for each of you, not necessarily as it pertains to the culture of HCR, but for you as a ringer, what's your preference, gloves or no gloves?
No gloves.
No gloves.
And why?
I have better control. And when I thumb damp and do different techniques, I can control the sound much better.
They just suck.
All right.
Can I just say that?
Yeah, and they're gross. They're so gross. People don't wash them. They're just. Ugh.
It always amazes me when squawk at me about not wearing gloves. And then they're like, your hands are dirty. I'm like, when's the last time you washed those gloves that go in the bottom of your purse every week? Like
They're
with
not
your
getting washed.
unwrapped butterscotch candies. Ew.
I hope
Yeah,
your hands
wait.
are cleaner than your gloves.
I don't wear my socks without rewashing them. Like, what are you doing with your gloves? That's no gloves.
All right. Next question. What instrument do you think best complements handbells? What's a good pairing?
Theremin.
Wow.
Theremin.
Theremin.
Okay.
This spring we will play our second piece featuring handbells with theremin solo. We are playing an arrangement of White Rabbit, arranged by Greg
Ooh.
Urban, and there will be a theremin part with it, and I'm super
would be
excited.
That's
That would be
amazing.
cool.
Yeah.
So you might have just provided the answer for the next question for a bunch of other people, which is this: of all of the possible things that you guys as a group could have that you don't, what's on your wish list?
Yes, theremin.
But okay, well, we have the theremin, but
Actual
bells.
bells.
Actual bells. So HCR is 9 years old. So next year is our 10th anniversary. For all of this time, we have borrowed bells. We have never bought our own. So next year, we are fundraising and buying our own instruments. So that we would like just bells. That would be great.
Bells. A bell
Yeah.
group having.
Excellent.
Yes.
Oh, excellent. Okay. Final question in the lightning round. When we interview Linda, our new executive director, what one question should we ask?
Oh. Okay.
We're ending our time with her interview. So you're shaping that with your input.
Okay, so this is like a big picture vision question. I would like to know where she leans for handbells direction-wise in the future. Would she rather see handbells performing with the New York Phil, or would she rather see them with Cirque du Soleil? Like,
Nice.
don't let her say both. That's a weasel answer. Don't let her be a
I was
weasel
going to
with
say
you.
both.
No. You got to pick a direction.
I'm digging it. And I know exactly where you're headed. I love it.
But where's Cirque du Soleil?
Suzanne, you got a question you want us to ask Linda?
No, I just want to know which Cirque du Soleil she wants to do. Is it going to be the Beatles' Love, or is it going to be Miss Street? Like, very different.
It's
Important question.
Well, it's not going to be Beatles because that's already.
Zumanity.
Yeah. But keep her clothes on. So hey, thank you guys for joining us. As always, entertaining and fun. Suzanne, great to meet you virtually.
Yes.
You too.
Wonderful.
Thanks for having us.
Absolutely. We're going to get ourselves jumped back over to JR, the swag man, for some more prize stuff. It's 2 words, swag man, not swag man or swag man if it were his last name, which is not, it's Smith. So JR, let's give some stuff away. Stevie and Suzanne, thank you.
Thank you.
So can I now say that my pronouns are swagman? Okay, welcome back. Everybody say hello to little Miss Addie here. She's been waiting very patiently for a treat. And I told her I'll get her one as soon as this segment's over. Okay, so as Ed mentioned earlier, Stevie Berryman, along with her husband Paul, have a company called Truly Horrible Things. And they make some wonderful card games. And we have a couple of gifts from them tonight. One of those is a virtual game night. They do virtual game nights. A virtual game night for 8. And that is going to go to... Oh, that was close. To Sandy Martin. Okay, and then they are also giving us a copy of any of their Truly Horrible card games. So let's see who the lucky winner is. and David Stone will be receiving one of those. We have a lot more great prizes coming up, so be sure to answer those trivia questions, bring those donations in, and get your name on this prize wheel and see what you might win. So back to you all.
Established in 1954, Handbell Musicians of America has been educating and promoting handbell and hand chime ringing for over 60 years. The organization encourages and sponsors handbell events across the United States, many organized by hardworking volunteers in one of the 12 areas Handbell Musicians of America is broken into. In addition, HMA provides resources to ringers and directors and grants to deserving organizations. Your donation today helps Handbell Musicians of America continue their tradition of supporting handbell musicians, regardless of where they ring or what level they ring at. So sit back, enjoy the music and special interviews, and donate to a great organization.
Well, I hope you're having fun. We're having a great time presenting our second Ring-a-Thon and this holiday party. We're grateful for the donations coming in, over $3,000 in 2 hours. Right on track for that goal, but I think we need to surpass that goal. So keep them coming, folks. This is the interesting thing. Of all the donations, we only have 11 states represented, and not one of our areas has yet totally been fulfilled. The closest area to having a donation from every state is Area 5. So some of you other areas need to come and take part in that state challenge or start creating challenges. We'd love to hear some of those. Coming up next summer is International Handbell Symposium. If you've ever had an opportunity to go to that, it is just mind-boggling. It is an amazing place where people gather from all across the country to unify together by playing music. And not only that, you get to share gifts, talk about how they ring and how we ring, and just it's just a cultural phenomena. And I was fortunate enough to go to Canada, and it was at Canada where I first met Damien Lim. Damien is had lobbied to. There are a number of handbell associations that make up the International Handbell Committee, and Damien was asking if Singapore could be added, and he worked really hard to get them added. And Damien is from Singapore, and he represents the Handbell Ringers of Singapore. And since we're having symposium next summer, we thought it'd be really nice to bring in some groups from outside of the U.S. So Singapore is our first one tonight, but we'll also have Hong Kong and even a group from Colombia in South America. So without further ado, here is Damien Lim.
Hi.
Hello, hello, Damien.
Good morning. It's 7 a.m. in Singapore.
You guys are troopers.
Thank you so much for joining us at that hour of the day.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Michael. And I've got Valerie here with us. Valerie's our young associate conductor.
Hi,
Val. Hey, Val. Thank you for getting up early today.
It was fun.
When we were doing our planning meeting, it was like, what time will it be here, there? And we were only thinking East versus West Coast USA. And then we were talking about, oh, what time is it in Singapore? What time is it in Hong Kong? Oh, dear Lord. Thank you for either getting up early or staying up very, 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 very late.
Yep, it's food time in Singapore.
Damien, it's always
Isn't it always?
Tell us about Ministry of Bells with a Z, correct?
That's right. That's right. It's Ministry of Bells. We were formed in 2007 with our objective of creating an opportunity for former school ringers an avenue to continue ringing handbells, because handbells is really, really rare in Singapore. There's only 24 groups in Singapore in schools and about a handful in churches, and that's about it. So the MOB is Singapore's only independent handbell ensemble. So as you can tell, it's really, really few groups for a country with 6 million people.
That's not many.
That's not many, and we've got like 60 over ringers in our team, and we try to ring like double choir, triple choir, or sometimes quadruple choir when the space allows. That's really what we do. And Ministry of Bells, we love to combine handbells with lots of other instruments, especially because Singapore's a multiracial, harmonious country. We have access to so many different ethnic percussion instruments and ethnic wind instruments, and we tend to mix them all up. And Michael, you've had first hand here. You know what we love to mix.
Love it.
Thank you.
I was impressed, when I had the great joy to come and work with your group a few years ago. We talk about, you've heard this rant, people talk about handbell concerts. And so often, Stevie was alluding to this, creating an experience. So often what we have is more of a recital than a concert. And what you guys do just blows my mind. The amount of production value in a full proscenium stage theater with lighting cues and actual legit stage managers calling cues on headset and all of the things that you put into making the thing a show rather than just a recital is phenomenal. And we've got some videos we'll watch in a little bit with some excerpts from your past concerts. How do you create a show? What do you do to start selecting repertoire and putting all of it together?
I think it's how to create. That's two questions. So how to create a show, I think, is probably taken from my past experiences in musical theaters, because I've directed school and community musical theaters, as well as being a multi-percussionist in professional theaters. And we'll look at what's happening on stage from the pit, and we'll look and we'll say, oh wow, there's just so many things that go into a performance, a show for that matter. And we thought we wanted to bring that experience to our young ringers. I mean, when we say young, our youngest ringer, she's just 8 years old.
Wow.
And yeah, yeah. And like Val, she started ringing at 8 years old as well in the schools. Yeah. And so we wanted to bring that experience to our young ringers, and they may not get a chance to perform with, say, Leia Salonga, for example, from Miss Saigon. But we bring that experience with lighting, as Michael said, with lighting, with stage management, with visuals, with multimedia, with everything, including we work with dancers, singers, actors. Our MCs, we don't call them MCs anymore. We actually, all our performances are story themed. So that's what we do. In fact, we are planning for our upcoming concert that happens in just about 40 days time. Yeah.
And what is your theme for this year? This coming concert?
Val?
Okay, so for this year's concert is MOB 14. Next year will be MOB 15 IM, which is one of our annual concerts. So there will be a feature of 4 conductors. So Damien, Mr. Lim, myself, and also 2 other conductors. So we will all be conducting some songs. And what's interesting is that we'll be using the use of percussion, because we like to use percussion to help our handbell music grow. So we have instruments like tubular bells, Chinese drums, melocats, and we also have 2 double choirs of 5-octave bells, and we also have some extra bells on the 3rd set. Yeah, and some songs that we'll be playing is Pasa Serenade, Dancing Raindrops, and even some original songs. So yeah.
Yeah.
We do have
to add on to that is actually 4 conductors, and so each of us represent one of the 4 elements. We've got earth, wind, water, fire. Yes. Yes.
So who's what? What do you guys?
I've got Earth. And to start off the concert, so we are working out the copyrights. We shouldn't be an issue. And so we're going to start off the show with Fantasy by Earth, Wind, Fire. So it's going to take us through a fantasy of 4 different elements, 4 different lands. So Val has got water. She's got water. Yeah.
I don't know what would you be, Michèle?
Well, I don't know. I think I'm so well grounded. I think Earth would fit me the best. Don't you think?
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, we'll love to have you here with us.
We're gonna watch a clip from from last year's concert, January of 21. You guys actually mounted a full show.
Yes.
And it included the title song from Greatest Showman. You want to say anything about that before we air that clip?
Yes, we do. Both of you arrangers, Michael Glasgow and Nick Hansen, both of you have been to Singapore, and we thought we need to play this song. Like, this happened just barely 10 months ago, and it was our first performance. Last year we had our show canceled. It was
right.
Man, but this year was fantastic. We had audience coming back, although it was just 200 people in a hall that seats 600 over people. But it's still people, and we had great fun. We brought back all the energy and experiences to our audience, and Greatest Showman was one of them.
Can't wait for people to see what you guys do. We've got this queued up here. Let's jump over.
All right.
Thank you so much. I've always had this dream that I wanted to run away and join the circus. Has anyone else had this dream? They say that if you have a dream, you have to follow that dream. So I've decided today that I am going to travel to the greatest show, and I'm going to see the greatest showman, and I'm going to ask him for a place in the greatest show. So, can you do me a favor and give me all the encouragement you can? Okay. And also, to send me off with the greatest enthusiasm with the Bing Blast Blues, so I can go there with all the energy. And first of all, I need to wear my mask. Yeah. Right, so remember, with all the energy in the world, Bing Blast Blues, and I shall be off to the greatest show. 1, 2, go! A bim, a blast, and a blues!
Confetti!
I'm so glad I didn't have to clean up. Oh my gosh. I mean, that's a show.
So we were talking a bit. That is a show. So we were talking a bit backstage about, well, the confetti and Damien, you said something about your lighting designer.
Yeah, our lighting designer, shout out to him. His name's Zach. I think he's about 26, 27 years old, I think. And we have an upcoming show, as you know, in 40 days' time. And yeah, unfortunately, we lost him to a bigger production. He's going to light up the Lion King. I mean, how cool is that? No, okay, you've got Lion King or MOB. Okay, Lion King, go, Zach, go.
Go, Zach. That's awesome.
One of these days when Damien comes out of his shell and stops being such an introvert, I want to
That's one of the things, I love about International Symposium and even this Ring-a-Thon thing is seeing so many different groups and all the different things they do and the different ideas and how we can take the same instrument, that we're all playing the same instrument, and yet we do all these so many different things with it. But Damien, that was really cool. Thank you so much for bringing that video. I do have a question, and that is, you said that Ministry of Bells, you've had kids as young as 8 years old. Where do you get your members? How do people join Ministry of Bells?
Val, you want to take that, Val?
Okay, so how we join Ministry of Bells? We are usually past ringers from primary school or secondary schools. So MOB is a group that we can join to ignite our passion for handbells. Like for myself, I didn't really get the chance to play handbells after secondary school. So that's why I joined Ministry of Bells to continue my love for handbells. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's one of the prerequisites to be a part of the MOB. You need to be a part of a school ensemble prior to coming into the MOB. Yeah.
Okay. And do you have an audition process? How do you accept them into the group?
Well, we don't have an audition process, but we do have a 3-session trial, meaning they will join on day one. They will sight read the piece of music, and that's really for the ringers, the current ringers, to observe how the new ringer sight reads, because in MOB we sight read a lot. Every week we try to ring a couple of new pieces, and I think that keeps all our ringers on our toes, which is great. And then the second session, the music score is given beforehand, and we'll look at how they prepare, and we'll look at their social skills as well. Because in the MOB, we are a closely knit family, not just friends, not just ringers, but a family together, a team together. We need to communicate, and we encourage them to do that during the second session. And if they're back for the third session, naturally they're in, and we will have the presentation of our polo t-shirt. That's what we're wearing, and we present to them like it's a soccer game, a new signing. That's David Beckham with the manager, and we'll take a picture with our backdrop. Yep, and then we'll post them on social media.
That's great.
We've got new ringers and etc. Yeah.
Oh, social media. For the people watching, tell them how to find Ministry of Bells online, website, social media links, etc.
Yep, our website is Mobells, MOBEELLZ, .weebly.com. That's WEEBLY.com. And then we are on Facebook, we are on Instagram, we are on YouTube. I think we have a Twitter. I do not manage the Twitter account, but yeah, the 3 big ones: YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. Ministry of Bells, one big
with
word.
a Z.
With a Z.
With a Z.
Yeah, Zed. For our American viewers, it's Z. So, we're the only ones who say Z. It's okay.
It's all right. We'll make it work. I can't. Time is going by so fast. We're like looking at the run sheet, and I'm going. It's time for the lightning round already. Are you guys ready for some quick rapid fires?
Here we go.
Okay.
These are for either of you to answer, Damien or Val, and we just want to get your first impression, first thing that comes to your mind. Michèle, you want me to start? You want to start?
I'll start. What's the one thing you wish people would stop asking you about handbells?
Is handbells ice cream bells?
What does that even mean?
Because in Singapore, we have this man or lady who would cycle on a bicycle, and there's a big box in front.
Oh,
And so they would sell ice creams
okay.
and they would ring those Santa Claus bells. And that's the most
Okay, yes.
identifiable thing for young children in Singapore and adults alike. So yeah, and I'll say no, ice cream bells, that's $5. Handbells, that's a different thing.
Well, for you guys, not for your group, just for you specifically, to glove or not to glove is the question.
Val.
Well, I think to glove, because sometimes when we have certain techniques like thumb dance, like we will have to put our finger on the bell cast. And I remember there was one time that I accidentally did not wear it, and then my fingerprint went onto the bell cast. I was like, oh no. Yeah, so I had to quickly rub it off.
We can wipe those off.
Yeah.
Damien, how about you from the standpoint of having a percussion background?
All right.
When you ring.
Yeah, sorry, what about that, sorry?
When you ring as a percussionist, do you
wear gloves or not?
Well, it depends. I would advocate to wear gloves, but I don't do it myself. So, yep.
Fair enough.
It's okay. That's okay.
No judgment.
I don't wear them either, Damien. It's all good. So, next question. What instrument do you think complements handbells the best? If you could put any instrument with handbells, what would it be? Any one instrument. So you can't just say percussion.
Yep, the cajon.
Oh, yeah,
The
that's a good
cajon.
one.
Yep. And the cajon is really the in thing now. It's a very affordable substitute to a drum set. And there are so many extra gadgets that you can fix onto a cajon right now, including castanets, wood blocks, tambourines, and stuff. So yeah, the cajon for sure.
It's like a drum set in a box.
It is, and if you're not playing on it, you could use it as an extra chair or a side table or a bedside table. That's right.
Mine is sitting there, and it is for people who don't play it. It is their chair.
Yep.
You guys have a lot of stuff, but if we percussion handbell people always want more toys, more something. What's the next thing on MOB's wish list that you guys want to get?
The aluminium bells. Yeah,
big bass bells.
The big ones, yeah, because in Singapore, the biggest bell that any group has in Singapore is just the C3. I mean, we've got the C2 chimes and the bass bell plates from Walmart, but we would love to have the aluminium bells. That, if Santa could just land on our roof tomorrow, that would be great.
That would be awesome. Those are cool. We'll say that. Okay.
Yes.
And the final question in our lightning round here is, as you may have heard, Handbell Musicians of America has a new executive director starting in January. We are going to be interviewing her later this evening. And if you could ask her any question, what would your question be?
What's your opinion of the Nashville hot chicken wings, and would you like to have some with me?
I'm writing this down. I'm going to ask her this question.
Me too.
Val, is there something you would like for us to ask our new executive director?
What is one thing that you are looking forward to next year?
I like that.
Awesome.
I like that.
Well, we do. We have another video that we want to share. We've got a couple different options here, but I understand that there's a great Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer video queued up, and I would love to see that. Do you guys want to share anything ahead of time on it, or?
Yep, Val was ringing in it. It's a 6-player setup, and it's by Martha Lynn Thompson. And yeah, the youngest ringer there, she's 12 years old. Yeah, we wish we were able to play this in person live in Singapore, but yeah, so we couldn't. So we decided to do a video like this and share it. In fact, it's found on YouTube and Facebook. So go check it out.
All right, well, we're going to play it right here and play us out with this. So Damien and Val, thank you both for joining us. It was great to see you. And looking forward to seeing you in Nashville with some hot wings, Damien.
Yes, thank you so much, Michael. Thank you, Michèle. And thank you, HMA.
Have a great day. Go have more coffee.
Yes.
Have a good evening. See you.
Yes. Good morning. Bye.
Welcome back to the prize room. For those of you who are just tuning in to our broadcast tonight, there are a number of ways that you can win prizes. One of those is to answer trivia questions. As you're watching the live stream tonight, every once in a while, a trivia question will pop up at the bottom of the screen. When it does, get ready to answer it quickly, because the first 5 people that answer each question correctly gets their name put up on the prize wheel here. Also, donations. We really love donations. So for any donation of up to $100, we'll put your name on the prize wheel once. Anything over $100 up to $500, we'll put your name on 2 times, and anything over $500, we'll put your name on 3 times. And as far as somebody asked, as far as trivia questions go, yes, you can answer more than one and get your name put up on the prize wheel multiple times. So in this segment, we have an HMA membership. This is a full year's membership. It can either be a new membership or it can be a renewal. And for a renewal, I will just tack that on to the end of your current membership. So here we go with that. And Jennifer Cahlhorn has won a membership. And we will go back to Ed in just a moment.
It pays to give, doesn't it? Or pays to answer the trivia questions correctly. You can get on that board, and even Jenny Cohorn can win a membership. How fun is that? And that Damien interview was just terrific. He is a bundle of energy, and hot wings for everybody once we get to Nashville. Sounds like a plan. One of the things that we've been trying to do this year is work to develop a Handbells and Education Committee. It's headed by Greg Ashurst and Jillian Erlenborn. It's a great committee, and they've been doing a lot of work. One of the things we've wanted to do here tonight was just to reach out to a school to see if they could share what they do as part of their curriculum. And so we're lucky enough tonight to have David Stone, who is at Highland Hills Middle School in, I believe, in Georgetown, Indiana. And he's going to talk about handbells in education, and you're going to get to see them at work. So here's David. Thank you for being with us.
And we're back. Hello.
Welcome, David.
Welcome, David.
Thank you. It's good to be with you guys.
Good to have you here.
You have a really unique situation over there. Your program is different from a lot of them
Right.
Can you fill everybody in and give us an
Sure.
overview?
Well, we have a very unique program in our district here. Here at Highland Hills, we have a beginning ensemble and an advanced ensemble. We start the kids in 7th grade, and then they move on into those young kids move into the 8th grade program. And then we are very fortunate that we feed a high school that has a 4-year program as well. And they have 2 ensembles at the high school. They have the Highlander Bells, which is for more of the 9th and 10th graders, and then the Bronze Ringers, which are the advanced group. And they play a lot, like they played for Area 5, the concert at Area 5, and they did a lot of different things like that. So we're just really fortunate that we have this in our district. Yeah, it started a very long time ago with the guy, his name was Charlie Pamplin, who was the head of the music program in the district. And he bought, and this was back in the early 70s, he bought 2-octave sets of handbells for every elementary school. Wow. And so every elementary school in the district had a 2-octave set of bells. And so the music teachers were using them in their schools and all this kind of stuff. And then they decided to build Floyd Central High School and Floyd Central Junior High, which was all combined into one building. And the music teacher that came for the junior high to be the junior high choir director had handbell experience and decided to start a handbell choir at the middle school level. And that was back in like 1973. So through the year,
wow.
It has continued through this with Susan Adams was her name, and she started it and was at Floyd Central Junior High. Well, then Floyd Central Junior High outgrew the building with the high school, so they built Highland Hills Middle School. We're going on, I think we're getting close to about 17, 18 years here in this building. And she moved here to this building and kept the handbell program moving in this building. And so that's how and I've been here now, I'm in my 10th year here. So we've just kept it going.
And the 7th and 8th grade groups are kind of a feeder group for the high schoolers.
Right, exactly.
How that curriculum is built.
Right, we have it built, and where we get most of our students from is we don't try to pull them out of already performing arts classes that are like the kids that go into band, choir, and orchestra. What we try to do is our 5th and 6th grade general music teacher evaluates kids constantly, and he's constantly making lists so that by the time they get in 6th grade, he has a list of about 30 to 40 kids that are possible handbell students. And then what we do is he ranks them, and we send out invitations to the top 24, and then we keep going down the line till we try to keep 24 in that class, because we ring double. So we try to do that.
Go ahead, Michèle.
So what process do you do when you have these kids on this list? I mean, if they're on the list, are they just automatically in, or do you have like an audition, or what do you do?
Well, that's because in the general music class, his class is a pretty rigid class with musicality, dealing with music reading and rhythm reading and all that kind of stuff, that he can evaluate kids that seem to get it, and that he feels would be very successful at this process, because let's face it, handbells is very rhythmic and very melodic, and you have to be able to read well and do that kind of thing. And so because they evaluate, and so we try to pull kids that normally wouldn't be in a performing arts class by pulling kids out of the general music class, because those kids normally would not feed into a performing arts class. So therefore we kind of get a different kind of kid. We get a kid that's very musical, but we also get a lot of athletes and a lot of kids that couldn't be in band because they can't march because they want to play football, and kids like that. So I have a lot of athletes and a lot of baseball, softball, volleyball. I have a lot of those kids that normally wouldn't be able to be in a performing arts class that come to do handbells.
That's making well-rounded kids, because I know for me, being a kid who is, and still an adult who is very not in any way familiar with any of the sports ball things at all. It was a real divide in school between like the orchestra, band, choral geeks and the athletic people. And to have athletes that are doing bells and bell musicians that are doing sports, that's a really great cross-pollination.
Right, it really is. And we're real fortunate in our building because we have such large performing arts classes. We have about 79% of our student population involved in 16 performing arts ensembles.
That's amazing.
In the building.
And these aren't they're not just extracurricular. This is actually a class. This is part of a curriculum.
Handbells is actually a class during the day. I teach my poor bells. They're rung 2 hours a day, 5 days a week. And so we are constantly fixing and constantly trying to keep our bells in working order. So it's great. We love it. The kids love it. And, it's just I really love my handbell classes. I love my choir classes, don't get me wrong, but I love my handbell classes because they're smaller and I can really get to know the kids a lot better and we have a good time. And, and we kind of build that relationship that I'm not going to give them something that they can't do, or, something like they trust me that I feel like you can do this. So we're going to give this a go. It's going to be hard, but we're going to do it,
Right. As one of my friends who's a music educator said, the great thing about kids is they don't know things are hard unless you tell them.
Right.
You just say, this is what we're going to do. And they say, all right. And they do it because their brains still can absorb so much. And, it gets ingrained at an early age. I love that.
Yeah.
And it sounds like, last year, I remember Michèle and I think Michèle's still dealing with her power outage. She'll be back.
Oh, no.
Her power went out about an hour before we started our live stream, and she's been running this live stream for her off of her phone with AA batteries on a charging pack.
Oh my gosh.
She'll be back.
That's crazy.
But, you're stuck with me in the meantime. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right.
We asked last year, would you prefer having a group of people who are stellar ringers, amazing, brilliant technical musicians whose commitment is kind of meh, or people who are always there every single rehearsal and you can teach them the technical side of things? Because you can really make a pro and con for both. And a lot of directors of volunteer groups, church groups, etc., the big thing is I'm always dealing with substitutes or having holes in rehearsal. When you've got kids who have to be there because it's part of their grade,
right?
I imagine you get a lot more continuity, and they're ringing more than just once a week, right?
Right. They're ringing every day.
It's literally every 5 days a week.
Yeah, I see my kids for 50 minutes, 5 days a week.
That's like every director's dream.
I mean, they're rehearsing like my beginners. My beginners are. I start them from nothing. We start with, this is a bell, this is how you hold it, this is how you ring it. And they're already playing twos, level twos and 2 pluses in 17, we've been in school now, we're in our 18th week. So it's been a little crazy. There she is.
She's back.
I'm so sorry. My phone just went.
I just got, ironically, as you came back, my screen went black and I got a low battery warning, so I'm going to plug in. But we've been chatting about the fact that David's got his kids in class ringing 5 days a week. That's not different classes. That's that group, Monday through Friday for 50 minutes, which,
how wonderful.
I have a 7th grade group and an 8th grade group. So
I am so jealous. I wish I had my ringers every day, 5 days a week. Even if is it just an hour or 45 minutes?
50 minutes. 50 minutes.
So
that's awesome.
It's amazing. And so by the time they've gone through me for 2 years, and by the time they get to be juniors and seniors at the high school, they've been ringing for 4 years in that same 50-minute, once a day thing. So what Angela Hampton, who is the director at the high school, what she is able to do with those kids as juniors and seniors is mind blowing. I mean, the way they play, and it's just we're just blessed. We're blessed in our district that we have a district that supports us. I mean, because I've got more equipment than than most people. So it's crazy because we ring double anyway. So I have a 4-octave Sharik and I have a 4.5 with the upper half, and I just bought the other upper half for the other one so that my kids can learn double Shelley up on the top. And then unfortunately, I would love to have a 5th octave on the bottom, but they're too big for my kids. I mean, the poor little middle schoolers, they're just too big. So we use chimes on that lower 5th octave.
Sure.
You could also get the aluminum bells. They're not this heavy.
Right.
They're big.
And that's what I'm thinking about doing, is getting the aluminum for that lower 5th, because there's no way they could handle the bronze. It's just way too much. you know.
We're not even gonna have to ask that particular lightning round question, Michèle. We one of which is, if you've been watching, which I know you have, you know, what's on your wish list? Now we know that one at least for you.
Yeah.
We do have queued up a news story that featured the program, and I want to jump over to that. Did you want to say anything about it before we see it?
It's just our district just approached me and said, "Hey, you know, we haven't done anything on handbells in a while. We'd like to do a feature on handbells." And so they came out last week when our concert was going on, and they filmed our 7th graders. So the 7th graders are the ones that are being featured in this, but and they interviewed a couple of those kids.
All right, let's check it out.
Okay.
Well, tonight we're having our annual winter concert. We have our 7th grade Junior Jaguar Bells, which is our beginning ensemble. They start handbells in 7th grade. Of course, it's holiday music tonight. I'm excited because I've really challenged these kids this 9 weeks. Last year with COVID, it was very difficult with us having a hybrid schedule. And so this year, I've really challenged our kids this 9 weeks, and they have come through with flying colors. And I'm really proud of them and really proud of their hard work this 9 weeks.
Being able to work with people that can do this is really awesome. We're good. We have people asking us, hey, do you want to be in a commercial? Do you want to perform live for something? Like, people giving us all these compliments, and we're only first years, and yet they don't know that.
It's just a different thing in the day. Like, instead of all these writing assignments and stuff, we just get to sit down and play handbells, and it's a lot of fun because we all know each other.
There is only one public high school in the state of Indiana that has a class in school during the school day, and that's Floyd Central. And then there are 3 middle schools in the state that have curricular during the school day classes, and 2 of them are here in this district at Hazelwood and here.
It's cool because it's something that not many people can do because handbells are so expensive, and just to be able to have bells and have a handbells program is incredible, and I know we're one of the very few schools to actually have a handbells program.
Handbells are still up and coming, and we really are excited that we are on the cutting edge of that here in New Albany-Floyd County Schools.
That's got to feel so good to see that. And, you know, it definitely, like, it keeps the theme going that we have heard all night, that, you know, the bells, the act of being in a bell group with somebody binds you together, and it just sort of knits hearts together. You're curating that from 7th grade, and I just think that's astounding.
Yeah, it's really interesting how good of friends that these kids become in such a very short time through handbells, and that because they start in 7th grade, and like last year we had 18 of the kids that started with me as 24 that graduated together. They had been together playing for 6 years every day. And they were so close, and they finished each other's sentences, and it's just, you know, they knew each other so well because they had played so much together and had that camaraderie together that it's just amazing.
And you have that too, I think, in a situation with your friends from a chorus or orchestra or band, but I think even more so in bells because it is by nature a team instrument, you know? Right. And I just that you I think our instrument attracts people who are people generally.
Right. Yes,
so
I agree.
You're setting them on such a good path.
I have said all along that handbell kids are a different breed than like my choir kids or the band kids that I know or anything like that. They're just a different breed. They which I love because it's refreshing. Actually, it's very refreshing. They're such a fun group. There.
And we do have we have queued up an Angels from the Realms of Glory that your 8th grade group did.
Right.
So while that's getting queued up here, tell us a little bit about this one, when it was, and
okay, we had our concert. Our holiday concert was last Tuesday, and I had already programmed this piece long before we found out about Cynthia Dobrinsky's passing, and so when I told the kids about that this composer and arranger had passed away, they immediately those kids were like, well, let's play it let's continue to play it in her honor, and so it was kind of the kids' idea to do that, and so we kept well, the seventh graders had one, and so did the eighth graders. So they both decided that they wanted to play them in her memory,
nice.
For that. So that's where this came from, and this was their last piece on the concert. It's not perfect, but you know what? I'm proud of them.
Absolutely. Let's see it. Eighth graders.
Eighth graders, yay.
You got to be proud of those kids. I mean,
oh, I am.
Especially under the circumstances with all of this distancing and all the COVID craziness that we've all been dealing with. Their resilience is fantastic.
And that group especially, because they're like I said, they're my COVID kids, because they started with a hybrid schedule, which means we had half of the class one day and half the class the next day. And when one class was in class, the other class was on the computer at home playing with wooden spoons and spatulas. And so it was that kind of thing. So for them to be where they are, to be able to play a level 3 and to be able to be where they are, I am above proud of their work. And that was the first group that we've had here that we haven't doubled. So they're the only group that's come through here in years that we've not had double in every station, and they're all singles. So
what an accomplishment. That's awesome.
Michèle it is now dark in her part of the country. And her power is apparently still not back on, but she's roughing it as best she can with some batteries.
The latest estimate is 9:30 p.m. to get it back on, and I'm not sure that I have enough batteries for all of it.
We'll keep you going. Just get a long extension cord. We are going to jump into our lightning round in a moment, but just by way of update, since Michèle just gave me an entry into how long it's been and how long it's going to be. We are at $4,153 and change toward our $10,000 goal. We are not quite halfway through. It would be great if we, by our halfway through point, we're at halfway to our goal, which for those of you who are not good at math or time zones or both, this would be by 7 o'clock Eastern, which is in 5 minutes, to raise $5,000. So we need some amazing gifts. You can donate at tiny, as in little tiny, url.com/HMA Ring-a-Thon. No punctuation in HMA Ring-a-Thon. And we're gonna throw you some quick questions, David. We wanna ask you these just first thing that pops in your head. We're not going to ask you what's on your Santa Claus wish list this year, because you already said some maybe base aluminum bells or something.
Yes.
But to start, what is the one question that you wish people would stop asking you about handbells?
Well, I wish they would quit. This is what I wish. I wish that band and orchestra kids would quit saying, oh, just getting up and ringing a bell, it must be really easy. That's what I wish would quit being asked, because they don't understand that you're responsible for 2 notes in a rhythm. You're not playing the whole line. You're responsible for 2 notes. And our kids. So we have actually had a few band kids that have actually come in and joined us, and they're like, "This is so much harder than band." They're like, and they go back and tell their friends, "It's not as easy as you all think it is." So,
and of course, when you got a group that makes it look easy, that makes it even harder to sell them on how difficult it can be.
Right.
The only thing easy about bells is tuning.
Right. Exactly.
Easy, but not perfect.
Yes.
Right. Okay, so next question. Not for your group necessarily, but for you. You ring, don't you, David?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, so just for you, do you wear gloves or not? What's your preference?
I prefer no gloves for me. I just have better control over the bell without, but I'm going to be honest with you, with middle schoolers, we're wearing gloves. I love my kids, but we're wearing gloves, okay?
What with we talked about band and orchestra and stuff too, and of course chorus. What instrument do you think pairs the best with handbells?
Well, I love to do some of the things with trumpet. I love to do some of the trumpet tunes and the fanfares and things like that use trumpet. We have an outstanding trumpet player for our band director. He's the assistant bugler at Churchill Downs in Louisville. So he's phenomenal. So I like to do things where I can pull him in to play with us. But I also like strings a lot. It's lower strings. I'm not a big fan of pairing in violin necessarily, because it's in that same range, but a little viola or cello down in that lower range, I don't mind that one. But I do like brass as well. I like some brass with it, as long as it's lower brass, not the upper brass.
Right. Except the trumpet, of course.
Yeah.
Okay, so like Michael said, you've already answered about the wish list. So you probably know we have the Handbell Musicians of America has a new executive director who starts in January, and we're going to be interviewing her later this evening, or maybe Michael will be. But if you could ask her any question, what do you want us to ask her?
Well, what I think, I mean, what I'm most interested in, because I am an educator, is what is Handbell Musicians America? What do they see their role in the future of handbells in music education? What kind of goals do they have for those of us that are in education with this? We're hoping that more and more people start these groups and more people get involved in having curricular classes with their kids, and we're all going to need support, and how is Handbell Musicians thinking about the future of handbell ringing? And I really feel like for the future of it, we're going to have to get in the schools to keep it moving, to keep young kids excited about it.
Totally agree.
Right.
Yeah, and you're
Absolutely.
not the first person that wants us to ask about that. So I think that's
okay.
a recurring
That's awesome.
theme.
I didn't know that.
Barb Walsh mentioned the same thing earlier tonight. So
He's also a teacher, so yes.
Okay, awesome.
David, we are so grateful that you spent this time with us, and thank you for enduring through our technical blips and things, but you got a fantastic thing going over there, over there. I'm hopeful that we're going to see your kids on tour or something, doing some stuff, maybe after all this pandemic craziness is over.
I have that in the back of my mind, but and every time I think about it right now, when I first thought about it, it was before COVID. Then you kind of have to compartmentalize everything and put that on the back burner for a while.
Yeah.
But down the road, I would love to be able to take my kids on tour. I really would. I think they would really enjoy that.
Cool.
That would be awesome.
Well, thank you, and hope you have
guys.
an incredible holiday season. We're gonna jump over to J.R. Swagman Smith, who's got some more prizes and stuff. So again, just a reminder to everybody, you can answer the trivia questions in the chat on YouTube. If you're one of the first 5, your name goes on the wheel, and you can also get entries on the prize wheel by donating money at tinyurl.com/HMA Ring-a-Thon. David, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you all.
Best to you and your kids for a great holiday.
Okay, you too. Thank you.
Take care.
Thanks, David. Bye-bye.
Welcome back. Okay, I think that Marie has just told me about one more name to add here, so give me just a second. Let me add that to the wheel. And I've got a couple to give away this time. So first of all, we have another $15 merchandise certificate to Third Bell on the right. Here we go with that. And that goes to Cameron Howard. Hope you pick out something really nice there. Okay, and next up we have a registration to our next virtual winter workshop. The virtual winter workshop, it's a completely virtual, like a mini national seminar. We've got a great lineup of faculty for this year's, and we're really looking forward to it. And so we would like to send somebody to that, and that would be Ruben Mendoza. So be sure to look for information on the virtual winter workshop, and we will look forward to seeing you online. I would like to give a little shout out and thanks to Maya Dunzela, one of your regional membership coordinators. She has been watching the trivia questions and gathering the names and giving you the correct answers once each trivia question goes. And then Marie Clyott Larson, who is our events manager, has been taking care of the donations and letting us know who to put on the prize wheel there, and getting that information over to the tech guys to get that total going up on top. So back to you all.
That's all of those people in the phones in the background. We appreciate them very much. Just a couple challenges here. I am from Area 8, and it's very sad. Only one state in Area 8 has given, and that is Missouri. Yep, I can understand. Missouri's great, but come on, Area 8. I'm also from Maryland. And Maryland, where is your participation? Haven't seen it yet. Come on, guys. We're doing great, but we need to keep it going. Be great. What a great interview that was we just had, wasn't it? To see the kids playing in schools, that's incredible. The interview before that with Damian Lim was, as I said, we designed this so that we could help promote international museum. And here is another of our international groups. The Handbell Ringers of Hong Kong are represented today by Emily Lee, who runs the Handbell Academy of Hong Kong. Emily is a well-known composer, clinician. You see her in the States frequently. She's a wonderful person. And so here's Emily Lee and the Hong Kong Bell Academy.
Welcome.
Hi. Welcome.
Good morning and good evening.
What time is it for you right now, Molly?
Hi, it's nice to see you.
And Emily, you have Ronnie with you today. Would you introduce him for me?
So Ronnie is a ringer from the Hong Kong Youth Ensemble, and he's been with me since when, Ronnie? Tell us.
In 2012. It's been a long time.
So, yeah, since he was very little and tiny, and now he's still tiny, but more mature.
Unfortunately, but.
Almost 10-year anniversary coming up.
Almost. Yeah.
Amazing. Well, you guys have a very unique program going on over there. Just for the people that don't know that are watching, we've got 77 people tuned in actually watching right now on the live stream. Tell folks about your program over there in Hong Kong.
Well, the Hong Kong Academy is one of my vision to spread handbells in Hong Kong, a very tiny place, but we have 7 million people. And so my vision is to start something right from the very young ages and then grow them up all the way. And so that they can learn the instrument just like they learn piano and handbells or violins. So that's how it was set up. And the youth ensemble is one of the major programs that we have. And we spend a lot of time with the children from 11 through uni ages. So they could stay in the ensemble for over 10 or 13 years. So they will have a lot of time to experience what handbell ringing is about. And we'll bring them on tour. We do a lot of concerts. So to make them ready to become a real competent handbell musicians in the future.
I love it. I love that there's education going on with that, as we just had with David, you know, teaching them how to ring, not just throwing bells in their hands.
Hey, Emily, what year did you start the academy?
What makes me want to study academy?
What year? What year did you start the academy?
It's 2004.
Okay, I thought it was earlier than that, but okay.
I direct handbell earlier than that, but the academy was set up in 2004. I met you earlier.
It's true. But I know that from my visit at the academy, I was super impressed with the program you had, how you start them from just little kids all the way, you know, the chimes and to the bells. And you also had a teach the teacher program as well.
Yes, we do train directors because that's the way to spread the art more rapidly and in a broader sense. Yeah.
So, and I think it's a great thing from the standpoint of training. I mean, you said that so casually, but I mean, really to point that out and to realize that so many people, especially here in the States, that sort of become handbell directors, particularly at a church or in a school setting. It's like, well, you play the organ or you direct the choir, or you know, you're the band teacher. So we found these bells, so figure out what to do with them. And a lot of the directors have never been trained or even rung themselves in many cases. So I think it's amazing you're not just training ringers, but training directors and coaches.
Yeah.
How does that process work?
I sometimes I feel so sorry about people who needs to jump into the group without knowing nothing. This also happened in Hong Kong years ago, and you can feel how desperate they are without knowing anything about the instrument. So why not teach them from the very beginning, so that they have more confidence, they can spread the correct information, and so things wouldn't go wrong if you have the very fundamentals knowledge about that. So because when we started the academy, we have a lot of inquiries from schools. Can you come and help us set up the group, or can you come and direct? And I would just say, I only have one physical body. I can go to 10 places at a time. So the idea of the director programs just sprouts from there.
I think that's fabulous.
Yeah.
So how do people, where do you get the ringers who come to your academy? Where do the children come from? How do you let them know that you exist and they should come and play for you?
Well, for the very young kids, we do advertisement. So we advertise in magazines and Facebook, and so the parents will know. And for the youth program, some of them will come from our own student, and some were recruited from the school program that we have all over Hong Kong. So when they graduate from primary school, normally they cannot find a high school that with handbells. And so that's the place for them to continue ringing, just like what Damien's does. Yeah.
That's great.
So here's a question. I mean, Emily, you could take this one, or maybe for Ronnie, who once again has so much enthusiasm bottled up in there, just waiting to come out. Tell us what you guys are doing right now. That's awesome.
Ronnie.
Right now, for me, I just finished 2 concerts in 2 days. So that is very, very awesome for me.
What's the concert scenario like right now with what you guys have going on over there?
Well, for the academy, we just had a concert last Saturday with our young ringers to the youth handbell ringers, from like the babies who play the color bells. They're so cute, and then they did so well on that day, and all the audience and the parents was like, "Oh!" And then with us, with the youth ringers, and we just do our best, and I think Miss Emily is very proud.
She should be.
Yeah, actually, yeah. The concert hall actually opened since since May. So we reopened, and we are allowed to accommodate 75% of the audience capacity, and now I think they extend to 80%. So with the fair amount of social distancing, then we are allowed to perform live with all masks on, and so we take all the precautions, no contact with the audience, etc. But we are grateful that we can go back to the hall and do real music instead of the virtual concert.
Yeah. Now, and you guys don't always perform in a concert hall. We've got a video here from, I believe this is 2017, where you all are playing the first well, and you were in the oldest cathedral in Hong Kong, built in 1888. And this is the first time this church since 1888 has ever had handbells, as far as we know, right?
Exactly. That's very awesome. We feel grateful to collaborate with the church, and we were all in awe because, the cathedral construction is so awesome and sacred.
Let's take a look.
Okay.
Wow,
Lord,
that was
what
great.
a
That
setting.
sounded great. It looked great. That was amazing. That was amazing.
Yeah.
So Emily and Randy, it's my understanding that you're giving away a couple of gifts here for JR, the Swagman Smith, to give out. And one of them is something that you called practice chimes. Can you tell us a little bit about those things? What are they?
They only show the practice chime to you. Yes. Yes, it was actually something that we invented or we intended to make during the pandemic time so that students can have the chimes bringing home and practice, and we can continue to have class with them without just ringing the air bell or pick a pen or a spoon in a hand and do the ringing. And the idea comes when I teach a director course during the pandemic. I also do the Zoom, and when I hold out a pen, I just feel some things are not right because I couldn't teach someone who never touched that instrument with something else. So I maybe determined to make it happen, and I hope that this could be a practice instrument for forever. Even with the pandemic, we don't need to practice at home. So that's the idea.
Novel idea. Practice the instrument that you're learning. So they don't actually have a pitch. It's an acrylic shaft with a clapper, but it gives you the opportunity to feel the weight change as the clapper is striking.
Yeah, the moment of clapper strike.
Yeah, Ronnie can show, can bring a couple of sound to the audience maybe.
So if you're doing this correctly, this should be what it sounds like. This acrylic click, but if you're not doing it correctly, it will mix the sound so that the ringers would know that if they're doing a good job or not.
That's wonderful.
We were
and
talking
the size of a
the pandemic having created so many things that we now have realized, oh, we should keep this around. You know, it came from necessity, but this is something that could stick around and be a really great tool.
Emily, you were saying it's as big as what?
It's the size of an A5 chime. We do it exactly the same size and with all the details. So it's from the Schumer chimes that we ask the engineer student to do the drawing for us, and so we put into production afterwards.
That's great.
Yeah,
and you have 2 sets of those, right?
Yes, left and right makes 1 set.
Okay.
So on the prize wheel later, JR has, thanks to you guys, 2 pairs of those to give away, and also 3 DVD sets of Hong Kong Youth Handbell Ensemble's past concert videos.
Yes.
A trilogy of DVDs, and there are 2 of those up for grabs and 2 sets of the practice chimes. That's so cool. That's so cool. Thank you all for being so generous with that.
You're so welcome.
Now, we have a video coming up, don't we?
We do have another video. This is your, it's funny. I feel like I'm planning for a wedding. We have in the States the tradition of something old, something new, something borrowed, something blue. We were just in a very, very old cathedral, the oldest in Hong Kong. And now we're looking at a brand new group you guys have, Bellaholics.
Yeah.
Tell us about this group. We're going to watch them play a piece.
Bellaholics is formed by a group of alumni from the Hong Kong Youth Ensemble Elites. So they've been ringing, I think, at least 6-7 years. And so the group was formed in 2000 because most of them has become grown-ups and they're ready to work or graduate from the university. And so they're still very passionate and they want to do something cool on their own. So that's the idea of forming the group. And Ronnie is one of the ringers. Maybe Ronnie can tell us a few lines about what Bellaholics is.
So we are, as our name stated, we love bells so much, and we really wanted to ring, and we really wanted to do something by ourselves because now that we're grown up, and that's why this is probably the idea for us to start our ensemble. And we're very grateful that the Academy and the Assembly it really helped us a lot during the process, that we just finished one of our first Christmas concerts on last Sunday after the concert with the Academy. And we're very grateful for all the opportunities that we have. Like, for example, the videos that you're about to see is when Miss Emily actually invited us to join the Globes Handbell 25th anniversary concert, and we performed as the guest performer.
And that was just this year. This just happened.
It was. Yes, we just
the
formed
piece is
for
called
like
NOLA.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah,
NOLA.
NOLA. Okay. Let's see. This is arranged by Sandra Tucker.
Wow.
Felix Arndt NOLA. Written for,
Great.
do you know the name of the person that it was written for?
No.
NOLA. There's one. Thank you,
Wow.
Wikipedia. I love that you guys are doing that, like for the Bellaholics or the Bell Addicts, that you guys are you just can't give it up. You got to keep going, and that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Nice
Who knows
job.
how far they would go? Yeah.
That's great.
So we're to a point where we've been calling this with our guests tonight the lightning round, where we have a handful of questions for you, and both of you can answer. We want to get your very first, whatever the first thing is that pops in your head when we ask these questions. There's nothing scandalous or worrisome, don't worry. That just some things that we're trying to just have some fun with some questions. So Michèle, who's up first this time? I've lost track.
You're first.
All right. I'll ask the first question too. What is the one thing, Emily and or Ronnie, that you wish that people stop asking you about handbells?
Are they made of gold?
Yes.
I came across this question
That's a good one.
100 times.
Oh my gosh.
Really?
Yeah, especially the elderly. When they see gold thing, gold is a precious metal and it's worthy. So they will ask, are they made of gold? So if they want to take it away.
Maybe that's why people steal them. They think they're gold.
Yeah.
suppose it's better than people asking if they're brass. Okay, so the next question is now not with your group specifically, but you, Emily, as a ringer, and Ronnie, you as a ringer. Gloves or no gloves?
It depends. Both is fine with me, and I will go for both. It depends on the situation that I'm using the bells. If my group has to clap, there's no point of wearing gloves. But
Right.
for in general, as a protection of the skin and when you hold that foreign hand stuff, the gloves actually helps. So that's my point.
And Ronnie?
I would definitely gloves because I have this terrible experience of having my skin being torn away by this little space between the handles and the disc. So from that time on, I always wear gloves.
Good answer. Good answer.
Which instrument do you think is there's so many different instruments that we put together with handbells and hand chimes. What is your favorite instrument to pair with bells or chimes?
For me, the violin is a very emotional instrument when it's played with bells. Yeah, I love the violins. Yeah.
Strings for the win today, I'm telling you.
Here, Emily, do you like it better than the erhu?
Much better. Come on. Well, erhu doesn't have the exact, the intonation is not exactly the same. So I don't think they match.
I love that piece you did years ago with the erhu. That was beautiful.
Now we have a bunch of people going to Wikipedia looking up erhu.
What's erhu? E-R-H-U, audience members. E-R-H-U is how you spell it.
Yeah, ERHU. Well, if you have a very good erhu player, that may be. Yeah, but in general, when they play the erhu, they like it out of tune a little bit because that's the style of the Chinese instrument or Chinese music. So with the perfect pitch instrument like bells, that may not go well all the time.
That makes sense. It's like trying to play, for example, like a folk flute, an ethnic flute of some kind with it. It's that same idea. It's like, how do I tune this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ronnie, any thoughts on your favorite instrument that pairs with bells?
For me, it's percussion instruments. Like last time on our concert, we used something called a tempo box, and then it just complements with the bells very well. Like all percussion instruments in general just goes together with the bells very well, I think.
It's almost like they're in the same family or something.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next question is, what's next on your wish list? What's the next thing you want to get for your groups?
For me, a set of Whitechapel bells.
Yeah, why?
Because I like to add the different timbre in the ensemble. Yeah, because I had a silver melody bells already, and we got a 7-octave bronze, and we got a full set of chimes. So the Whitechapel bell is on my list. In the next item on my list.
Next
I can afford that.
Texture to add into your pieces.
Yes.
Well, you all, I'm sure, are aware that the Handbell Musicians of America has recently hired our new executive director, Linda. She will be with us later on, well, tonight for us, later this morning for you. And Michèle and I will be interviewing her. I hope Michèle will be here and her battery lasts long enough to join us. But we are asking all of our guests today to help us write our interview for Linda. So what question would you guys like for us to ask her when we interview her? And it can be business or it can be like, getting to know you questions.
Anything.
Okay. What is your vision about bringing handbells into the serious music world? That's my question.
Vision of bringing bells into the serious music world.
Yeah. That's something I long for, and I wish we would keep raising the platform for this art and to collaborate.
I'm right there with you, Emily. I'm right there with you.
100%. We're gonna have to extend her interview for an hour with all these. You all have asked these deep questions. And I'm like, oh my gosh. Ronnie, anything you'd like us to toss out to Linda when we talk to her later?
I would like to know what is her favorite Christmas song to ring in Christmas, because Christmas is coming.
Favorite Christmas song to ring specifically?
Yes, Christmas song.
All right.
Man, you all are troopers for being up so early this morning and being with us. And you're doing such great things. I can't wait till we can be together again.
Me too.
We assume we'll see you next year in Nashville for International Symposium.
Good.
Yay.
Damien is starting a group of people to have hot wings, chicken wings together. So we'll have to make that happen.
Yeah, we're chicken wings and beer.
Yes. Thank you.
And it's what time there right now? It's 8:30 a.m.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Almost 5 o'clock here on the West Coast. So
you guys,
thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
We do have
great day.
We're gonna jump back on over to J.R. Swagman Smith, whose prize wheel has been filling up. We're getting a lot more donations coming in. We still haven't cracked our halfway point to our goal. We are at $4,800 and change.
So close.
Hoping to get to 5,000 sooner rather than later, so that we can exceed our goal of 10,000. So you all, thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Encourage everybody over in Hong Kong to keep with it. And we hope to see you guys again in person soon.
Yay, see you next year in Nashville, I would say.
Absolutely.
See you in Nashville. Bye.
Plan. JR, take it away.
The Hong Kong handbell musicians just always amaze me. Okay, we've got a few items for you right now. One of those is a set of 2 of the practice chimes that Emily showed us, one for left hand, one for right hand. And let's see who gets to take that one. Stephanie Sheely, those are yours. So we hope you get a lot of good chime practice in. And how about also one of their 3 DVD sets of the Hong Kong Youth Handbell Ensembles. That goes to Mary Kay Davis. Okay, while you were watching their videos, I hope you really enjoyed the first Noel by Kathy Mokelbust, because our next prize is a commission by Kathy Mokelbust. And that goes to Jillian Erlenborn, and we'll connect you two on that. And I think it's back to you, Ed. Back to Ed.
Whoa, welcome back. This happy one is Iris May, and Iris attended her first handbell concert this week, and she loved it. Oh, wasn't it fun? And I'm very excited about her handbell future, but she's a little grumpy tonight because we haven't reached the 10,000 goal yet. So get those cards and letters coming, and we'll have a great time, and Iris will be happy with her handbell future. We have had Emily and Damien talk about international handbells. And this summer, as I said earlier, that the symposium is coming to Nashville. And so we have some videos from Tim Willits. Tim is from the Handbell Ringers of Great Britain. He is actually the International Handbell Committee Executive Director. And then we have an interview from Jenny Cawhorn. She has put this event together. So here is a little pitch for Symposium. We'll hope you'll want to be there. Here we go. Well, I'd like to welcome Tim Willits. Tim is lives 25 miles southwest of London, England, in Woking. And Tim is a member of the Handbell Ringers of Great Britain. And more recently, Tim is the executive director for the International Handbell Committee. And if you've ever met him, you just know that he's gregarious and fun and a delightful person. So Tim, thank you for joining us.
Ed, it's a delight. Thank you for saying those things. I'll slip you the $10 note later. Very kind of you. It's a really lovely to be able to be with you for your Ring-a-Thon, and I do hope everything goes really well through the time that you are ringing and raising funds.
Great. Well, thank you, Tim. Part of the reason that we'd like to interview you is that this summer, the International Handbell Symposium is going to take place in Nashville, Tennessee. And you have a significant amount of knowledge about Symposium. And some of our Ring-a-Thon tonight, we have 3 groups for international. And so we're kind of trying to highlight that a little bit. Can you tell us about your experiences with Symposium?
Gosh, well, yes. I mean, my experiences of Symposium go back for quite some period of time. I've attended every Symposium since 1992, except one. So that's about 13 symposiums. It would have been 14, except that Hong Kong sadly had to be cancelled, as you may remember. So I'm really looking forward to coming off the number 13 and making it 14 in Nashville. I just think symposiums are brilliant events, and there are so many things that make them really special. The music, for a start. There are so many. I've got copies of the music that I rang, and my team, we call them teams, as you know, in the UK. I know you call them choirs. I'll try and stick with the word group, which seems to be sort of embrace both of those. I've got copies of the music that my groups rang in all of those symposiums, and we quite often go back to those because there's such good music that is either commissioned or wins through in competitions or is brought to symposiums. So that's a very memorable set of music that has been rung over the years at symposiums, and meeting people, so many people who've become friends for life, and being able to meet them regularly again, even though we live so far apart. I mean, you yourself, and also people from the United States, such as Debbie Rice and Tim Waugh and Michael Glasgow and Bill Griffin, Bill Alexander, and also many people from other countries. I understand Damien Lim is with you during your Ring-a-Thon this evening. And I've visited Singapore and been part of an event that Damien has organized. Kevin Koh, similarly, Nozomo Abe from Japan, Carmel Davison from America, so many wonderful people. And so meeting those friends and being part of the event and enabling other people from this country to go to those events has been a very special part for me of attending symposiums. And I think an important part of my enjoyment of symposiums stems from going to my very first symposium in Edmonton in 1992. And I looked around this huge hall, bigger than more musicians in there than I remember ever seeing ringing handbells at one time before. And the conductors, people like David Davidson and Cynthia Dobrinsky, who I know sadly neither of them whom are with us anymore. And I thought to myself, if all of these wonderful people, all of these wonderful musicians think that this pastime, which is quite new to me, is worth their time and their energy and their passion, then it really must be worth it. This must be a very special type of activity for all these wonderful people. And I think symposiums for me have also, and members of my family, because my children, my wife and my children have also been at symposiums, and a sense of achievement, of representing, or at least ringing on behalf of, one's team and one's country in such an event have been a really exciting thing to do, and a very affirming thing to do in terms of one's own feelings of value and so on. So really, I think symposiums for all of those reasons have been very exciting places to be.
I was fortunate enough to be in Canada as one of the conductors.
You were.
And it was such a wonderful experience. And part of it that made it so much fun was this unifying factor that music had with ringers from all around the world. And I know you've talked to that a little bit too. How important is that unity in today's day and age?
I think it's hugely important. I mean, the principal function, I suppose, of the International Handbell Committee, of which I'm, as you mentioned, the executive director, is to share ideas and to support guilds which are around the world and are organizing international symposia. And I think as well, the International Handbell Committee is always on the lookout for handbell ringing going on in other countries. One of my predecessors, Debbie Rice, did a lot of hard work at supporting handbell ringers in other countries. And I hope maybe if the current COVID situation allows, that I might be able to do something similar. And there are so many advantages to being part of an organization which embraces people and events from around the world. I think at a time when many people seem to be interested in becoming parts of smaller groups. In my country, certainly, there has been an increasing tendency for people in established groups. Let's take Scotland for an example, which are, as many of the people who are listening to this might know, is establishing a referendum, or has already run 2 referenda, and will no doubt do one fairly soon, another one fairly soon, to become an independent country. My own country, the United Kingdom, has recently separated from Europe as one of the partners of the European Union. And so at a time when people are more interested in becoming part of smaller and smaller groups, tribal, I suppose, it's a tribal tendency, I suppose. And at a time when countries and unions are breaking up because of jealousies and lack of understanding, which means that the direction of travel for international understanding is in the negative direction. I really like the fact that the International Handbell Committee and the International Symposia stand for greater understanding and greater collaboration between people of different ethnic groups and different cultures, and through that greater understanding, a greater chance of peace between countries. I think that's such an important thing, particularly in the world at the moment.
You are so right. Now, are you hoping to be in Nashville?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I will. Well, travel restrictions allowing, and I very much hope there won't be any.
They will go away, won't they?
Yeah, of course. I seriously hope that as what appears to be an extremely successful set of vaccines, which have recently been established, of course, as you and many people listening to this will know. I think as they take hold and more people are playing their part in enabling us to become safer again from that horrible disease, I really hope that I'll be accompanied by lots of British ringers as I was when he came to Albuquerque, for example, in '96, and Orlando in 2008.
Right.
HRGB have advertised the date and all of the information that Jenny Calhoun has sent to us, and we've organized our usual competition for the piece of music to represent HRGB. It's a piece by Robin Benton called Celebration for Bells. I'm really looking forward to ringing that, along with mass ringing pieces from all the other countries. So Ed, perhaps you might allow me to take this opportunity as Executive Director of the International Handbell Committee to invite handbell ringers from all countries to come to Nashville next August, not only to savor the many delights of Nashville and its locality, its environment, but also, of course, to enjoy the wonderful ringing that will take place. And I'm looking forward to seeing as many ringers as can possibly be there. So really looking forward to seeing all of you at Nashville.
Thank you so much, Tim. As I said, you are a delight. And I think if people get to Nashville and get the chance to meet you, they will have a blast. And just to see and all those other people too. What a wonderful experience. So thank you for the invite. Thanks for your time. And we'll look forward to seeing you in Nashville.
Thank you very much, Ed. It's been a pleasure. I hope everything continues well this evening, and look forward to seeing you in Nashville in August next year.
Thank you. There we go. Well, I'd like to welcome Jenny Calhoun, our former Executive Director of HMA. Welcome, and tell us what you're doing now.
Hey, Ed. I am General Manager of a company called EVT Management Services, which provides concession services for a brand new venue in Cincinnati called the Andrew J. Brady Music Center, as well as the Taft Theater, which has been part of Cincinnati's theater scene for, over 100 years.
Yeah. And it's keeping you busy?
Yes, it is.
But you're still doing handbells.
I know we had 2 shows at the Brady this weekend, as well as 2 concerts for Queen City Bronze. So I'm running on fumes right now. It's pure adrenaline. Getting ready for the holidays.
Well, one of the reasons we wanted to talk just a bit was that we are fortunate to be hosting the International Symposium this summer in Nashville. And we've already interviewed Tim Willits and thought it would be nice to get your perspective on Symposium and what it is and why is it so different. And so what is it?
Well, I attended my first International Symposium when I was a member of the Dallas Handbell Ensemble in 1994. And it was in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And I just remember being just blown away then, because I was relatively new to handbells at that point. I'd only been playing for about 8 years in the handbell community for about 8 years. And I had seen some area festivals and some things like that. But then when we went to Albuquerque and saw the full symposium, I mean, it's just one, you're connecting with people with handbell musicians from all over the world. And you're seeing world-renowned conductors up on that podium leading the group. And you're playing music that you probably wouldn't otherwise see in the United States, maybe less so these days because the internet and those kind of things have sort of shrunk the world a bit, but you're still getting access to stuff and opportunities that you just don't have when it's just a pure US event. Aside from we did it in Orlando, was the first event that I helped plan, and in 2008, and there you're also interacting, you're getting all this music coming in and meeting so many people from around the world. I've got friends now, people I can legitimately call friends in Hong Kong, in Japan, in Korea, in Australia, in the UK, and those become lifelong friendships that you form at those symposiums. And I look forward to seeing those people again every 2 years at the symposiums that I was lucky enough to get to travel to when I was executive director. And not only do you have those mass ringing experiences, we had almost 900 people in Orlando ringing together, but you also have workshop opportunities. So it's not It's a little different than the classes at National Seminar, because you're, again, getting access to clinicians and experts from around the world, and not only getting what they would refer to in symposium language as technical classes, but you're also getting cultural classes. So you're learning about the cultures of the countries that are represented at the event.
And one of the byproducts with all those people from different countries is they tend to bring things to give away to everyone.
Yes.
It's like the Olympics, this massive thing of.
Absolutely. Yeah. Everybody, they come with little, and it doesn't have to be much, it's just little gifts. I would always I learned after my first couple traveling to take an extra foldable like duffel bag just for all the gifts that I would get to bring back. And it's beautiful scarves, and it's little fans, and it's buttons, and it's pins, and it's just so many different neat little things that are all memories of that particular event.
Right. So this summer in Nashville, Tennessee, the Gaylord Hotel Resort.
Opryland, yeah, Gaylord Opryland, yeah.
Yeah, and we've got all kinds of possibilities outside of that too. So tell us something about this summer.
Well, we're really excited to be bringing Symposium to Nashville, the Music City, USA. It just seemed like the perfect fit for the International Symposium. Nashville's really kind of the it place now to be, in their international travel. Their international events have just exploded over the last years pre-COVID, and it's building back. But we have just a lot of fun stuff planned. We're not going to do a full seminar, but instead we're going to offer just 2 days of pre-event classes. So if you want to come and take additional classes like there used to be at a national seminar, they can come 2 days early and do that. And then we'll have an international college ring-in with Mr. Yoshida from Japan and Dr. Payne from the US conducting, which is going to be fabulous. What an amazing experience. It makes me wish I was in my 20s again so I could go and ring. But then that will be the opening concert for the symposium. So we'll do the opening ceremonies and then have the International College Ring-in as the opening concert. And then we dive right in on Tuesday with mass ringing rehearsals and workshops. And we are taking over what they call the Gaylord Opryland Event Center, which is this big, huge standalone building just outside the hotel. Just walk across the street and you're in the event center. And we're going to fill that up with ringers. And it's going to be fabulous. So we'll have that. And then the Thursday night of the event, we are going to take over. We bought out the Wild Horse Saloon, which is right on Nashville, at the end of Nashville's Broadway, which is, the big, that's where like all the singer-songwriters go. That's where so many careers have started. And the Wild Horse Saloon is known for their line dancing. And we'll have a live house band, which is all part of the deal. And we're looking at some other fun stuff, but we're going to have dinner and fun, and that's a big fun night for everybody. They'll have opportunities to do some tours on their own. You'll have the other great thing about International Symposium too is the solo concerts. Is all these groups that come in to be part of the mass ringing will then perform on the international solo concerts of the week, and so we'll have all that going on. It's just going to be, we're going to make it so much fun in Nashville. We're going to do a bluegrass worship service one morning.
Nice.
It's going to be, we're really going to treat everybody to just a pure country Nashville event. It's going to be fun.
I think the Wild Horse Saloon is where I learned that rhythm and handbell ringing doesn't translate to my feet.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. Maybe I'll do better this time.
Yeah. Well, line dancing's not that hard to do if you just follow the instructions.
And they do have an instructor there.
They do. They have someone calling the line dances. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like a tremendous time, and encourage everybody to think about getting to Nashville this summer. You won't regret it. International symposiums are amazing.
They are. They're really, even though I've been to 6, it really is a once in a lifetime opportunity to, for those who don't travel internationally or don't have that opportunity to be able to come here in the United States. It's the last time it was here was 2008. The next time it'll be here is going to be at least another 16 years.
Yeah.
So take the chance now and come to Nashville. and you won't regret it. We're going to make it a lot of fun.
Great. Thank you, Jenny. It's great to see you. And
thank you.
All you're doing to make this happen.
Hey, I still care a lot about this organization, and it means a lot to me. Handbells are part of my life, and just because I'm not the executive director anymore doesn't mean that I don't want to do everything I can to help.
You bet. We're grateful for you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
And welcome back to my part of the world. Okay, how about we give away another HMA membership? So this will be a full year membership. It can be a new membership, or it can be a renewal membership. And if it's a renewal, we'll just tack that on to the end of your current membership. So let's see who the lucky winner of that is. And Barb Walsh walks away with that. And again, if you're just tuning in, the way you get on this prize wheel, there are a couple of ways. One is by making donations, and I see that we have finally exceeded $5,000 and are halfway to tonight's goal. If you donate up to $100, we'll put your name on the prize wheel once. Anywhere between $100 and $500, we'll put it on twice, and anything over $500, we'll put your name in 3 times. But you can also get your name on the wheel other ways. We have trivia questions popping up. Now you're going to need to keep an eye out. We're not going to tell you when a trivia question is coming up. It'll suddenly pop up at the bottom of the screen, and you'll want to be quick because the first 5 people to answer the trivia question correctly gets their name on the wheel as well. So back to you all.
Great. It's so good to surpass $5,000. And, you know, it only took a little while. That's a little unexpected, but we're on our way, and we've added some states. But, you know, Area 5, the only state that we don't have one is West Virginia. But I don't think any of the other areas are close. So let's see some of those donations. Hey, it doesn't matter how little it is. Or how big it is. Anything will help us as we move forward to refocus our future together. So we've had some really interesting sessions about International Symposium and handbells in education. And speaking of handbells in education, one of our national board members, Jillian Erlenborn, who is helping with our Handbells in Education Committee, is returning after great demand for game time. So Jillian and I think Brian Seaman is joining her, and they have a great game planned for us. So let's have some fun.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hi, everybody. Wow, Ed, no pressure or anything. Great demand, huh? As Ed just told you all, both Brian and I are educators. And for those of you who are educators, you know nothing gets our students going like a good game. So we have used one of, we're using one of these websites that I personally like to use with my students all the time called Kahoot. And I'm going to invite all of you at home to participate along with us. So if you have a second device, or if you just want to open up a second tab, you're going to bring yourself to www.kahoot, that's KAHOOT.IT. If you are an educator, or look at this, Nikki, she's one of us. She knows Kahoot. I know it. If you have the app, that works as well. But for those of you who do not, Kahoot.it is the website you're going to go to. You're going to put in our game pin, which you see at the top of the screen here, 7910492. And then it's going to ask you for a nickname, if you could just let us know who you are. I think we can get up to 50 people in here. And I see on my phone, it says I've got 72 people in the chat right now. So I'm hoping we can get quite a few people in here playing along with us. We've got some Christmas/holiday tune trivia questions for you. They're going to be 20. And Brian and I have a little, money idea for you to make our fundraiser goals, and maybe we have some for you as well. So Brian, you want to explain what your thoughts are?
Sure, we're going to turn this game into a little bit of a fundraiser here. So there are 3 different levels of giving that Jillian and I will do based on these answers. So if we get at least 1 correct answer on the question, Jillian and I will both give $5. If the predominant answer is the correct answer, we will give $10. And if everyone gets the correct answer, we will give $20. So this is a little incentive here for some correct answers. And then we also encourage that for every correct answer that you get, that you also donate. And that could be $1 per correct answer. It could be $5. You could match us. Anything that you can do will help out there.
Another idea is if you think you're really good at trivia, specifically this holiday tunes, maybe you give yourself a penalty if you get a wrong answer. So every wrong answer, $5, something like that. All right, so whatever you are comfortable with, give yourself that challenge now. I can tell you the questions kind of range in difficulty and also in kind of like what they cover. My 8th graders tested out most of the questions today. But they are a different demographic than what we're going to see today. And I won't tell you how successful they were, just in case you haven't made your promise to donate yet. But don't worry, we're not gonna torture you here. All right, so we've got about 25 people already.
Yeah, we've got another minute. The pin, if you need it again, it's at the top of the page there. It's 791-0492. It's right at the top of the page there.
Yep, 791-0492. And again, that was www.kahoot.it. All right, and we'll give 1 more minute. While we do that, Brian, I just realized we never really introduced ourselves. And I know Ed gave us a little intro, but my name is Jillian Erlenborn. I am one of the members of the National Board. I'm also an educator in North Jersey in Morristown, where I teach choir and musical theater. And just last year, got a set of handbells and chimes for my kids to play with, especially during the pandemic, but moving forward as well. So that's me.
And then I am Brian Seaman. I am the director of handbell ensembles at the Landon School in Bethesda, Maryland. We have a middle school through high school handbell program there with 96 students in the handbell program from 6th grade up through high school. So it's a really awesome handbell program that we've got there at the Landon School that I'm blessed to work with every day.
Fabulous. All right, we've got 30 people so far. I believe it's going to let you keep signing in as we go, but if not, you can always play along in the chat. Or just play along in your brain and then no one knows if you got it right or wrong. This will let us know who is leading. And I should mention, this is my students' favorite part about Kahoot. It gives the most points to the person who answered correctly first. So speed is also something that you could keep in mind here. However, you will have 30 seconds to answer each question. All right, we ready, Brian?
I think we're ready. Here we go.
Let's get it going. Let me turn the music on so we can get a little dance going on. Hopefully you all can hear this. I know Brian can. All right, here we go. Let us see. All right, we have Jingle Bells was originally written to celebrate which holiday? We've got Valentine's Day, Hanukkah, Thanksgiving, or Christmas. And Brian and I are just going to have a dance party while you all choose.
This is one of the best parts of Kahoot is the music. This is
being the
highlight
teacher
of
and
middle
just
school
dancing.
meetings. Yeah.
They do have the best. Again, that's Valentine's Day, Hanukkah, Thanksgiving, or Christmas. I also am really happy that all the colors kind of line up with the holiday. That's really pleasing to me. All right, so we've got not predominantly, but we did get at least someone who got the correct answer. It was originally written for Christmas. So Brian, that's what for us? $5?
So that's $5 for us. So we at least got a correct answer there. Yes.
Yeah, let's get on the next question on the board. Let's see who's winning. All right, we've got Lynn
in first place.
First place. Keep it up. All right, which song was the first to mention Santa Claus? Santa Claus is coming to town, Up on the Housetop, I Saw Mommy Kissing Santa Claus, or Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer? Yes, and I should keep everybody in mind, we're gonna be on a slight delay. So we will see your chats and everything about 20 seconds after this. So we're hoping that will work out. All right, there we go. $10 from us, Brian, right?
Up on the housetop, correct answer. Yes. So quick update. So those of you who are playing along on your device, you're going to see the question being asked on your device that you're playing before you hear it in the YouTube stream itself. So if you are playing along and you want to make sure you get in before the time is out, follow along with the timing on your device.
Absolutely. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. The singer of You're a Mean One, Mr. Grinch voiced which famous commercial character? Toucan Sam, Pillsbury Doughboy, Trix Rabbit, or Tony the Tiger? Not Trix Robot.
The Trix Robot, yeah. Tricks are for kids.
Honestly, would have made a way better commercial. All right, I'm hoping you all can see the questions on your device. I'll try and read the question early too, so that we can get that quickly. All right.
Tony the
Almost
Tiger.
entirely the right answer. Okay, we're getting closer. So that's another 10 from us, Brian. Woo!
There we go.
My wallet is crying already. You all are too good. Let's see. DJ in broadcast and interim ed up at the top. All right, let's keep going. HMA's online advent calendar features a Mitchell-Eithman arrangement of what hymn?
Ooh.
For those of you who have been checking in every day, it's the first thing I do when I get to school every morning. It brings me great joy. Ooh, we got a great suggestion from Bryce. If you set your YouTube to 2 times the speed, it'll make sure that you are live so that you're not falling too far behind. All right, actually our least popular answer, but yes, it was an arrangement of Silent Night. And thank you to Mitchell for letting us have that on our website there. So another 5 from us. That's 30 already, and we're only on question 4, Brian.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh,
All
indeed.
for good cause, though.
That's true. That is true. All right.
Ringleader up there now on the leaderboard.
All right. Which song is the highest selling single of all time?
See, my thought would have been All I Want for Christmas Is You, but I guess some of these are older songs have been a little bit more time to have sold.
Exactly. And I also was like, maybe I shouldn't include that one just because it will throw so many people off.
I would have chosen that if it was an option.
There we go. Nikki was saying she hasn't checked in on for days on our Advent calendar. Make sure you do that, Nikki. We've had some good stuff there. All right, another predominant.
White Christmas.
But not total. So we got another $10 there, Brian. And yes, White Christmas is our answer here. Let's see. Ooh, switch up on the leaderboard.
Ringleader with 3 correct answers in a row. Got a streak going.
1906, this song was the second piece of music to ever be broadcast on the radio. Second song ever. Oh, good. Katie said that the 2 times speed has been working. Great. Very glad that's helping some people. All right, which song was the second piece of music to ever be broadcast on the radio? All right, Oh Holy Night was the correct answer, not Silent Night, though similar. So we've got another $5 from us there. Fabulous. Let's see how we changed up the leaderboard. Ooh, interim Ed
into the lead.
Steal. We love to see it. All right, next up. Which song was the first song performed in space? I'll give a fun fact about this after everyone's answered, because it does kind of give a little, really a terrible giveaway. But if you'd still like to join in, our Kahoot pin is down at the bottom of your screen. That's 0492, and you can go to kahoot.it to play. All right, it was
There we
Jingle Bells.
go.
And in my research, I found out it was played on harmonica because someone smuggled a harmonica along, up on board. So there's your fun fact of the day. All right, what do we got?
Not the instrument. I guess it's an easy instrument to smuggle on board a spaceship, though.
Yeah, not much
Handbells are
else
not
you
so
can
easy
do.
to smuggle on board a spaceship.
Not a set for sure. All right, we've got Ed still in the lead. Let's keep on keeping on. What was the original name of the song Silver Bells? That's Brian's favorite answer.
My favorite answer in this one, yes.
What do we got? Original name of Silver Bells. I love that Kahoot has so many different songs too. Never gets me bored. All right, we have another predominantly correct answer. It was Tinkle Bells, which my 8th graders thought was so funny.
Hilarious, I'm sure.
They were laughing for a while with that one. So yes, $10 from us, Brian. So there's another predominantly correct answer. Check the leaderboard. Oof.
Interim Ed is killing it, still in the lead.
Yeah, someone's got to take him over. Let's see, next up, question 9. Which song was written during a summer heat wave? 1944. So not what's happening right now in Jersey. I wish. Although we have been pretty warm. We were pretty warm this week.
Yeah, it's been
But
warm in
no
Virginia,
heat
too.
wave. I'm not a cold weather girl.
Oh, I love the snow.
I like looking at the snow from inside where there's heating. Okay, so
Ooh.
definitely not what people thought. And you know, it's funny, my 8th graders had the exact same response to this question, but it is the Christmas song, which then they laughed about the fact that it's chestnuts roasting on an open fire during a heat wave. But that's $5 because at least someone got the right answer. Right, Brian?
That's correct.
Babu, let's see. It looks like Ed did not get the correct answer there. So there's a chance for a steal here, people. Make him sweat. Which song was written as a plea for peace here? 1962. Little Drummer Boy, Joy to the World, Do You Hear What I Hear, or Sleigh Ride?
We're halfway through here. This is question 10, I believe. So we're about halfway through
now
this
we're doing
game.
on time too. You're doing okay. Nikki says that she loves the cold, just not the snowstorm we had in Texas in February. All right. Hey, a predominantly correct answer. Do you hear what I hear? Which makes a lot of sense when you think about the lyrics. All right, so there we go. Another $10 from us. And I hope you all are keeping track of your answers here so you can keep up with whatever promise you made. Let's see.
Uh-oh, Alice has dethroned Ed there.
You did it. Excellent. We love to see it. Let's get another question in here. Sorry, Ed, I don't mean to bully you, but it's just fun. All right, what is the most arranged title for handbells? And I realize I changed the question on this one, but I didn't change the picture, so it looks very strange, but just bear with me.
Rocking Around the Christmas Tree is not the most arranged title for handbells. Just
Not
a
the
spoiler
answer.
alert right there.
Oh well, you win some, you lose some, right? What is the most arranged title for handbells? And we can thank Michèle for this piece of trivia as well. All right, Angels We Have Heard on High. What's the correct answer?
Yes, thank you for Michèle for all of that handbell data. That was super awesome for us nerdy folk.
So fun to see. All right, $5 from us. Ooh, Bob sneaking up.
Bob's moving up.
Number 12. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. How many reindeer pull Santa's sleigh? Now keep in mind, this is in Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. That is a deciding factor for my my 8th graders, so. Could this be the one where we get every single person with the right answer, Brian?
I think so. I feel good about this one.
I do too. We'll see.
Just sing it in your head.
We only got 30 seconds to count. Oh my goodness. Oh, yes, it is 9 because Rudolph is the extra.
Rudolph is the 9th.
Rudolph is our leader here. All right, so that's 5 buckaroos. Let's keep it moving. Let's see. Oh, and Ed back with the
takes over back in the
steal.
lead.
Let's see. Oh, we've got our highest climber. Nice. We'll see what percentage we all got later. All right, what popular Christmas song has earned the singer or singers an estimated 60 mil to date?
I love the graphic in the back of this.
This video makes me happy, especially with the music playing. I'm loving the chat. Keep them coming, people. Five seconds remaining. All right. All I Want for Christmas Is You. That is the correct answer. Awesome.
Such an
Although,
earworm.
I'm sure Ariana Grande has gotten one too. Gotten quite a bit from hers, right? What is that one?
The Santa Baby.
Yeah, Santa Baby.
Yeah.
Santa Baby, if you really there. All right, sorry. Getting in my feels. All right, what movie was the song White Christmas first in? Think hard on this one. This was fun to research too, putting some of these questions together. I've learned a lot.
Yes. Yeah, I did too, playing this earlier. 10 reindeer if you include Olaf, Damien.
Ooh, I like that answer. I'll take it.
Ooh, we tied for the right answer here. Holiday Inn, yes, is the correct answer.
Holiday Inn is the correct answer. And I'm going to say, since more people said Holiday Inn than White Christmas, I'm willing to go with the $10.
I will say that as well.
You agree,
yes.
Brian? All right.
I agree.
Fabulous. Yes. All right. So Holiday Inn was the correct one. Some Irving Berlin for you. Let's see. Ed got it. Ed, again, not trying to bully you. Just, you know.
Somebody's got to catch up to Ed. He's pulling
You'll
away
have to
too
see
much
an
here. We got
upset.
5 questions left here.
What was the original name of the song Little Drummer Boy?
It was not Tinkle Bells. Spoiler alert.
Or what? Our Metallic Southerners.
Metallic Southerners, yes. That's my favorite answer.
What was the original name of Little Drummer Boy? What do we got? All right, another predominantly correct answer. Very good. Oof. Let's see, we've got 4 more. Dang, that's a big lead. I don't know if we're gonna get an upset here. I think Ed might have this in the bag. Question 16, what pop Christmas hit was released in 1984? However, didn't rank in the charts until 2017. I thought this one was interesting too.
I like Santa playing the horn there.
Now, this is peculiar because Santa Baby could be, you know, the Ariana Grande or the other one. Santa Baby. But I guess Ariana Grande probably wasn't writing in 1984, so that is a giveaway. All right, we have a predominantly correct answer. Last Christmas. Fabulous. All right, let's keep moving. Ooh, let's see. Gotta be quick and correct, people. Which bird has gone away in the song Winter Wonderland? Now, this might be our total correct. Gotta think through on the lyrics.
Yeah,
Be
the
careful.
line immediately popped into my head as we got here.
With my creepy owl. Oh, close. Aha, you know, I tried to I actually put this one in for my 8th graders because they're singing Winter Wonderland and they always switch the 2 verses. The bluebird goes away, the new bird's here to stay.
Here to stay.
So we've got another 10, but not our totally correct answer. That's okay. Few more chances.
Nikki into second place. I think at this point it's a battle for second place is the hot spot now.
I think so too. All right, question number 18. How many laws come after the fa in Deck the Halls? Here's another one that could be completely correct. Count carefully. This is another count on your fingers one, Nikki, right? Ooh.
Almost.
We got some tough counters over here. It is 8. La 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 la. 8 laws. Yeah, laws. Oh, not fas.
Only one fa.
Only one. All right, what do we got? All right, still
Nikki's
really
still in
close
second.
for that second place.
Alice though, right? But yeah, Alice can totally catch up with 2 more questions.
All right, let's see.
6 for fans of The Office, Mark.
Starting to count up here. We're already at 150, so 2 more questions to decide how much are Brian and I donating tonight. If my mom is watching, I'm sorry, you're not getting a Christmas gift this year. Kidding, I already bought it. It's already wrapped. All right, what song is played on the Hershey Kiss Bell commercial? It is We Wish You a Merry Christmas. Bum, 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 bum. I know, it's the best commercial, Nikki. I agree. All right, so that's another 10, bringing us to 160, unless my math is wrong, but I guess I could ask Nikki. What do we have for our final question? What is the most published Christmas hymn? Now, this is not handbells. This is in general, and I will say the statistic came from hymnals. So what is the most published Christmas hymn in hymnals? Take on me, I love it. Our final question, and the answer is not Silent Night, but Joy to the World. All right, so we don't even get a predominantly on that. That's a 5. So our final leaderboard. 3rd place, Alice. Woo! Nikki in 2nd place.
Ooh, Nikki got kind of close there at the end.
Oh yeah, look at that, only 500 away? 540, look at my math, so quick.
And Stephanie and Bryce, runners up, 4th and 5th.
All right, fantastic job, everybody. All right, so I think we're passing over to JR, and I don't know, JR, if you wanna help out our friends here and give them a little love for their, let me stop this music, give them a little love for their excellent trivia-ing, but let's pass it over to JR. Thank you so much, and Brian, thanks for hanging out with me.
Thank you, this is so much fun. Let's do this again next year.
Sounds like a plan. See you, everybody.
Thank you.
Well, great job, Interim Ed, Nikki, and Alice. I have to say, though, that I was just kind of playing along and I got every single question correct. But let's see if we can get this correct here. We've got another music commission. This one from Brenda Austin, and let's see who the lucky winner of that is. Oh, close. Carlene Rusenberg, you get a music commission of your choice from Brenda Austin, and we will set you up with her. And is it back to Ed?
Thanks to Jillian and Brian. Appreciate it. And I did not know the questions in advance, just so you know, just pure intelligence, I believe. Yeah. Okay. We are just still hovering in the 5,000. So now it's time to bump the giving up. We're still waiting on figuring out getting a complete area. We haven't done that yet. So there's so much to do in the next hour and a half. So let's get those phones moving or the fingers on your computer. One of the really exciting concerts that we've heard in the last few years at seminar was with the Forte Handbell Ensemble. Quartet, they went up and did just a concert that was almost flabbergastic. Is that a word? It was really good. It's really good. And so tonight we've got Megan Braces from Forte, and we're going to go back to Michael and Michèle and talk about this amazing group and listen to their music.
Hello.
Hi. Hi,
Hello.
welcome back.
I'm sorry. I'm just getting excited because we've passed halfway toward our goal. So I'm going to
Yay.
celebrate over
We're
here.
celebrating.
The party now.
Hooray.
Hi, guys.
How are you doing?
Good.
Cheers.
Hey, wow. Cheers.
Yes.
Let's
Cheers. Camera.
challenge
Camera.
every single person who has. Oh, do they have kava at Sonic?
The
No.
button.
I would like to challenge anybody who has ever arranged or composed a piece of music for handbells, published or not, played or not, to donate $10. $10. That's my goal. Remember, tinyurl.com/HMA Ring-a-Thon to donate. Hey, Forte, coming in loud.
Yes.
I
Get some
won't
drink
worry
get
about
ready
that.
for us.
It was too easy. I'm sorry. All right, you guys have this is going to do something a little different. Michèle, I'm springing it on you, and Derek, I'm springing it on you. We're going to jump straight into a video because we're going to contrast this with the people we're talking to. So if we could look at Canticle, which is something a lot of people know this piece from a full bell choir situation, but this is not quite a full bell choir situation. So if we've got Canticle ready, we're going to watch that first, and then we're going to dive into the interview part of things. Here we go. I'm tired. I'm going to bed.
Me too.
It's so to start this, we don't regularly start with the video. And Michèle, while you were away, Michèle and I might have talked about our outfits in advance, but I did not talk with Forte, and yet they're representing each of the colors I'm wearing, or I'm representing all of the colors they're wearing. And that's what Bell people do. We share brains. So that's pretty cool. You saw in that video from left to right, it was, well, left to right, it's constantly changing. But at the end, it was Megan, Dylan, Tori, and Luke. And today we have Dylan, Luke, Megan, no Tori. He's not away because he's sick or in another engagement. He's away. Tell us about your journey from quartet to triodom.
Well, Tori got married. We tried to talk him out of it, but it didn't work. Well, we were happy for him, but his wife is doing grad school in Utah, so he had to move away. We were strongly planning on getting a fourth ringer, so we were quartet again, and then COVID hit. And we took a 2-year break. So at this point, he's supposed to be back in a 1.5 years, and we said, we'll just float as a trio for a while. If everything goes well, he's coming back and we can pick up right where we left off. So
with a small amount of relearning the music.
Yeah, with a large amount of relearning everything.
Refreshing, not relearning, refreshing. Refreshing off.
Finding out how well we took notes on it.
Oh my gosh, yes. It's like, what the heck was I doing?
That's what we use concert videos for.
Everything is memorized, which it kind of has to be with as much choreography. You guys have so much else to look at. Music isn't it, but I know you're sick of answering this question, but tell us about your process from conception to performance. Like, what do you do? How does it come together?
I mean, conception is mostly, well, at least it started off being mostly Luke, where he would have sort of an idea of how he wanted a piece to look or anything like that. But we do know from the get-go that we're going to be memorizing a piece, which takes away a lot of the barrier, because once you know you have to, like, there isn't another option, and so you have to figure it out. If it's like, I don't know if I can memorize this, then you sort of give yourself an out. But yeah, if you're already committed, you know it's going to happen, then it's just a matter of taking the time and figuring out what the patterns are and things like that. So, and we all memorize at a different speed, but it becomes sort of a competition where who can close their music the soonest and things like that. We make it fun. But yeah, and then all the way to performance, obviously, once we're able to get off of music, we're able to do more visually and sort of looking at each other and making sure that we're cueing off of each other and things like that, getting it ready so that it's ready to present to people.
A connection to the fellow ringer.
Didn't we talk about that earlier, Michael?
Maybe.
Well, even connecting to the audience as well. We found we're a whole lot more musical and we can engage when you get that music barrier out of the way.
Yes, yeah, I mean, literally too, where like there's not music in between you, but also you're not looking at it.
Right.
Well, Sonos calls that the wall of black, the big black wall that separates you from the audience and just creates this barrier so that you can't do the connection. So it's one reason why Sonos plays you don't want that.
So much these last 18 plus whatever months, we have seen so many virtual things and such, and it's, I think, cemented for all of us as performers that it's not the same as playing to a live audience or live congregation. It's just not the same energy. You don't have that enthusiasm to feed off of and that emotional bond that we've talked about today a lot. And you guys have it in spades.
Well, and it helps too because the concerts take so much energy. And so like playing to an audience, you can get that energy back because the audience feeds back into it. But when you're trying to play, to a camera, it doesn't give you that much back.
The little lens just stares at you and unnerves you.
Critiques your every move.
And it remembers everything.
Yes, worst of all.
Yeah, people will fill it in for you if you're playing something like Carol of the Bells and you miss one of the notes in the run, but the camera will notice.
And the recording will keep it for all eternity.
Yes.
Yay, preserved for posterity. Okay, so what are you doing right now that is awesome? Tell us about something awesome that you're doing.
We are working on a new arrangement of Carol of the Bells that we just picked up a week ago. It is almost a full 7-octave arrangement with the 3 of us.
You're going to play it right now, right?
I knew.
We were playing it for the couple hours before we got on.
We're on like ish.
Very slowly. Yeah, it's actually by the same composer who did the one that we're hopefully going to show later in this broadcast. But he decided to take a fresh look at the carol, and so it's similar enough that we won't be able to play them on the same concert when Tori comes back, but different enough for it to be something interesting for us to dig into while we're a trio.
So it's pretty cool. He souped it up a little bit, made it harder, and we dropped a ringer and said, let's see if we can do it.
Perfect.
I feel like, I'm painting with a broad brush, but so much in the bell world is just like so many groups, especially your more beginning groups that only rehearse, for 45 minutes a week and not everybody's there, yada, yada. It's this like, let's just get it right. Let's just get through it. Let's get it done. And you guys are never satisfied with good enough. It's always got to elevate more and more and more. And we see that when you play, and it's so, I mean, you're like total masochists, but we all love
It's mostly Luke. And we just stick around. I don't know what our problem is exactly.
Part of my goal early on with this group, and they've put up with it, is that I want to be able to go to concerts that are full of bell ringers and show them something they've never seen before. So you always
like that.
You always have to keep pushing.
Because I mean, we would love to reach non-bell audiences, but the reality is that most people at bell concerts have seen bell concerts before, and so is keeping something fresh. Hopefully reaching more people also, but keeping something fresh for the vast majority of the audience, which is already exposed to bells.
Now, speaking of reaching audiences, if I recall correctly, a year or two ago, you guys had a video go viral, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was more than a year or two. I mean, the first one.
A while now. Yeah.
The first one was the.
It's all Blur's Day.
Right. Yeah. what is time anymore? But the first one was Saber Dance on the way back from National Seminar. So that one went. Was it over 1 million? Was it 4 million? It was some amount of million.
4 million or something now.
That wasn't even on our channel. So yay.
Yeah, but then Hallelujah Chorus came. Yep.
Yeah, and so Classic FM picked up Saber Dance, and that one went crazy. And then Hallelujah Chorus did the same thing, and then Classic FM picked that one up too. So they have a really large audience that they shared it to, and they share it to occasionally. It's actually making the rounds again right now, so it's always fun to see people tag it back to us. Right. It is really cool to be able to reach more people, especially all over the world. You see comments on it that are like in every language, and you're like, they all saw that bell piece. That's pretty cool.
For the people that haven't seen it, would we be able to share it? We've got the clip.
Sure thing. Let's do it.
Not Saber Dance. We've got Hallelujah Chorus.
Yeah, so it's a different one than the one that went viral, but it's cool because it shows behind the table, so you can kind of see what we're doing from our perspective more, which is a different view.
Nice.
Let's check it out. So,
wow, that was great.
I
He's speechless. I've never seen Michael speechless before.
it doesn't happen often. Do you guys, does it start with all the choreography figured out, or does it just organically evolve into like, oh, you know what would be great? We should all like spin around and change places here this time. Like a lot of that stuff comes about by people just screwing around in rehearsals, but you guys are not doing shtick. This elevates well beyond to true artistry. Where does it come from?
90% of the choreography is when we very first break down the music. So when I'm going through a score, deciding who plays what, I'm visualizing in my head, what's it gonna look like, as well as who's capable of playing what. And then I take it to rehearsal and Dylan and Megan tell me, you're psycho, that's never gonna work. And then we kind of tweak stuff from there.
Yes.
I'm in awe. It just
but I mean, it would not work to just like wing it.
Right.
But there are the occasional, like sometimes Tori puts in an extra spin in some places and things like that. And so some of it can be a little bit on the fly, but mostly it has to be pre-planned.
I think the crawling that I do,
that was
yeah,
that was new.
That was new. Yeah, that was not originally in there. So that came because, you know, after however many concerts where you have to get from this end of the table to that end of the table, you like, I've done this before and something has to happen now.
Yeah, we got to keep it fresh for us because people keep wanting us to play it, which we obviously can't right now with just the three of us, but usually we can't get rid of either that one or Saber Dance. And so it's like, well, it's got to be interesting for us. And so we put in new stuff occasionally, but we had to learn it off, like originally off of what the plan was, because otherwise we would have run into each other even more than we did in rehearsals when we first started it.
Yeah, when I break it, the scores will say Megan moves here, then Dylan moves here, then this person moves here. And if you do it wrong, we crash into each other.
I mean, it's just like
you get like a glove caught or something.
Yeah.
Then yeah, it's a thing.
Oh goodness, yes.
It's
like when you're doing a pass or something, and if you get the other person's glove, then there's some on-the-fly choreography that occurs.
Yes, been there, done that. So I understand we had a question about the video, which was, are the water bottles there color coordinated with your shirts?
No.
That were in the video? No.
That was
you know
just
whose is whose, right?
Brilliant thing that we dressed to like tonight. It just happened, right?
Right.
That's
no, because we like that was in the middle of our longest tour I think that we've ever had, and so we couldn't be switching water bottles every night depending on who was wearing what color. So we each have a color.
Oh, you change colors every night. Sure.
Yeah,
I didn't realize you
we
changed
don't have
shirts.
28 of the same color shirt. So so we have coordinated shirt sets, and we're like, okay, tonight is set 1 and then we're set 2 or whatever, so that there's a decent amount of contrast between us, and we're not like 3 people in blue and 1 person in pink or whatever. But the water bottles and other various things are color coordinated to us. And so mine is pink because I'm a girl, obviously. And then Luke's blue, Dylan is green, and Tori is whatever the other color is in whatever the stuff is. So he doesn't have like a dedicated color. He's been orange, he's been purple. I think he's been gray at one point, because you'll find like those water bottles are from Amazon. And it's like, there's 4 colors and it's pink and green and blue and whatever. And so he's the other color. Maybe that's why he left.
He's stuck with the leftovers. Now when he comes back, he should get to pick a color.
It ended up starting with how we color coordinate our bells, because I own bells and Luke owns bells and Dylan has chimes. And so we have, my bells are all labeled with like a pink hair tie around the bells, and Luke's all blue and Dylan's are all green and things like that. So it sort of came organically kind of out of that, or that came out of it or something. I don't know. Eventually we just sort of sunk into having our own colors that associated with our stuff.
Got it. So
cool.
On the repertoire, not the process of how you get a piece worked up, but what do you guys do? You have, obviously your rep doesn't change 100% every show, because there's thousands of hours, I'm sure, of prep time collectively that go into the pieces. How often do things kind of rotate out? What's the process in creating a show and in selecting repertoire?
Christmas aside, because that's
I love how we ask the question and Megan and Dylan both like give this side eye over to Luke. Like,
I'm not doing that. Well, Christmas aside, because that's its own thing. Usually we shoot for roughly half a book is new every season. So we'll do.
Or hasn't been played in quite a while.
Or hasn't been played in a while. Yes. So
How do you choose what to do?
New music that we find that we like, going back to favorites that we like, and then we'll just pull, roughly half the book and then reprogram what makes a good concert.
Would you say that pretty much anything in the standard handbell choir literature you guys could adapt to bells, or is there a limit for trio or quartet that you're like, no way, ain't gonna happen? Like what does a piece need to have or need not to have for forte to be able to make it their own?
I mean, big block chords don't work very well.
Right. Anything that has massive block chords, we're going to struggle with. We might be able to adapt it, but it's not going to be the same.
Right. We would have to pull out like, this is the important note and this is the important note so that then we can get to the next big block chord, because there's only so many bells that we can each reasonably expect to carry at one point.
Right. Anything very rhythmic with a lot of mallets converts really easily.
Yes, sure. Yes.
So, a lot of the pieces like Green Blade or those that have basically mallets the entire bass, well, one person can cover that. So that gives the other three of us the treble.
Yeah.
The treble or the treble.
The harder parts, those actually are the alto and tenor parts, because then you're picking up the ringing harmonies that may not lay as nicely as either the essentially solo line or the bass line. And it's more sharing usually, and it's a bit more of a challenge.
Right.
We've got a question in the YouTube chat. Someone just wants to know when you guys have played Flight of the Bumblebee. Have you ever played Flight of the Bumblebee?
We have. We've performed it.
I saw that.
I think that was
hiding on YouTube somewhere.
Sorry, no, that was on the Area 1 tour, and then it was at St. Olaf also. Yeah. So we took it to the Midwest once, and we took it out to our tour to Hartford, Connecticut for the Area 1 conference in, 2019? But we didn't play it there because they had a time limit on the concert. So that was one of the pieces that were like, the setup is insane. And so we're not going to do that one at that concert.
Right.
But
there are definitely videos floating around because we did it. So.
And it usually came off reasonably well. That one is an interesting one where there's two parts that are insane and two parts that are fine. Like, it's the B and then the mallets that support the rhythm. And the B is the hard stuff, and the mallets is just like, how long do I rest before I come back in with my eighth note mallets?
Yes.
Speaking of YouTube and such, before we forget, do please tell us, and for our folks at home, because astoundingly, we're like almost ready to go to our lightning round questions. How do people get in touch with you? You have a Forte Handbell support team. You have a website, you have social media presence. How do people find you guys online?
I think everything now is Forte Handbells. So it's fortehandbells.org. It's facebook.com/Forte Handbells, Instagram/Forte Handbells, YouTube/Forte Handbells. And then there's more information. Like Michael said, we have a support team, and there's information on the website about that. We just recently redesigned our website, so it's pretty now.
It is pretty.
And that's what's important, right?
It's true.
Are we ready to go into lightning round crazy time?
I think so.
We have questions for you guys that any or all of you can answer. And okay. We're asking these of pretty much everybody we interviewed tonight. So if you've been on for a while, you've gotten a sneak peek of these. We just want the first thing that pops in your head. And some of these can be fun and serious. Some can be serious, some can be whatever you want them to be, because that's what you all do. Are you ready?
Yep.
Michelle, I think it's your turn to start.
Okay. What's the one question you wish people would stop asking you about handbells?
Do you play Carol of the Bells?
I feel like I don't mind any question that people want to ask. I don't know. I feel like if they have a question, we want to answer it.
So there's not one you've had like for every single question that you're just like, stop asking.
Usually it's memory, but that's fine. That's true too.
As we just asked.
Yes, it's fine. We don't mind
about it. Like everything you've asked us, we're tired of answering. I mean, you can't help it when people are so in awe. So preference for each of you guys, gloves, no gloves, and why?
gloves, because without gloves, I can't four in hand below, much higher than we have to four in hand here, and just protects the hands, except when we're doing music video recording, then we try not to wear gloves, but I prefer to wear gloves dotless. I do not want the dots.
You don't want the dot snot all over the table after your rehearsal?
Well, and just like
you gotta let go.
Yeah, it's not good. So,
and since we're not using music, you don't need it to turn the pages.
You don't need it to turn the pages, and so you'd rather just not get stuck on the handles and things. So gloves,
exactly.
As much passing as you
switch to no gloves.
Sure.
I wear them for concerts, so we match, but I prefer no gloves now.
I like gloves because I've had calluses fall off. So
my calluses are tough enough. I would prefer no gloves.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
All right. So what instrument do you think best complements handbells? What's a good pairing? Any other instrument that you like to use with bells?
The reason I like quartet is because you don't need another instrument with bells.
It's not a question of need. What do you like?
Stylus or sound.
Yeah.
I've always liked flute with bells and violin.
I think flute goes well. I've heard some beautiful cello with bells too.
Yeah, I would say cello, and I feel like that's what people have been saying.
We are team cello.
That I was able to tune into when we weren't rehearsing. But yeah, I feel like cello.
Yeah, team cello.
And other kinds of bells. More bells.
Well, of course. Yeah, we should call
so you've got like regular bells, you've got your like chimes and melody bells. It's nice to have a variety of sound even within the bell genre.
Which leads to our next question, which is, what is on Forte's wish list other than your fourth ringer who's missing? What's the next thing you guys want to get, or do you feel like you're set with what you got?
Never.
You're different than other groups because you can't just keep getting 7,000 octaves of bells and just play them all at the same time.
We actually could. We'd be okay with that.
Different table.
I'm so sorry I said it.
We just right as COVID was hitting, just ordered the last bell in our 7 octaves for our primary set. So now we are C2 to C9. But I think the next thing that we've been asking people for on our equipment fund donations is for another duplicate set of bells, because we do a lot of the same bell in various places on the table because there are fewer of us. It's like, I can get the B5 here, but I can't get it here. And so we have many sets of bells that we pull from to make.
You know exactly what you mean. Yeah. And that's one of the beautiful things about bells. I mean, they move, and that's a great blessing. I mean, but sometimes you need more than one. It's like being a pit percussionist. Sometimes you need a triangle here, sometimes over here, and sometimes over there. And we can do that.
You need more than 4 of the same one. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's true.
Well, especially if you're going to have bell trees so that you can have them set up during the concert.
Well, yeah. That and the 6 in hands, all the special stuff we do. We just like to have them so you don't have to deal with this stuff between, like you were saying, the setup for Bumblebee, as you were saying earlier.
Right, and then probably a bigger trailer.
Yeah.
Because as previously advertised, we have the 7th octave now. So.
Right, those cases get big fast.
I think what we really need are groupies to set up and tear down our concerts. That would be nice.
I'm all for that. Team groupie.
You're the second group that said we want roadie people to do our thing. That's our desire.
Yeah.
No, playing a concert every night is easy on tour. It's the loading and unloading and setup and tear down that gets really tiring.
Yep.
Yeah, there are people who are like, don't touch my bells. We are not those people. We're like, please touch the bells, put them away.
Put them away. I don't care what case they go in, just put them away.
That's right. As long as we have them all.
Well, and everything's color coded. So it's like you put the pink bell in the pink case and you make it work. Yeah.
There you go. Perfect. Okay, final question. As you know, HMA has a new executive director starting in January, Linda. And what is one question you want us to ask her this evening when we interview her?
And I bet you have several questions from the people before us now.
We do, but that's okay. This can be something about the organization, about bells, about something specific there, or just a get to know you question, because not a lot of people know her.
Right. I would ask, I feel like she's not like from bells, at least not recently. And so I would ask like what's her favorite bell performance that she's seen or been to or something like that, if she has any exposure to sort of high level ringing, or if she really hasn't seen anything yet and what she's looking forward to.
Okay, that's a good one. Nobody else has asked that one.
Yay.
Dylan or Luke, anything you want us to put her on the spot with?
I already got mine.
Yeah, I
It
know,
wasn't even an original.
That's all right. No
Well,
worries.
another thing, like, just since nobody knows her, is like, what is her vision for HMA? Like, is she going to stay the course, or is she planning on making changes and how things are going to be done?
Yeah.
Good question. Good question. Okay.
I can't believe how fast the time is going by. It's so crazy. We
have
no clocks that work, so I don't
people
know.
should check out our social media
right.
because a lot of our stuff is posted on our Facebook page, so people can check out if they want to see more videos.
Outstanding.
Your videos are really good. I really like some of your videos. So the cinematically speaking, I like that. So good job.
And you guys taking stuff to literally different locations and doing stuff in unusual spots up top of mountain, and it's just like, once again, like, oh, this isn't enough to just do it here with this beautiful backdrop. We need to go up there on top of that mountain and play there like that.
Car access.
Right. Oh my God.
Yeah, that one had no
Speaking of roadies.
Yeah.
Would you please carry this case up a mountain for me?
Exactly.
That's what we had to do for that video. There was no road access, so we packed it all up on our backs and carried it up a mountain.
Unbelievable. You guys are troopers in so many ways. And thank you for inspiring so many people. Forte Handbell Ensemble, everybody. Trio temporarily, quartet again, hopefully in the future. And we are in a good place. We are at almost $6,200 toward our goal for HMA. So I am obligated to say once again, tinyurl.com/HMA Ring-a-Thon. So jump on over. I don't know if we have actually gotten an area with somebody from each state in their area yet. Have we done that? Doesn't Area 9 only have Oklahoma and Texas? I mean, come on, guys. 2 people need to just go donate some money. And so, obviously Luke does a lot of your arranging. Do all of you arrange?
Yeah, more and more.
Or breakdown things that people have already done.
Yeah,
but
when
you've
we're
done
doing like a piano piece or whatever. Like I've done some. I think we've all.
So I'll challenge each of the 3 of you to the $10 as someone who has arranged or written music for handbells. Please donate so we can hit our goal of $10,000. You all, thank you for spending the time with us.
Well, absolutely.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we appreciate you being here. So.
And we're gonna jump back to JR now, right? More swag time.
Yay, the swag man.
Thank you, Forte.
Bye.
Thank you, Forte. Bye.
Welcome back. Okay, we've got a few more prizes left here. First of all, though, I want to give a big shout out to everybody who's donated prizes. We've got Emily Lee and the Hong Kong Youth Handbell Ensemble, Tintabulations Handbell Ensemble, Truly Horrible Things, Third Bell on the Right, Kathy Mokelbust, Brenda Austin, and we'll have some prizes coming up from Schulmerich and also Jeffers Handbell Supply. Let me make sure I didn't miss anybody. And of course, HMA. But all of these businesses or people donated prizes in the hopes that, people would want to go after them and donate a lot of money to our cause in order to get put on the prize wheel. And we really appreciate everybody who has donated so far. So right now I've got a couple more prizes to give away. We have another set of practice chimes. That's a left, right hand set of practice chimes from Emily Lee. And we are going to give So Sharon Curie, you're going to get a lot of good practice in on your chimes and bells. Let's also give away the other 3 DVD set from the Hong Kong Youth Handbell Ensemble. And Tracy Ballin, those are yours. And how about one more registration to our virtual winter workshop? Erica Davis. Okay, so we'll be letting you all know how to take advantage of these prizes. We will be putting in the video description a list of all of the winners. Now, most of you, it looks like, have used your real names. And if you are members, we should be able to find you pretty easily. But if you're not a member, or if you're not using your real name as your YouTube name, take a look in the video description in the next couple of days for the replay of this live stream, and there will be instructions there on how to get with us to let us know how to contact you. So that's all I have for the moment, and let's go back to Ed.
Well, here we are now in our final hour. We have a lot of room to make up, but here is something you can look at it this way. One person donating $3,818.14 will help us reach our goal. Is there one person out there who would do that? Oh, wait, you'd even have to pay less now. It just moved. So, or maybe not one person, but maybe a few people. So come on in and get that going. Now, as far as our area challenge, Area 5 is waiting on West Virginia. Area 9 is on Oklahoma. Area 2 is looking pretty good, but I'm not seeing a New York yet. So there we are. We did get somebody from Maryland, and Area 8's letting me down. I haven't gotten much from there. So let's keep that going. And let's have a big final hour. So to start this final hour, another kind of international feel. One of our newest national board members is Carlos Rivera Aponte. He is from Puerto Rico. Many of you know him and have heard his groups. The rhythmic accuracy and intensity in his groups is just incredible. And he has been working with handbell groups from other countries. And I think tonight he's going to share a little bit about that. So we welcome Carlos. Good to have you aboard.
Hello, hello.
Here we are.
Hello.
Welcome.
Good to see you again, Carlos.
Good to see you, Michèle and Michael.
And who do you have with you today, virtually?
I have with me today from Colombia, close to Bogotá, Maestro Alberto Sánchez and his wife, Maestra Andrea Ocampo. Bienvenidos.
Oh, welcome.
Bienvenidos.
Bienvenidos. Bienvenidos.
Thanks. Gracias.
I'm now done with all of my Spanish knowledge, pretty much.
Me too.
No problem, no problem.
Blame your Spanish teachers. Right?
I didn't have a Spanish teacher. I think that's the problem.
Yeah, exactly. I had a French teacher.
Oh.
Me too.
So the group is called Encantos, yes?
Encanto. Without
Encanto. We had an S on it. Okay, tell us.
And it means charm, actually.
Enchanting, yes.
So I should ask Maestro Sánchez and Maestra why they chose this name. Maestro, ¿por qué escogieron este nombre para el grupo?
Escogimos Encanto porque cuando vimos las campanas realmente eso fue lo que sentimos al escuchar su sonido y quedamos encantados, quedamos con mucho placer al escuchar el sonido y nos atrapó.
They chose that name because when they heard the bells for the first time, they were enchanted or very charmed with the bells. So that was that captivating sound they found in the bells. That what they decided to name their ensemble Enchanted or Enchanté en français.
Yes.
So it has
great
nothing.
name, and it's great.
Nothing to do with the new Disney movie by the same title.
Oh,
I was going to ask, are they named after the Pixar movie, or is it Disney?
Preguntan que si nombraron el grupo por la película de Disney que se llama Encanto.
No. Antes de que saliera la película, nosotros ya no sabían. Ellos más bien Copiaron nuestro nombre.
when the movie came out, they already had their name. So the movie copied their name from theirs, you know.
Royalties.
Yeah.
Right. So where do they get ringers for Encantos? Where do the ringers come from? How do they get members?
¿De dónde vienen los campanistas para su grupo?
Son profesores de varios municipios de la Sabana Centro de Bogotá, de Tabio, de Chía, de Huasca y de Teno.
The members of the group are teachers from around the area. Is all the plains close to Bogota, and they are all teachers in schools that they formed.
That's great.
Yeah, we had to remember in 2019, I went with my group, with one of my groups to Colombia to start a bell program there. There are very few bell choirs in South America, and one of personal goals is to get bells as far as I can, and I made that effort in Venezuela and Dominican Republic, Guatemala, Argentina, and now Colombia. And it amazes me how wonderful these people are and how musical they are, and they embrace this instrument and take it on their own. So with the help of Schulmerich bells, I took a 5-octave set of bells and 3-octave set of chimes, and we put it in their hands. But I gave them a whole week training on how to use them so they can start a program in Colombia so they can spread the bell ringing in their country.
Oh, that's so wonderful.
You said everyone's a teacher. Are they all music teachers to begin with, or teachers of all different subjects?
Maestra, que si todos los integrantes del grupo son maestros de música o maestros de otras materias.
Algunos son músicos, otros dictan están en otras áreas, son docentes del área de escuela, docentes.
Some of them are music teachers, but a lot of them are not music teachers. So they come from different teaching areas and expertises.
Nice. Well, we want to see some of what they have. You guys gave us a few videos. What would you all like us to show first? Which video?
¿Qué video le gustaría que ellos mostraran primero?
Pueden mostrar
el burrito sabanero.
Sí, bueno, el burrito sabanero.
Me gusta. El burrito sabanero.
All right, you got that handy, Derek? Mi burrito sabanero. Tell us about the piece real quick.
Oh, El Burrito Sabanero is a Venezuelan kind of joropo or song that was really popularized around the 70s, and with a very small kind of popular young group of people, and it has popularized around all Latin America. Maestro, ¿algo más que quiera hablar del origen de la pieza?
Es un tema muy popular en nuestro país. Se interpreta en la época navideña y todas las familias colombianas lo conocemos.
Especialmente los niños.
So all the children love this song in all Latin America, not only in Colombia, but in Puerto Rico and Venezuela. And it tells the story of this little donkey that's going to the way to Bethlehem, and it's running through the savannah, which is the Great Plains of Venezuela. And it's a very folkloric song there, but nowadays it's like a children's Christmas song everywhere in Latin America.
All right, let's check it out. great. What a beautiful venue.
That was great. It's gorgeous.
It's a beautiful church that Maestro told me is in Tabio, a little town called Tabio. It's about 30 minutes away from Bogota, which is the capital city.
Wow. So my question is, how do the maestro and maestra, how do they select repertoire for the group to play? Where do they find their music?
Maestro y maestra, ellos preguntan que cómo ustedes seleccionan el repertorio, que de dónde encuentran el repertorio.
Principalmente el maestro Carlos Rivera nos asesora y nos sugiere el repertorio que nosotros debemos seguir de acuerdo al nivel de la agrupación, poco a poco ir abordando.
Y también nosotros dentro del grupo hacemos arreglos para la época navideña o también de música colombiana. Escribimos nuestra música.
Oh, so they say that most of the arrangement or music they pick is because I suggested them.
I heard your name.
Yeah, to them, because I'm working like as a mentor, so I can give them a little try with the training wheels, and they let them go and do their thing. But other members of the group has arranged some of their original kind of musics, which really enriches, the handbell world and music and repertoire. And the same happened in Venezuela many years ago, and nowadays it's a huge movement of bells there. So yeah, it's both things. So we need more teachers, more mentors.
Yes, maybe those who didn't take French in high school.
Well, if you don't speak Spanish, you can donate $10 and you'll get it. So we can meet our goal tonight.
Oh wait,
right?
did we hear a challenge for anyone who does not speak Spanish?
Yes.
Donate.
Or how many words do you listen in Spanish that you can recognize? That's the amount of $5 you're gonna donate. Right?
I'm afraid for our jobs, Michèle. I think Carlos is gonna take over next year.
Yeah,
I think so.
We've got another video. The piece is Rueda Rueda, which it means wheel, doesn't it?
Well, that means wheel, but in this song is used as a verb, which is roll and roll.
Okay. And this includes some kids actually singing in a virtual choir setting. Can you just tell us a bit about this before we watch it?
Maestro, que nos hable de Rueda Rueda, cómo pusieron los niños en esta transmisión virtual. ¿Qué es lo que pasó ahí para lograr eso?
Bueno, estos niños, yo soy directora coral, tengo unas agrupaciones, trabajo en el municipio de Chía, entonces los convoqué, les propuse que cada uno pues grabara, se aprendiera la canción, la grabara y juntamos todos estos videos. También hay integrantes de Encanto que se encargan de la parte de producción. Y luego hicimos la grabación también del conjunto de campanas y hicimos todo el ensamble, campanas y coros con los niños.
Excelente. She's saying that she conducts choir. She's a choir director, so she has many children groups. So she asked them to join them in this piece. This arrangement, actually, this is a Peruvian Christmas song. It's called a Huayno, and Hayno. And actually, this arrangement is from Carlos Avila's arrangement, and they decided to the children, during the pandemic, with the bells they already recorded before.
Awesome. All right, let's take a look.
Rueda, rueda por la montaña, blanca
Wow.
Well done. There was a lot of video editing. You had a couple of kids who were so enthusiastically into it. I was dancing along over here.
They were telling me that they have a good team of people like in production, so they get to spread the word of handbells and they're in Colombia. And also Maestra Ocampo told me that she gets the children to sing with the bells so they know what the bells are, so they get very enthusiastic in bells and they can grow a new generation of bell musicians.
Nice. And you guys have, I mean, just culturally, so much rhythm in your blood. It's just, I love how much everyone moves when they're playing and when they're singing. It's no one is just standing there, and it's wonderful to see. It's energizing.
Ellos dicen que los latinoamericanos tenemos mucho ritmo y mucho en la sangre y no podemos quedarnos quietos cuando cantamos o tocamos, así que se notó a los niños la alegría con sus cuerpos. Yeah.
So how do people find you guys online? Does Encanto have a website or a social media presence? Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, anything yet?
Maestro, ¿cómo les encuentran ustedes en las redes?
Encanto, Handbell Group.
Conjunto de campanas Encanto o Encanto Handbell Group on Facebook is the easiest. And you'll see a lot of videos they made in past. I would say less than 2 years, because I started in 2019 and then the pandemic came in 2020. So they've been really good and very resilient warriors, and they are trying to keep them.
That's great.
Got it. I think we're almost to the point where it's time for our lightning round. Are we taking our hats off now?
Oh yeah.
I'm not. I'm leaving mine on.
It's hot.
You can mess up your hair, Carlos.
It's warm, really warm here.
So we have 5 questions that we want to ask you, and Maestra, or Carlos, or any of you, or all of you can answer as you wish. Just the first thing that comes into your head. We're asking this of all our guests tonight.
Le van a hacer
You go first, Michael.
Preguntas. Lo primero que venga a su mente, okay? Yo voy a contestar y ustedes también. Go ahead.
People ask us as bell directors a lot of questions about handbells. What is the one question that you wish people would stop asking about bells?
La gente pregunta mucho acerca de las campanas todo el tiempo. ¿Cuál es esa pregunta que ustedes desearían que la gente dejara de preguntarles?
¿Me puedo llevar una campana del concierto?
Can I take a bell with me home?
Oh, yes. Okay.
En todos los conciertos me gusta, me puedo llevar.
In every concert.
Oh, yes. So here's the second question. Not necessarily for the group, but for you individually as ringers yourselves, gloves or no gloves?
¿Ustedes prefieren utilizar guantes o no guantes?
En este momento sí, por la cuestión de la pandemia, sí.
Y también para proteger la campana la estamos usando.
Right now they prefer the gloves because of the pandemic or everything going on, but because to keep the bells in good shape. Me personally, no.
Make it ringing.
If we have like a handbell marching band, then I'll use it, but not for everyday thing.
Which instrument do you think best is suited to complement handbells, other than chimes?
¿Qué otro instrumento fuera de los chimes ustedes creen que complementa bien con las campanas?
Depende de la música que se interprete. En caso de la música folclórica, el charango en ese caso, si es para de pronto música colombiana también, el tiple, que es un instrumento que le haría el sabor o el toque a la música colombiana.
Yes,
Creemos que depende de la música.
He said it depends, you know, if it's folk music from Colombia or Latin America, they prefer to have plucked string instruments like charango, which was an instrument you saw on a video. It's a very Andean, Peruvian, kind of Bolivian kind of instrument, which originally was made from the shell of the armadillo, but now it's prohibited to kill armadillos in South America. And so also they have very original folkloric string instrument in Colombia. Those instruments mix well with the bells when they're doing like folk music.
Love it.
Cool.
I'm not going to tell you
right.
Because it's the marimba. That's it.
Are you next, Michael, or is it me?
It's you.
Okay. So what is on your wish list? If you could buy something to go with your bells, what would be the next thing you would buy? Any of you?
Okay. Sí, well, I have a long list, but may ask them. Si tuvieran una lista de deseos que ustedes serían que les regalaran para las campanas, ¿cuál sería esa cosa que les gustaría que les regalaran?
¿Qué nos regalaran?
Sí, relacionado a la campana, para expandir su movimiento.
Pues una oportunidad de estar en otros lugares para...
Pero instrumentos. Pregunta sobre instrumentos. ¿Más campanas o qué?
Más campanas hacia los graves.
Hacia los graves.
Bass bells.
Bass bells, oh yes.
How many octaves do you ring right now?
They have 5 Schulmerich octaves.
Okay.
Donated by Schulmerich. They didn't pay for them.
Oh. Thank you, Sharik.
If anyone's inspired by that donation, you too can donate to the Handbell Musicians of America by going to tinyurl.com/HMA Ring-a-Thon. We got one more question for you guys and have so enjoyed spending time with you all. I'm definitely going to be looking up on Kanto online and finding some more of these videos to see on my own.
Yes.
As you know, we have a new executive director for Handbell Musicians of America. Her name is Linda, and she will be with us shortly. And Michèle and I decided just yesterday that in order to create her interview questions, we're going to ask all of our other guests what you would like us to ask her. So whether it's about bells or about the guild itself or just something fun, get to know you, what would you like us to ask our new executive director?
I know. I would ask, how do you pronounce your last name?
That is the first question we're going to ask her, which is why we haven't said it yet all night.
Exactly. I don't know how to say it. I mean, it's really...
We'll ask her. We want to know too.
Maestro, la Handbell Musicians of America tiene una nueva directora ejecutiva, ella se llama Linda, y le van a hacer una entrevista luego de nosotros. ¿Qué cosa usted le preguntaría a ella que le gustaría saber? Puede ser una pregunta seria como una pregunta coloquial.
¿A ella?
La directora ejecutiva.
Que si le gustaría venir a Colombia.
Oh. Would you like to come to Colombia?
Yeah, there you go.
Visitar a Encanto.
And visit our ensemble?
I'm going to
writing this down.
Yeah, we're waiting for it.
Conocer nuestra escuela de campanas.
So she can meet their handbell school. So I bet that's like 150 words in Spanish, I think more. So I hope at least we get $150 out of this interview, everybody. So we still have time. I mean, so I'm gonna take your job next year, you know, guys.
You're good. You're good.
He's amazing.
Of course.
Carlos, it was great to see you again. And Maestra, thank you for being with us. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Feliz Navidad.
Feliz Navidad.
Feliz Navidad.
We're going to jump back over to JR. He's got a last little bit of prizes to give away.
Thank you
so much.
Feliz Navidad.
Feliz Navidad.
Bye bye.
Okay, and welcome back. We've got another prize for you, and we'll have a couple more coming up just before the end, before we sign off tonight. But right now, we are going to give away a combined set of Artist Series and Legato Series mallets from Sharik. So let's see who the lucky winner of those is. Forte Handbell Ensemble, you've got yourself a new set of mallets. And we'll go back to Ed, and I will see you once more tonight.
Hey, we had a terrific half hour. We got in more in that half hour than we'd gotten in probably the hour before, but it was our fastest one. We have only this half hour left, but there is a challenge out there. If you've been looking at chat from one of our national board members, you've got 35 minutes. If we get a 500 in, she will match it for LDM embroidery. It's a great idea, and we appreciate that match. So come on in and get those. Or if you just want to help us to get to 10,000 right way, you can do 2,700 or so, and it just moved. But that's all we need. One person to give 2,700. We got the whole kit and caboodle. Still waiting on our first area. We're so close. Everybody's been giving all their time and energy for this. It's just a terrific way to share some music and have some fun and raise some money for what we feel like is a really good cause. It is a really exciting time for us because, and even more so right now, it's exciting because we'll be having a new executive director come January 1st, but it's even more exciting because we get to meet her right now. And I am really honored to be able to introduce Linda Honoravello, as our new executive director. And she is here, and Michael and Michèle are going to ask her some questions. She has an extensive administrative arts background. She's worked with many arts agencies. She's worked with Chamber of Commerce. We're just excited for what she can do for Handbell Musicians of America. So let's meet her now. Linda, welcome.
Hey, Linda.
Hi, Linda.
Hi, how are you?
Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you both too. You can hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, awesome.
I love the headgear. That
Thank
looks
you.
Super festive.
Thank you. Thought I needed to bring it.
Put your hat on, Mike.
There. I'm gangsta now.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. Perfect.
Well, Linda, thank you for helping us close out the night. And I know that your presence is going to inspire that last $2,700 or so that we're going for our goal. I remind everybody that we last year hit our goal of $10,000 so early in the night that we moved the goalpost to 15, and we ended up like some sad amount, like $12 short or something at the end of the night. So we're hoping at least to break this 10 grand. If you are an angel sitting on something that you've been waiting for the moment, now's the time.
Now's the time.
Linda, we've got, Michèle and I both had a very important thing to talk to you about, just for starters.
Okay.
And the deal is, okay, so meeting you for the first time, I'm Michael Glasgow, like the city in Scotland, and I pronounce it Glasgow. I've gotten Glasgow, I've gotten Glasgow, Glasgow, Glassian, I don't know where that came from, Glasson, Glasso. Michèle, you've had the same.
Oh, I've had, my name is Michèle Sharik, and I've had Sharik, Shrek, Shrieking, Sharky. It's just, kind of crazy. So our question to you is, how do you pronounce your last name?
From your mouth to everyone's ears.
Okay, well, I'll give you the American version, which is Honoravello.
Honoravello.
Honoravello, kind of like the trumpet, Reveille. So Honoravello.
So I'm thinking, my mom's name was Anna, so Anna Reveille, I got it. Okay.
There you go.
Anna.
But how do you?
Anna.
Onorevole. There you go. But in Italy, it's onorevole, but you know, I'll deal with the American version.
I'm typing in a phonetic
spelling
into the chat on YouTube. Onorevole.
Onorevole. I like that.
Okay, I've heard one ravioli. I've heard honor roll.
You know the struggle is real.
Yeah. Usually I just hear Linda and I go, I'm here.
Yeah.
Well, welcome.
Awesome.
And I'm just going to stick with Linda for the rest of the night. I drilled that a few times. The rest of our questions for you, we decided that rather than us, figuring out what we wanted to ask you, because we're just two people, we would ask the rest of our guests tonight for questions that would comprise your interview. So we're just throwing things out that some of our other guests tonight have said. We'd like to know this, that, and the other. And some of it's about music and the Guild, and some of it's just get to know you things.
Okay.
And I've written them down. Michèle, you've got them all scribed down too, right?
I do.
Cool. So for starters, big deal. Two different people, Barb Walsh from Tin Tab and David Stone from Highland Hills Middle School in Indiana, are both wanting to know, what things are you thinking about for handbells in the education realm? What's the goal? What are you thinking about bells in education?
Well, I first want to start by saying that I know that I come from a non-handbell background, other than that I played when I was younger. But as an arts administrator and as a music educator, I recognize how important music education is to the development of children, and how it goes beyond just teaching them an instrument or teaching them how to sing, how it really affects how they can interact with other people, how they can learn how to focus, all these great, wonderful things that come from music education. And I recognize that as HMA and as the director, it's my job to go out and advocate on behalf of HMA and on behalf of bell ringers and on behalf of music educators, how important that it is that handbells are taken seriously as an instrument and as an opportunity for a lot of schools and organizations to try something different and try something new. And I think it's one of the things I mentioned during the interview process was we can't always wait for people to come to us for performances and education. We need to bring the music and the education to the audiences, go into the schools, go into community centers, and really introduce the instruments, the technique behind playing, to actually bring it to people and show them how it's done and say, well, you know what, this is not something just for rich people or something for just people in churches. This is something that everybody can do. But I also want to mention that one of the things I'm going to be doing a lot of for the next, I don't know how many months, is listening a lot to what people have to say about what's worked for HMA, what hasn't worked for HMA. And admittedly, I did listen to the broadcast before, and I heard one of the questions that was about, what do I want to do when I come in? Not change a lot of things immediately. That would be a mistake in my opinion. Come, flying through the door, making changes. You're not making any friends that way. It's about listening, learning. I have a lot to learn, and I know what I don't know, and I know what I do know. So it's important for me to listen to the members, listen to the board, learn about what people want from their director, from their organization, and collaborate with everyone to make that happen.
Sure.
Okay, that's a good answer. Another one that I think people were, I think were asking, oh my gosh, my electricity is coming back on just a little bit. It's flashing. We get excited.
It's a sign.
No, it's off again. It's off again. I've had no electricity since 9:30 this morning, and it's 6:45 p.m. right now. So,
oh my gosh,
I'm running on. I've got a tap light here to light my face. So, what made you apply for this position? Why handbells? What made you apply for this?
Well, part of it is that I did play when I was younger in the church where I was raised. I love the collaborative nature of handbells, and I have learned, again, during the interview process, that one person can play handbells alone, which I did not know, and I will admit that I did not know that. But now I do. What really was enticing, it sort of felt very natural to me, having been, for 24 years, I was an arts administrator. And 3 years ago, I made a little bit of a change. I stayed in nonprofit administration, but I moved to a Chamber of Commerce, which is a membership-based organization. And I learned so much by working with all of our members through Southwest Florida. And when I saw the job listing, I was like, wow, this seems like a perfect meld between arts administration and membership-based organization. It feels like I was like set up, you know, the universe said, you know, go work for this membership-based organization, get your experience, and then bring that back and be able to kind of collaborate those two worlds. And it was so interesting when I read more about you and did research on the organization. I thought, I need to apply for this. This just feels right. And lo and behold, it worked.
Here we are.
Now, and you just mentioned that you have only recently learned that handbells can be a solo instrument.
Yes.
So Nikki Evans, who was on earlier as a solo artist, she just wants to ask you a sort of fun get to know you question. What's your favorite animal and why?
Oh, I'm a huge animal lover. Anyone who knows me knows we can't walk down a street in a straight line. It's like visit every dog first and every cat.
Squirrel.
Favorite, yeah, very much squirrel. Squirrel is my life. I would say cats. I grew up with cats. I have a cat. I'm surprised she's not sitting right there, which is normally where she would be. I also have a bird. So you might hear him. Hopefully he stays quiet for this. But yeah, definitely a cat.
Bird?
I have a cockatiel named Grayson. So, and he participated in all of my online interviews. So, and I still got hired. So
he must have been in tune.
God, he does love bells. He's heard a lot of them now. He's learning too.
I bet That's awesome. So okay. So next summer is International Symposium in Nashville. And earlier tonight, we had on Damien Lim from Singapore, and he wants to know, what is your opinion of Nashville hot wings, and will you go out to eat them with Damien?
Yeah, yes, I will definitely go out. I'm a total wuss when it comes to heat, though, I'll admit. Ultimate gringa, you know, mild all the way, you know. So yes, absolutely go out with him, you know, and have wings. I've been so excited to get these emails from all the other leaders of handbell organizations around the world over the last few weeks. And it's been so great. Like even I just got someone from Australia today, and it's been just so much fun. So I'm enjoying it. I can't wait till Nashville. I'm kind of excited that it's on home turf for year one.
Yeah.
For me, year one for me.
The Stevie Berryman from Houston Chamber Ringers has a slightly out of the box question. I don't know if you heard her interview that you got a preview on this. Excellent, good. Because I'm like, she's gonna hear some of them. She says, would you rather see handbells play with the New York Philharmonic or Cirque du Soleil? And you can't say both.
Oh, that's an interesting question. I think I'd rather hear them with the Phil, because I wouldn't want the visual spectacle to take away from the sound.
Spiffy and
hey, thanks. You know.
We are the visual spectacle.
I would like to be the visual spectacle at all times, clearly.
You're in good company, my friend.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Such a shy group.
I'm totally an introvert. I don't know what anybody else is on about. I am an introvert. Absolutely. So
you're a liar too.
One of the questions, yeah, well, you know, one of the questions that when we had Emily here from Hong Kong, her ringer Ronnie was there, and he wants to know, since you did ring handbells when you were younger, what is your favorite Christmas song to ring?
Oh my gosh, I have to go back into the corners of my brain. Like I literally have not rung since I was 17, and I'm very much not 17. 17.
Oh, so it was in high school when you ran?
Yes, it was high school when I ran. Yeah.
It's not like when you were in elementary school or something.
No, it was during I was at my church, and it was all through high school. I don't remember. I would think, you know, it's such a cheesy answer, but I'm going to say it. Silent Night. I'm going to say it.
That's okay.
You can't go wrong with Silent Night.
You know, who can hate Silent Night? Well, I'm sure someone does.
Thinking past Christmas, Valerie Lee who's one of Damien's associate conductors there at Ministry of Bells in Singapore, wants us to ask, what one thing are you most looking forward to in 2022?
Oh my gosh, meeting everyone from HMA and learning all about the organization beyond what I'm learning, online and through Zoom interviews. And not that they're not fabulous, but I can't wait to actually see human beings in person and talk to them and learn all about the art form. I know this much about the art form. I know a lot about arts administration and raising money and all that great stuff that is absolutely needed for arts organizations to thrive. But I know this much about handbells, and I need to know a lot more, and I'm excited to learn about it.
And since you mentioned raising money, I will mention again that we are just shy of $8,000 toward our $10,000 goal. We need somebody who's got some deep pockets and is willing to turn them out for us to get us there in the next 10 or so minutes. Please go to tinyurl.com/HMA Ring-a-Thon, no punctuation in Ring-a-Thon, and make us your tax-deductible donation, please. We have other questions.
May I interject for one moment?
Yeah, please.
I have some people, I have friends all over the country that know about this broadcast tonight. I have been putting it on social media all day, so I would like to encourage them to donate towards the organization, not just for the benefit of that I work there or will be working there shortly, but for the fact that it actually is an amazingly meaningful organization that will know how to use your dollars and will use them wisely. So please, if you are a friend of mine or pretend to be a friend of mine on social media, please click and donate.
If you're a real friend, you'll donate.
Exactly, and I'll see the list.
I like you.
We're good with the sarcasm. Love it.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's okay. Please, you're allowed to, ask questions or just interject things. That's fine too. But I think going to go along with the New York Philharmonic answer you gave earlier, where do you see handbells in the serious music world? Not to say that pop music isn't serious. I mean, we're talking the serious music world.
Where do I see it in the serious music world? I try not to categorize, I guess. That's the big thing for me. I don't think that classical is serious versus rock being not serious. I think if you are playing with passion and you are committed to your instrument and to what you're putting out into the universe through your playing or singing, I think that's serious.
I think Emily Lee from Hong Kong asked that question, and I think what she was driving at was sort of, how do you envision, so many people see bells as just a novelty because they've never seen them play virtuosically, the 8-bell little ding, ding, ding descant thing on a hymn or something. And one of our goals, of course, as an organization is to raise the visibility profile so that the serious music community, whatever that's defined as, that we can kind of come into our own and hold our own and be respected. How would you envision
as real musicians?
Where can that come from?
I think that's where I think that's where the advocacy comes in. And I think that the more that we are involved in organizations, nationally, internationally, that are representing musicians, the serious musicians, the better. We have to have a voice in the room for them to take us seriously, to know that, we're not joking around. It may be, yes, what people see of bells, I think, has always been, kind of the holidays or something like that, or like you said, the more novelty side of it. It's like, no, we need to put our message out there very clearly that this is a virtuosic situation for people who are studying and working incredibly hard and collaborating together and making music together, and that it is a serious art form. And they'll know that when we tell them. That's the biggest thing. We need to tell our story.
I agree. And I think it's so critical too that, as I have talked about the visibility, that so many people, if you go to, a first grade violin recital and they're sawing away and, even if they play really well, they've only played for 5 minutes. And so they're beginners, but people have seen violinists that do Herculean things with that instrument. So they understand these are kids that are beginners. They're not that good yet, but they'll get there. We know the potential the instrument has. So many haven't been exposed to that in bells. They only know it as, you know, the top of the game is some simple thing, and no shade against beginners at all, but we just need that exposure.
We're all beginners.
Oh, I fully agree. I mean, one of the things I keep mentioning the interview process, but I so enjoyed, it was a long process. It was 4 interviews. It was a lot with staff and board and search committee, but it was really interesting. And during that process, one of the things I said to them was, you know, I'm embarrassed. I have a bachelor's in music. Okay, I've been in arts administration for 24 years, and I have never heard a professional bell ensemble live and in person.
Oh,
you know, so that's like, okay, so let's get out there. And that's not a throwing shade on the organization at all. It just means in general that I think the art form needs more attention, and it needs to be brought more to the forefront. And I hope to help do that.
Awesome. So we've had a lot of people asking sort of vision for HMA and stuff, and you've touched on that in a bunch of different ways. Megan Reiches from Forte asked, do you have a favorite bell performance memory? Now, mind you, it's been a minute, you said, since you played, or what are you yet looking forward to? And I know we've touched on that a bit, but just, I think she's thinking more on the connecting the dots from the past to the future, you know, maybe to tweak that question a bit. Since you rang a moment ago, and from what you've seen since you've gone through the process with the Guild and being hired as our new executive director, what's changed? So much has changed. I mean, what have you noticed?
So much has changed. I've noticed how much I need to learn more and talk to people. I just keep saying that listening is so important. That, you know, just coming in as a new director somewhere and just talking to everybody and saying, wow, listen to me, listen to my ideas. Okay, that's great. What you need to do is listen to the people who are in the organization and learn about what has been working, what hasn't been working, what do you need, what's the vision. Strategic planning, I think, is absolutely necessary. And I think that the membership needs to be involved in that process. And, her light works.
So, no, it doesn't. It came on for a little bit. The printer started up and then it all went.
I was excited for you. Sorry.
I keep saying in the last 5 minutes, it's going to come back.
Right. I'm sorry. I keep saying the same thing over and over again, but like I said, I know what I don't know and I know what I need to learn. And I'm really excited to just get involved with the organization and to really listen to performances and listen to people's opinions and just really delve in. I'm ready to dive in.
Knowing what you don't know is so important. And I appreciate the fact that you're willing to say that, you know, I don't know much about this. I need to learn. And I appreciate that because I like to think that I'm always trying to learn things too. And so I kind of like that.
That onion peeling motif of, you know, the analogy that you peel it back, there's always another layer. And sometimes the more you learn, the more you realize you don't know. Like there is so much more to the instrument. And I think a lot of folks get to a certain level and just, it's like, oh, well, I've got handbells down, what's next? And I mean, I was that when I started at church, having no idea what a handbell was. And it's like, you get to a point where you got it all figured out and there's so much more. Then you meet Michèle, Sharik, and there's so much more. And then you see Forte play and it's like, holy cow. So it's amazing. Gosh. It's exciting to share the journey with you, Linda.
Thank you. I'm excited. I keep saying I'm excited, but I am. You know, it's just I've been on cloud 9 since I got the call from Jill. I literally, this is so embarrassing that I'm going to tell you. So she called me and told me that I was chosen. I was so excited. And I literally sat in my car because I was in my car at the time and I hung up with her and I was like, did that just happen? Like it felt like one of those outer bodies. So I texted her and I was just like, I didn't write like, hey, did this just happen? Because then she'd be like, we chose the wrong person. But I texted her and I'm like, I'm so excited. I look forward to it. And she's like, so do I. And I thought, oh, thank God it was real. Okay.
Nice. Someone just asked a question in the YouTube chat. Sharon wants to know, so Linda, are you going to join a local handbell group?
Yes, I am. And I haven't even told the director yet, but Michael Hellman, who I know is a handbell composer, and he is the choir director and the bell director at a church nearby. And I work with him sometimes as a soloist because I'm a singer. So yeah, I'm going to be ringing with Michael. He doesn't know if he's watching. Hey, Michael, you have a new ringer.
Yay!
Yay! Michael's a good one to get started with. Really, really like Michael.
So he's wonderful.
There was one more question that our guest just previous to you asked, and that was the bell group from Colombia and Encanto. They wanted to know, would you like to visit Colombia? Would you come to Colombia and would you visit with Encanto and their school and see what they're doing? And
yes, absolutely. If there's a bell, I'm going. That's the new motto. There's a bell, I'm there.
I'm writing that down. I love it.
My lights are kind of, no, they're off again.
Come on, people, let's hit 10 grand and get Michèle's power back on. Oh, this is so much fun. Linda, do you have anything you'd just like to share? Just like, we'll stop asking questions and just say, talk to us if there's anything you want to share with the folks watching.
Sure. I this has been an interesting process. At the chamber, I'm director of operations there, so I wanted to give them lots of notice. They've had 4 weeks, which has been great. And I'm very thankful to HMA for waiting for me to come in until January. But one of the patterns I've noticed, and it's been so amazing, is when I tell people where I'm going, they kind of stop. They look at me and they go, oh, I remember a handbell ensemble when I was a kid. Or I used to ring when I was younger, or I was at this event and they had handbells and it was really amazing. And initially it was like one person said it, 2 people said it. It's double digits now of how many people have shared these personal anecdotes with me. Even this afternoon, we had a holiday party and I was talking to someone about the new job and they were like, oh, I did that when I was younger. I miss doing that. And I was like, this is amazing. How many people have this connection to this instrument and this ensemble playing? There was more specifically about the ensembles, not the soloists. And I'm so moved by that. Fine. I love the soloists too. But I'm just so moved by the fact that people are remembering. It's like sparking something in them where they're like, oh, that was the coolest. Someone said to me, my grandmother used to ring. I was like, this is amazing. And then people are saying, and I know there's like a lot of controversy about, bells and commercials, because that one is driving me crazy. Because I haven't rung in
the Amazon ad.
Yeah, I haven't rung in 33 years, and I know that's wrong.
Well, anybody who's thinking about the fact that there are more than 2 pitches coming out of 2 bells.
Exactly.
And it's like, and that always bugs me, because it's like, did they know that was ridiculous and they're just embracing the crazy of it? Or were they just that out to lunch and disconnected with understanding?
Dim. Yeah, exactly. But it's just interesting that like people are now saying, oh, I saw bells now in a commercial. Like it's interesting that it's around, but I wish they would show it correctly. That was a total squirrel moment. Sorry for that.
I went there right with you. Did you see?
I just had to put it out there that I know it's wrong.
Linda, my graduate work is in performing arts medicine. So basically ergonomics and kinesiology for performing artists, including handbell people. And so
I know
that commercial drives me crazy.
Honestly, gives me highs every time it comes on.
Well, that's a fun note to end on.
And they've sullied the good song of Aha.
I know.
I feel that after 6 hours of this, we're starting to get a little slap happy, or punch drunk, as our friends in the UK say. We are still just sitting here, just stagnating right under $8,100, and I'm dying for somebody.
Come on.
Just pop up a little bit, even if we don't get to our 10.
I wish I could see who was donating. Oh, my best friend just wrote. She just texted me. Sorry, I'm being really rude. She said,
someone just gave $500.
Watching, love it. Donated too. Yes.
Yay.
Thank you, friends of Linda.
Thank you.
Yes, friends of Linda, bring it. Think of all the organizations I've supported, all your children, all your fundraisers, all the candles and chocolate that I did.
Candy sales and magazines. And all.
Guilt is a powerful motivator. I love it.
Bring it. Shameless fundraiser.
And we've got one more jump back, I know, to JR and company for the final round of games and fun. But this has been a blast, Linda. Thank you so much for spending time with us.
Thanks for making this painless. I was really nervous.
Oh, no reason to be nervous.
Michèle had all these hard-hitting expose questions that she wanted to ask. I was like, that's not fair. So.
Don't listen to him.
Love
I am really looking forward to working with you, Linda. So thank you so much.
I am too. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful holiday.
You too. See you soon. Bye. Back to JR and company.
Bye,
so big final.
Okay, we are down to our last couple of prizes. And we are at just a little over $8,500. But even after we sign off, you can still donate. All you have to do is go to tinyurl.com/HMA Ring-a-Thon and help us get past that $10,000. And thank you so much, Linda, for coming on tonight. I'm really excited about the new chapter in HMA. So here we go. We have got from Jeffers Handbell Supply, a full service 3-octave refurbishment. And that is going to go to Carlos Rivera Aponte. So if you've got some bells that need refurbished, Jeffers has your back. Okay, and we've got one more. As you all know, International Symposium is coming up, and we are going to cover half of your registration fee to International Symposium next summer in Nashville, Tennessee. So let's see who the lucky recipient of that is. Here we go. Deborah LeBrun, and I hope you're planning on going. So it's been a blast being here with you all evening. I'm going to run down the list of donors once again, prize donors once again. And if you run across any of these people, please tell them thank you for donating their stuff in order to help us raise money. We've got Jeffers Handbell Supply, Shomerick Bells, Brenda Austin and Kathy Mokelbus, Third Bell on the right, Truly Horrible Things, Tintabulation.
To me.
If his headset died, he can't hear you.
Hi.
Well, what a great night. What a terrific night. I mean, we have many to thank, and here's just a little report so far. We've had 70 donations from 25 states, in Puerto Rico and Singapore. And
thank you, Damien.
Yeah, and as JR was saying, keep on giving. You can keep going to PayPal. We can still hit 10,000. Talk to your friends, and let's see that number happen. It's easy to get to 9,000. We can do that.
And I have to say, when I watched this recap as we were prepping, when I watched last year's video, and we like missed the goal by that much. I know we got there eventually after the event, but it made me just it was like a bad cliffhanger. Like, wouldn't it be good when you're rewatching and see it just pop over the threshold? We need someone to give $1,500, someone who's gainfully employed, $1,500. It's tax deductible. Come on. We know you want to.
It's the end of the year, and you do have to get your tax deductions in. So that would be great. There are many to thank. JR, go ahead. I don't know if we can hear you, though. No.
No.
We can't.
Nope. I bet.
All right,
do it in shadow puppets. Act it
Well,
out charade style.
Let me run down the list here, folks. JR mentioned all of our prize givers, and we appreciate that so much. We didn't have quite that much last year, and this was just some great offer. So thank you very much. Derek Nance, our producer, does an awesome job.
And his assistant DJ.
Yeah, we are so grateful. And then you have JR, who's done all this amazing backdrop. He's done the Wheel of Fortune. We had Maya and Marie behind the scenes, keeping track of everything. What a great job they've all done. And Derek, you had somebody there helping you too.
Yeah, my friend DJ was here all afternoon. He just left to go have dinner. But,
What? He went.
Food?
Oh, he's running to the bank to get $1,500. Yeah.
No, I have to say,
she's gone to the ATM.
Like last year, it was like just me in my bedroom trying to make this happen, and it is so much easier having a team actually working on it this time. Yeah,
we learned a few things.
We learned a lot.
And one thing we learned last year was that our MCs are the best. Michael and Michèle, thank you so much. You just make it so much fun to do, and we appreciate it so much. And I think, Michael, what is your mother's name? Because I think somebody with your name contributed.
My mom is Valerie.
That's someone who contributed tonight.
Thanks, Mom.
Oh.
Thanks, Mom.
Wait a minute. Let's stop here a minute. Why is it looking like there's $9,676?
Holy cow! Did someone just give $1,000?
Let me look.
I feel like with only 325 bucks to go, we need to sit here till we get it. We just have to go over
We just got $1,000 from a good friend up in Massachusetts.
Oh my goodness!
Yay!
I will say, my brother texted me earlier. He's been watching the whole show, and he said he would donate an extra $50 if we shouted out that the Rocky Mountain Ringers have a live stream on Saturday night, and you can get tickets at RockyMountainRingers.org. So
Rocky Mountain Ringers have a live stream coming up on Saturday.
bucks.
You get tickets at RockyMountainRingers.org.
There you go, Bryce.
Yay.
Give us $50.
My money, sir.
That means we need one person to give $270. That's all. $270. One
Or it
person.
could be 3 people giving 90 each. It could be
Oh, that
10
could
people
be.
giving 27.
I think we stage a sit-in here. We stage a zoom in, and we just wait until somebody gets tired of it.
Hey, the night is early. The night is early Pacific time.
It's only 7:15. I've got nothing else to do. I've got no electricity.
So on behalf of the Handbell Musicians of America, we are grateful to all of you who have donated, all of you who have participated, our games. It was just a lot of fun. And what a great thing to have Linda join us here tonight. So people got a shot to meet her. So that's terrific. Looking forward to working with her come January 3, I believe.
It looks like the total just ticked over 10,000.
Yay!
Yes!
Yay!
Yay!
Michael.
Yes, terrific.
Cheers.
Hooray!
We don't.
Thank you to whoever did that so we can go have dinner.
I don't know. There was a Michael, and we appreciate it, Michael. You put us over, and we are ready to. Now we can sign off.
Was it you?
With peace in our hearts.
That was Michael Haas. Thanks, hon.
Oh, thanks, Mike.
He's ready for me to be done.
He's ready for dinner. Ready to go, Michael Hart. So on behalf of our Handbell Musicians of America, friends and families, happy holidays. And thanks for a great night.
Everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Blessings, everybody. Peace, joy.
And love.